The story begins where a main character suffers from a zombie avalanche in a recurring dream. The city is destroyed. A boy standing on top of a building thinks that he has only one dream every night. And it is a horrible nightmare about the zombie apocalypse, and it is a nightmare where the entire world is living hell. The boy thinks that he is a hunter who lives to eradicate all zombies in this horrible nightmare. A screen notifies him of his quest to eradicate all the zombies on Earth, and as a reward, he will be restored to the original state. The boy asks if they should begin the show. He detonates the bombs, and the buildings start to explode. The zombies start screaming to hear the explosion. A building falls to the ground due to the huge blast. The boy jumps from the building with a rope attached to his back. He's holding chains in his hands. The boy starts killing zombies using his chains. He lands on the ground and removes the rope attached to his back. The zombies turn their attention towards the boy, and they start running towards him. The boy swings his chain, and it starts cutting the legs of the zombies. A zombie attacks him from behind, but the boy swings and kicks the zombie in the stomach. The boy cuts the head of the zombie in half using his chain. Numerous other zombies start running towards him. The boy starts swinging his chain in circles, and the chain is drenched in blood after a while. The boy stops his attack, and he starts cursing the zombies. Suddenly, the ground starts shaking, and the boy wonders if it is an earthquake. The boy looks at the ground and sees that it starts breaking. A huge monster arrives from underground, and it has sharp teeth. The monster rushes to eat the boy. The boy is shocked to see that, and he freezes in fear. The monster attacks and kills the boy. The system notifies him that he failed because he died. The boy wakes up in his bed and says that it is so unfair. After a while, the boy is sitting with a doctor and says that he transcribed the nightmare he had yesterday. The doctor is a psychiatrist, and her name is Choi Ne. Choi says that the 99th one was such a pity. It felt like it was only yesterday that he was crying his eyes out. Choi tells him that he has grown. The boy is sad to hear that, and he thinks that 2 years ago, a nightmare appeared without reason, constantly repeating the deaths of vulnerable people. The boy thinks that it ruined his life completely. He was dying both mentally and physically. He has been receiving psychiatric counseling because of that. Choi tells him to sit down and asks if he has requested counseling because of his nightmares. The boy says yes, and Choi asks what kind of nightmares they are. The boy tells her that he is having nightmares about zombies. Choi starts the treatment. After counseling, hypnosis, and numerous medications, the nightmares didn't go away. The boy returns to Choi for help. Choi tells him that if the nightmares are always the same, then take this notebook. The boy asks what it is for. Choi tells him that if he has dreams that repeat themselves, please write them down clearly, and she will focus on them. The boy asks if she will focus on his nightmares. Choi says yes, but first, let's decide where he can't go. Choi hands him the pen and says try to remember as much as possible and write it down. The boy is worried to hear that. After some time, the boy starts having a nightmare. He remembers Choi telling him that he should go to the storage room. There should be a lot of useful weapons. The boy decides to do what Choi said. He rushes towards the storage room and opens the door. The boy looks at the steel pipe and says that it is a weapon. The boy grabs the weapon and rushes to attack the zombie. The boy swings the steel pipe and kills the zombie. That's where his nightmares began to change. Choi tells the boy that she's at her limit. She asks if he is going to move alone during the 100th episode. The boy tells her that she knows this, as well as him, that humans can be more spiteful than zombies. Choi grabs her coffee and says there must be some good people, too. The boy tells Choi that the good people don't wish to get involved anymore. The boy starts drinking his coffee. He puts down the cup and says that even if it is still a dream, he has only seen 1 or 2 people die trying to help him. The boy clenches his teeth and says that he does not have the power to protect others and that people will go crazy if they keep seeing that. Choi thinks that the dream must have felt so real, and that the shock of losing his comrades must have been huge. Choi puts down the notebook and says that it is already lunchtime. They should go and grab some soup for lunch. Choi winks at him and says that she will save him. Choi and the boy arrive outside the shop. The boy asks if there are already more than 10 people who are human cultural properties. Choi says there's no reason to call it an artisan village, and she's hungry. They should go in. Choi starts tasting the soup and says that it is very tasty, and the boy agrees. The boy hears some shouting. He sees that a customer is shouting at the person and asks why he's daydreaming instead of letting him pay. He asks what he's smiling at and why the blood is coming from his eyes. The boy turns around, and he is shocked to see something. His name is Yerim. Choi asks Yerim if something is wrong. Yerim tells her that it is nothing. The customer starts shouting and says that he will miss his bus at this rate. Suddenly, the person jumps at him and bites his neck. The customer starts bleeding, and he falls to the ground. Yerim looks back and thinks that it is the nightmare that has been torturing him all this time. Yerim thinks that a dream is a dream, and reality is reality. But the dream has now become reality, and it's no ordinary dream. Yerim thinks that this is a vicious nightmare. Yerim looks back, and he starts sweating. Yerim looks outside the window and sees that there is a zombie apocalypse, and people are begging for help. A zombie attacks and bites a person on his neck, while another is attacking a person on the roof. Yerim and Choi are shocked to see that. Yerim starts trembling with fear. Yerim looks back at the zombie and thinks that this is a vicious nightmare. The zombie rushes to attack Yerim. Yerim grabs the bowl of soup and crushes it on the head of a zombie. The zombie starts screaming, and Yerim thinks that it is not enough to kill the zombie. Yerim starts running to search for a weapon. He looks at a broom and breaks it in half. Yerim looks back and sees that the zombie is jumping towards him. Zombie is about to bite Yerim, but he barely manages to dodge the attack. Yerim swings his body and attacks the zombie on the back of his neck. The zombie falls to the ground and dies. Yerim thinks that maybe because he had so many nightmares, it is easier for him to accept this reality. Yerim thinks that his head has immediately cooled down. Choi gets from her seat and calls Yerim. Yerim asks if she is hurt. Choi asks if he just killed someone. Yerim looks at her and asks if she can see the situation happening outside. Yerim tells her that those things are moving corpses, and they are called zombies. Choi is shocked to hear that. Yerim tells her that what he wrote in the notebook has become a reality. Choi looks at the notebook, and suddenly, there's a huge blast. Choi and Yerim are startled to hear that. Yerim thinks that the timing of this explosion is strange. If it's a dream, then the gas station exploded. Yerim looks outside and sees that the gas station is on fire. Choi is shocked to see that. Yerim thinks that there is no doubt both dreams and reality are the same. Yerim thinks that it means that this artisan village will soon be ruined. Yerim thinks that the problem is that it will not only be this village. Yerim remembers that in round 7, Korea, Seoul. In round 23, China, the Forbidden City. In round 48, America, New York. All 99 nightmares ended in human defeat. Yerim remembers that the zombies endlessly grew stronger, and humans lost to civilization. It was a one-sided fight from the beginning. Yerim thinks that the future left for him is only one. He needs to survive this apocalypse while looking at his burning hometown. At the same time, Yerim hears the sound of a notification. Yerim is surprised to see a screen in front of him. Yerim remembers that it is the same phrase that he saw repeatedly in his nightmares. Yerim tries to touch the screen, and his hand passes through it. Yerim wonders what this is. Yerim thinks that it is the same thing he saw in his dream. Yerim wonders what it's doing in front of him now. The screen notified him to kill all the zombies in the world in the nightmares. But this time, the screen notifies Yerim that his quest is to protect Professor Choi at his house. Time limit is 180 minutes, and the reward will be a transmission skill. Yerim is surprised to see that. Yerim closes his eyes and thinks that he should stay calm because he knows how it goes from the 99 nightmares. Yerim takes a closer look at the quest conditions. The system asks if he will accept the quest. Yerim had a strange feeling that maybe this choice would change the future, which was filled with despair. Yerim is about to accept the quest, but Choi asks if he is okay. Yerim starts smiling and says that he is fine. Yerim tells Choi that he was just flustered. Yerim thinks that the quest window is only visible to him. Choi starts smiling and says that it is a relief. Yerim remembers that he couldn't write in the notebook that Professor Choi also became a zombie. Suddenly, there is a blast, and numerous zombies enter the building. Yerim shouts at Choi to run. They both escape the building and start running. The zombies look at them, but they are slow to catch them. Yerim and Choi run past the zombies, and Choi holds the notebook in her hands. Yerim sees a door in the store, opens the door, and locks it from inside. Yerim and Choi start panting. Yerim starts walking towards a locker. Choi is looking at Yerim. Choi is shocked to see that he brings out a chain from the locker. Yerim tells Choi to get ready. They will face the zombies head-on until they reach his house safely. Choi is confused to hear that. Yerim opens the door and numerous zombies lurk outside. The zombies look at Yerim, and Yerim looks serious on his face. The zombies start running towards Yerim. Yerim starts swinging his chain and kills a zombie by hitting a chain on its head. Choi is surprised to see that. Yerim starts killing the zombies using his chain. Yerim rushes towards the zombies. He grabs the chain firmly and starts shouting. Yerim starts swinging his chain and thinks that since he has already encountered this in a dream, the feeling of swinging these chains is familiar to him. The zombies start screaming and running towards Yerim. Yerim moves the chain and kills a zombie by hitting the chain on the head. Choi is amazed to see that. Choi remembers asking Yerim why he used the chains as a weapon. Yerim told her that the range of its attack and its durability is much better than knives and crowbars. The zombie falls to the ground. Choi thinks that seeing it happening right in front of her eyes is so amazing. A zombie attacks Yerim from behind, but Yerim quickly turns around and stops the attack by putting the chain in its mouth. Yerim tells the zombie to bite it tightly. Yerim moves the chain and breaks the zombie's teeth. The zombie gets lifted in the air. Yerim screams and swings the chain again to kill the zombie. Choi is looking at Yerim in disbelief. At the same time, another zombie jumps on Yerim from behind. Yerim moves his feet and quickly kicks the chain. Choi is surprised to see that he changed the direction of chains. The chain strikes the zombie on the head, and the zombie falls to the ground. Yerim starts swinging the chain in all directions, and he rushes towards the zombies. Yerim starts screaming. Choi looks at him, fighting the zombies in disbelief. Yerim notices another herd of zombies at a distance, and he tells Choi to run quickly. They start running again. After some time, they arrive at the house. Yerim stops, and Choi starts catching her breath. Yerim checks the door and says that it is a good thing there's a deserted house nearby with no zombies around. They should go in. Choi says alright. They both enter the house, and Choi falls to her knees. Yerim is concerned about Choi. Choi tells him that it is nothing. She is just relieved. Yerim picks up Choi and the notebook and tells her that he will help her sit on the couch. Choi thanks him for that. After Choi sits on the couch, a notification appears in front of Yerim. The screen notifies Yerim that the quest is complete, and he has obtained the transmission skill. Yerim thinks that this is nice. Yerim looks at the screen and sees that the rank of this skill is F, and the screen says he can obtain a skill from an expert. Yerim is not impressed to see that, and he wonders what the meaning of expert is from the very start. Yerim thinks that there should also be a limit for leaving people clueless about these things. Yerim looks at the screen, and the screen says that the expert is someone who favors him. It points towards Choi and says that he can learn the skill from her. Yerim thinks that he should give it a try, and he activates the skill of transmission. A magic circle appears out of nowhere. Yerim looks at it in disbelief, and he thinks that Choi has no reaction at all, maybe because she can't see it. The screen says congratulations on obtaining the skill. Yerim is surprised to see that he has obtained the skill of mental care, and he can heal someone's spirit. Yerim thinks that he obtained a very useful skill. Choi lights a cigarette. She asks Yerim if those monsters are zombies like the one written in his notebook. Choi grabs her head and asks what is happening right now. She asks if she is having a nightmare. Yerim thinks that she is in panic and currently suffering a mental breakdown since these moments are scenes that he often encounters in his dreams. Yerim thinks that the timing is perfect, and it is his chance to use the skill. Yerim activates the skill and mental care, and the screen notifies him that the skill has been successfully activated and that a person's spirit has been strengthened. Choi puts down her cigarette. Choi starts smiling and says that it is a good thing that they are still alive. Choi stretches and says the world will surely get better again, so they should cheer up. Yerim thinks that the transmission skill is great. Yerim remembers the craftsman's village where he lived. It has all kinds of craftsmen and intangible cultural heritages, and many talented professionals with long life experience reside as villagers. Yerim starts smiling and says that he will be learning skills from those professionals next. Yerim remembers that a few months ago, he had nightmares 10 times in a row. The elders come to meet him. One of them is called Young Chun, and he's a 78-year-old bald person who uses a cane to walk. Young is a great wood carpenter, and he tells Yerim that, looking at his expression, it seems that the zombie nightmare happened again. The other one is called Park Dalbong, and he's a strong, muscular man with a long mustache. Park is a one-man martial artist, and he's experienced in Joseon Heavenly Demon martial arts, passed down for 23 generations as the sole victor. Park tells Yerim that he left some red ginseng extract at home and that he should go eat it so that he might gain some energy. Yerim thanked the elders and said that there was no need for red ginseng because it was quite expensive. The elders start smiling, and Park tells Yerim to just eat it, work out, and take care of his health. Yerim is happy to hear that. Yerim turns on the bike at the house. Yerim is about to leave, but Choi opens the door and asks if he is crazy. Choi tells him that it is in the middle of the town, and she asks if he wants the zombies to kill him. Yerim tells her that there's no need to worry. Yerim reminds her that she just saw him defeat the zombies, so he will not be defeated by just a few zombies. Choi grabs her head in frustration and says that she can't stop him from doing what he wants. Choi tells him to be careful and says that she will not open the door for him if he gets bitten. Yerim wears the helmet and says she shouldn't worry because he has never been bitten since this all started. Choi is annoyed to hear that and asks if he is going to keep spouting death flag lines. Yerim starts laughing and waves her goodbye. Yerim starts the bike, and he thinks that Park and Young will surely be together like always, so he will definitely save them both. Yerim rushes towards the village. Choi lights another cigarette and says that she screwed up quitting smoking this year. There are zombies everywhere in the village, and an office in Jangan village is completely destroyed. Some zombies are roaming inside the building. Young is hiding under the desk, and he is trembling in fear. A zombie looks towards him, and it is about to eat Young. Young is so scared that he closes his eyes, but he remains unharmed. Young slowly opens his eyes and sees that Park punched the zombie in the head. Park asks Young if he is okay, and Young starts smiling to see his friend there. Numerous zombies arrive there, and they start running towards them. Park starts smiling, and he tells Young to wait for him a little longer. Park says that he will take care of this in no time. Park gets ready to fight all the zombies alone with a smile on his face. Meanwhile, Yerim is riding the bike and thinks that Elder Park is a martial arts master, so he can beat up a common zombie without any problems. But the elders always died in his dreams. Yerim thinks that he needs to head to the elders for 2 reasons. Yerim speeds up and says, "Please don't let him be too late." A zombie attacks, but Park punches the zombie. The zombie gets blown away. Park starts laughing, and he begins killing zombies with his punches. Young is shocked to see that. There are numerous zombies dead on the ground. Young tells Park that he's very strong and that he should have learned from the Joseon dynasty as well. Park has a wicked smile on his face and says that it is a pity that ordinary people can't learn the Joseon heavenly demon martial art. Park crushes a zombie's head with his feet and says that only strong people like him can learn this martial art. Young sighed and said that it was such a pity, and he wished to be born with a strong body. At the same time, they are shocked to see someone arrive there. A zombie steps in and breaks the ground. It is a large and fat zombie. Young says that it is a monster. Park thinks that it is a huge guy and it may be 3 meters tall. The giant zombie grabs a zombie by the head and starts eating it. Park and Young are shocked to see that. The giant zombie finishes eating and starts screaming. There's a crystal in its head. Park clenches his teeth and says that an interesting fellow has arrived. Park jumps in the air to attack the zombie using double-fisted tiger energy. Park showers the zombie with multiple punches using Joseon's heavenly demon's art. Second form. Park starts screaming, but his attack does not affect the zombie. Park is shocked to see that it is going to retaliate while getting hit by him. The zombie grabs Park with his hands and starts screaming. Park thinks that this is not a normal zombie. Park starts sweating, and he feels a sharp pain in his backbone. Park falls to his knees and says that it hurts. Young thinks that this is a huge problem because Park has a chronic disc issue. Park is in pain, and the zombie is about to kill him. But at the same time, the chain hits the zombie in the head. The zombie starts screaming in pain. Yerim arrives there just in time, and he tells the elders that he came to save them. The elders are surprised to see Yerim there. Yerim thinks that there are 2 variables, as expected. The first one is Elder Park's waste disc. Yerim tells them to run quickly before it is too late. And the second variable is a giant mutant zombie. Young starts running towards Park. Young grabs Park and tells him to get up. Park apologizes to him. They are about to leave the building, but the giant zombie starts screaming and attacks Yerim. Yerim ducks to avoid the attack. Park shouts at him to get out of there quickly. Park shouts that it is not a normal monster. Yerim tells them that there is no need to worry about him. They should go first because his bike has 2 seats anyway. Park is surprised to hear that. The zombies start walking towards Yerim, and Park and Young are ready to leave on the bike. Young asks if there's any other way, and Park says that he is sorry about his disc. Yerim starts swinging his chain and thinks that the number of zombies is much higher than expected. Yerim wonders if he will be able to overcome this. At the same time, the screen notifies him that a master with a specialty has favored him and a skill can be passed on to him. Yerim looks back and starts smiling. The giant zombie starts screaming, and the other zombies start attacking Yerim from all sides. Park and Young are worried about Yerim. Yerim activates the skill and jumps in the air. Yerim uses the attack energy wrap from 8 Joseon provinces on his feet. Yerim uses Joseon's re-ignor and crushes the giant zombie with his feet. The ground is destroyed, and all the zombies are sent flying. Park and Young are shocked to see that attack. Yerim starts smiling, and he acquires the newly learned skill, Joseon's heavenly demon martial arts. The screen notifies him that he has opened the first door to the Joseon heavenly demon martial art. In the Miram, the best and strongest master in history, was known as the heavenly demon. He passed through the land of China and arrived at his real hometown, Joseon. The heavenly demon that returned to his hometown received energy from Joseon, evolved his martial art, and completed history's absolute skill. and the name of that skill is Joseon. The giant zombie is crushed to the ground. Park and Young are shocked to see that with their mouths wide open. Park wonders how Yerim used the Joseon heavenly demon martial arts. The screen notifies Yerim that he has acquired the passive skill of Joseon's heavenly heart control. The screen tells him that the passive effect of Joseon's heavenly heart control activates his flesh, and he can now feel mana. Yerim has no clue about it. The status window pops up. His name is Shin Yerim, and his possessed skills are Transmission, Mental Care, and Joseon Reignite. Yerim wonders if this is a game. Yerim looks at his hand and notices a strange glow. Yerim wonders if this is mana. Yerim thinks that his body also feels way lighter, so this is what they mean by activating his flesh. Yerim thinks that as he thought, even if it was dangerous, saving Mr. Park Dalbon was the right choice. Yerim starts smiling and thinks that the Joseon Heavenly Demon's heart control is the skill that he needs. Yerim walks outside and says that he thought both of them had left. Yerim tells the elders that he is done here and that they should go back together. Yerim looks back and sees that the giant zombie starts getting back up. Yerim asks if it is still alive, and he says that it seems like its strength in dreams and reality is the same. Yerim grabs his chain and says that they should fight properly. Yerim starts swinging his chain, and the zombie attacks him with a punch. Yerim jumps in the air, and the ground is destroyed. The elders are worried about seeing that, so Yerim tells them to leave first because he is fine. Yerim says that he will catch up to them soon. Park is about to say something, but Yerim tells them to go to his house, and Choi is already there. Young thinks that this old body will only hold him back. They start riding the bike, and Young tells Yerim that he must come back alive. Yerim starts swinging his chain and rushes to attack the monster. The chain strikes the monster's head, but the zombie grabs the chain and breaks it in half. Yerim is furious to see that and asks how dare he break his iron chains. Yerim attacks by smashing his knee on the head of the monster. The monster is in pain as it grabs the head. Yerim grabs the chain and starts joining them together. Yerim tells the monster that there's a punishment for breaking others' stuff. Yerim starts smiling and says that he will beat him up. At night, Choi is still waiting for Yerim to return. Choi is smoking, and she suddenly hears the noise of a bike outside. Choi rushes to open the door. She opens the door and asks if it is Yerim, but she's surprised to see Park and Young on the bike. Young says it is just as Yerim said. He said that if they go to his house, they will meet Professor Choi. Choi asks if they meet Yerim, and she tells them that he said that he would save them both, and ran out. Choi asks where Yerim is because she needs to scold him for leaving her there. Young says that he stayed behind, and Choi is surprised to hear that. Young says that he managed to save 2 dying old men and stayed to fight the zombies alone. Choi is shocked to hear that. Meanwhile, Yerim punches the zombie in the face, and he starts throwing numerous punches. Then he kicks the zombie in the face. The giant zombie falls to the ground. Yerim says that he is angry because the zombie broke his chains, but it is also thanks to him that he's now able to use mana. Yerim tells the zombie that he will give him a painless death. The zombie starts screaming and rushes to attack Yerim. Yerim starts gathering his mana, and he lumps the mana together to let it out all at once. Yerim attacks with a strong fist, and there's a huge hole in the monster. The monster screams and falls to the ground. Yerim sees that a crystal falls from the head of the monster. Yerim picks up the red crystal and asks what it is. The window notifies Yerim that it is a red magic stone. It is a growth accelerant, and when used, the level of the subject will increase. Yerim starts smiling to look at the red crystal. There's news on TV that, from now on, they will declare a national disaster. Currently, large-scale incidents of unknown causes are spreading across the country. Park, Young, and Choi are watching the news, and it says, "Please stay indoors safely." They look extremely worried. Park notices a knock at the door. Yerim asks if anyone is home. They are happy to hear Yerim's voice. Choi opens the door along with Park and Young. Yerim says that it is a relief to see that they are both back home safely. Choi asks why he's worried about others, and she asks if he gets bitten anywhere. Yerim starts smiling and says that he didn't get bitten anywhere. Park pats him on the back and says that he is so proud of him. Young tells Yerim that he is a kind young man because he was trying so hard to save 2 old guys like them. Young says that he did a great job, and they thank him for that. Yerim starts feeling embarrassed and says that it is nothing. The system notifies Yerim that an expert has favored him, and he is allowed to transmit the skills from him. The skill that he can transmit is called Wooden Architecture. Yerim uses the skill to transmit, and the magic circle appears again. The screen notifies Yerim that the skill has been transmitted successfully, and he can use mana to construct wooden structures or buildings. Park tells Yerim that he wants to ask him something. Park asks how he learns the heavenly demon martial art because he has never taught him that before. Yerim starts smiling and says that it is his skill. The stars are shining bright outside. Yerim takes them to the ground outside and says that he can show them here. Park whispers what he's going to show them. Jung asks Park if he is deaf already. Choi starts smoking and wonders if he is talking about the skill from a game. Yerim activates the skill of wooden architecture, and the ground starts shaking. Park wonders if it is an earthquake. A wooden structure starts coming out of the earth. It is a huge wooden pillar. Park is shocked to see that, and at the same time, another pillar comes out of the ground. Soon, the entire house starts to be surrounded by wooden pillars. Everyone is shocked to see that. Yerim even built a gate for the entrance. Jung asks what this is. Jung takes a closer look at the wooden structure, and he wonders what kind of wood this is. Jung thinks that he has never seen this kind of material before. Jung thinks that it is so firm that it is almost like a metal. Yerim asks what they think about his skill. Yerim says this is a skill called wooden architecture that he just transmitted from Elder Jung. Jung is confused by that and says that he has never taught or explained anything to him. Yerim says that it is because of the skill to transmit. Park thinks that it must be how he learned heavenly demon martial arts too. Park stares at Yerim and thinks that in the past, he had numerous disciples who continued the heavenly demon martial arts. But not one person has passed the introductory stage because the heavenly demon martial arts was something that only natural geniuses could learn. But by the time he was about to give everything up, his granddaughter Iseo, who was 5 years old, gave him hope. Iseo had a natural talent for martial arts. Park thinks that 18 years have passed, and with natural talent and harsh training, Iseo will become the next successor. But with the overwhelming destructive power that Yerim possesses, not only Iseo but even he, the current successor, cannot exert such power. Park thinks that Yerim is a genius who can save the world. The screen notifies Yerim that the mana is empty due to excessive use of skills. Yerim starts losing consciousness and thinks that he feels dizzy. Choi looks at Yerim and sees that he falls to the ground. Everyone starts running towards Yerim. The system notifies Yerim that he is entering forced rest mode for mana recovery as Yerim closes his eyes. After some time, Yerim opens his eyes and sits up. Yerim takes a look around and thinks that this is his room. The system notifies Yerim that his mana has recovered, and that by sleeping, more mana can recover. Yerim thinks that the skills aren't always helpful and convenient. If his mana reaches 0 while fighting against zombies, he will become instant delivery food. Choi brings a glass of water to his room and sees that Yerim is awake. Choi tells him that she is so worried about him. Yerim apologizes and says that he got dizzy after overusing his skill. Choi winks and says that she knew it. He made an entire tree grow from the ground, after all. Choi tells him to drink the water. Yerim starts smiling and thanks her. Choi tells Yerim that if he is fine, then he should come outside, and the food should be cooked by now. Yerim is surprised to hear that. They come outside and see that Park and Jung are cooking food. Some zombies arrive outside the wooden barrier, and they start knocking at the wooden structure. Yerim looks confused. Park looks at Yerim and says that their star is here. Yerim asks what this is. Park starts smiling and says that he brought some pork belly from the refrigerator just for him. Yerim asks if they are going to eat out here because there are zombies outside. Jung tells Yerim to sit because there's no need to worry. Jung says that wood is even harder than steel, let alone zombies, and even if someone hits it with a car, it'll still be intact. Jung says that he lived his whole life seeing intangible cultural property, but he has never seen such a perfect barricade before. Jung tells him that it is quite strong. Yerim sits down and says that is such a relief, but in this type of situation, barbecue is a little bit extreme. At the same time, Choi opens a can of beer and says it is exactly because they are in this kind of situation that they need to enjoy life more. Choi says that she can't believe that it is a national disaster, and they are grilling and cooking meat. Park says that it feels so great. Yerim looks at them and thinks that it is definitely different from his 99 nightmares. Inside the nightmares, the zombie-infested world, every day became hell itself. Yerim looks at everyone smiling and thinks that right now, it feels like a healing camp. Meanwhile, the army is busy fighting the zombies. A soldier shouts to open fire and don't stop. Everyone starts firing bullets at the zombies. The captain says this is a red squirrel, and he tells Toad to reply. Toad replies that the first line of defense is about to be broken, please send emergency support. A huge wave of zombies moves at high speed. Their number is at least 1,000 or even more, and their target is the artisan village. Numerous zombies start attacking the village, and a huge monster is accompanying them. It also has a large red stone on its head. In the morning, Yerim is sleeping on the couch. Yerim opens his eyes and sees that the system notified him that he had cleared a hidden quest and had rescued 3 professors by the first night of the incident. As a reward, the skill of analysis has been given. Now, he can use mana to get information about a target. Yerim starts smiling and thinks that it is a new skill. Yerim notices a voice from outside and sees that Park and Young are doing exercises. Yerim arrives outside and thinks that he should test the new skill now. Yerim activates the skill of analyzing. Yerim looks at Young, and an analysis window pops up. Young is 78 years old, an unrated human, and he's a great wood carpenter. Yerim looks at Park, and another analysis window pops up. Park is a 73-year-old unrated human, and he can use Josian's heavenly demon martial arts. Yerim looks at Choi's analysis window. She is 34 years old, an unrated human, and she's a psychiatrist. Yerim wonders what it means by an unrated human. Yerim thinks that wooden architecture, compared to Josian's heavenly demon martial art, is a bit disappointing. Yerim starts analyzing the TV and sofa and thinks that even items are rated. Yerim brings out the red crystal, and the system notifies Yerim that it is a red gemstone and a growth catalyst. It increases the target's rating when used. Yerim thinks that this could be used for item 2. Yerim is looking at the red gemstone closely. Choi arrives there and asks why he's looking at the treasure like that. Yerim says that he got it from town, and he thinks that it's some kind of catalyst item. Choi asks if that is a game item. Yerim says it's similar. It's kind of like an experience potion. Whether it's a person or an item, if one has this, one can strengthen it. Choi asks why he's just staring at it without using it. Yerim says that he is thinking about where to use it. Yerim thinks that he needs to find out what is most advantageous. Yerim stands up and tells Choi that he is going out for a walk. Choi is surprised to hear that, and she starts yelling at Yerim. Choi says that it hasn't been long since he fainted, and he's already going out. Yerim grabs his chain and helmet and says that there is something he needs to confirm. Yerim starts riding the bike. On the other hand, zombies roam around the village. Some zombies hear the noise of a bike. Yerim arrives there on his bike, and they start running towards him. Yerim thinks that it is so annoying. Yerim grabs his chain and starts hitting the zombies with it. Yerim thinks that the real crisis in the village is yet to begin. Yerim remembers the monsters from his nightmares. Yerim takes off the helmet and thinks that this time, it will be different. There's a huge blast in the forest. Yerim thinks that they are already here. Yerim gets off his bike and starts putting chains on his arms. Yerim says that he needs to get there first. There are numerous zombies lurking in the woods. Yerim thinks that it will not be easy. The zombies start running towards Yerim. Yerim starts killing them with his punches. The army soldiers are also there with their tanks, and they have blocked the road. The captain thinks that a new entity that broke down the first blockade, if he is captured alive, would get a special promotion. The captain tells his soldiers that the black monster must be captured alive. They reply with yes, sir. A soldier shouts that zombies have appeared all over the place. The captain tells them to launch the attack, strike them down with ammunition, and show them the burning taste of lead. The soldiers start shooting at the zombies. The captain says that they can do nothing against their tanks. The captain looks above and sees that a monster is in the sky. The monster jumps on the tank and starts screaming. The soldier starts shooting at the monster, but it has no effect on him. The soldier says hurry and aim the main gun at the monster. The monster rushes towards the tanks and starts destroying them. A soldier says that they must protect the second blockade and risk their lives to defend it. Suddenly, the soldier's head gets torn apart. The other soldiers look ahead and see numerous giant zombies. The soldier starts screaming, and at the same time, some other monsters show up with their long tongues. The soldier starts crying and asks someone to save him. On the other hand, Yerim is busy fighting the zombies in the forest. Yerim arrives at the road blockage and sees that the soldiers are killed and their tanks are destroyed. Yerim thinks that it is already at the second blockade and it is too fast. Yerim thinks that a difference started to appear between his nightmare experience and reality. The number of variants increased to 10 instead of 5, and more importantly, that thing is already here. Yerim looks at the monster and sees that it starts eating the tank. There's a huge blast, but Yerim sees that the monster is still unharmed. Yerim activates the skill analysis and says that he is done resting for today. Yerim starts riding his bike again and thinks that their number is about 500 or more. The Josian Reignor is strong, but it consumes too much mana. Yerim thinks that he has no choice but to use that. Yerim thinks that every summer, the artisan village holds a firework festival for tourists. The festival was to be held tonight. Yerim arrives near a boat and thinks that there should be some left. Yerim jumps inside the boat and starts looking for something. After a while, Yerim finds the fireworks and thinks that they are in perfect shape. Yerim picks up the remote control and thinks that he can use it right away with just a little touch. Yerim thinks that he didn't know he would be using it this early. At night, Yerim returns to the village and he starts spraying on himself. Yerim thinks that this should be enough preparation for his smell. Yerim brings out the red crystal and thinks that the only thing left is the magic stone. Yerim grabs his chain and activates his analysis skills. The analysis window notifies him that it is an old chain and an unrated item. Yerim thinks that in order to deal with a large horde, it's better to strengthen his weapon. Yerim wonders how he should use this stone. Yerim brings the stone near the chain, and the system notifies him that it's an item that can be strengthened. The system asks if he wants to strengthen the item. Yerim clicks on yes, and the chains start glowing. The system notifies that strengthening is a success. The analysis window pops up and says that it is an intact chain and an F-rated item. Its mana conductivity is 15%, and the weapon's special ability is separation. Yerim picks up the chain, and he's surprised to see that it is brand new. Yerim grabs it tightly, and it starts glowing. Yerim thinks that the mana is injected into the chain and that the weapon's special ability is separation. The chain separates on its own and starts wrapping around Yerim's arms. Yerim starts smiling and says that the magic stone is great. Yerim hears a scream and thinks that the monster is here. The monster arrives there with numerous zombies. They start running around in the streets. Yerim thinks that he should try it out. Yerim is sitting on the building, looking at the monsters below. Yerim brings out the remote control and says that it is fireworks time. Yerim presses the button, and the fireworks start. The zombies are distracted by the fireworks. Yerim jumps down from the building and starts choking a giant zombie using his chains. Yerim uses his power to behead the giant zombie. The giant zombie falls to the ground, and other monsters start attacking Yerim with their tongues. Yerim activates the skill of wooden construction and blocks the attack with pillars. Yerim swings his chain and kills the monsters. There are 3 red stones on the ground. Yerim picks them up and starts strengthening the chain again. Yerim starts smiling, and the chain starts glowing red. Yerim starts smiling, and he tells the monsters that he will kill them all. Yerim starts swinging his chain, and the monsters start running towards him. The large monster notices the fireworks in the sky, and it starts attacking the boat. The monster notices something strange on the ground, and it jumps into the air. The monster jumps back into the village and sees that there's a bloodbath everywhere. Yerim is killing all the zombies. Yerim starts smiling to see the monster. Yerim tells the monster that it came just in time. The monster starts screaming. Yerim uses the red stone to strengthen the iron chains, and the system notifies him that it has reached the strengthening limit. The system notifies Yerim if he wants to strengthen the chain. Yerim starts smiling, and the system notifies that strengthening is a success, intact chain F and chain of flames E, and the special ability of the added weapon is fireworks. Yerim punches his chains, and the chains start burning. Yerim starts smiling and says that the festival has just begun. There's a big house in the woods. A man is sitting casually in his chair, reading a book, and there's a squirrel on his lap. His name is Sebastian Kim. He's 65 years old, and he is a professor of ethology. A crow brings a message to Kim. Kim starts smiling and says Mong Mong came with a message. Kim grabs the message and says well done. Kim starts reading the piece of paper, and it says the village is swamped with zombies right now, and they're wreaking havoc there. He must be careful, too. Stay alive, and let's meet again. Kim starts smiling and says that he is still alive, which is a relief. Kim wonders if the members of the conservationist community are safe. Kim looks at the fireworks outside and wonders if the zombies are messing around with the fireworks. Kim looks at the squirrel, Haniel, and asks what it is. Haniel is pointing outside. Kim asks if Haniel is telling him to go to that hell. Kim looks at the fireworks again and says it is just like the other day when Haniel jumped from the tree and warned him of the danger. Otherwise, he would have died on the first day of the incident. Kim thinks that if it weren't for Haniel, then he wouldn't be here right now. Kim decides to trust Haniel's instinct again and leaves the house. In the village, the monster attacks Yerim. He quickly moves to the side and punches the monster. The monster starts burning. It is about to attack Yerim again. Yerim thinks that he knows that pattern. It's the poisonous spider web. The monster attacks using a poisonous web. Yerim thinks that it must be because of his analysis skills that he somehow understands how to use the new weapon. The chains are burning, and the system notifies Yerim that mana injection has reached the limit, releasing the fireworks power. Yerim starts smiling and attacks using a flame fist. A powerful fire starts burning the poisonous web. Yerim thinks that since ancient times, the power of fire has burned everything, and has been a natural enemy of poison. The fire reaches the monster. Yerim starts smiling and says that the monster has no idea who it is messing with. The monster catches fire, and it starts screaming in pain. Yerim thinks that he will make sure to kill it. The monster screams, and the other zombies start reacting to the call. They start surrounding Yerim, and Yerim asks if they want to fight back. Yerim merges the chains again and starts swinging them. Yerim says that he will play along. The zombies start running towards Yerim. Yerim swings the chain and starts killing zombies. The monster jumps towards Yerim, and Yerim also jumps in the air. Yerim throws the chain towards the monster and grabs the monster's legs using his chain. Yerim starts burning the chain and says that the monster is nothing to him. Yerim cuts the monster's legs, and the monster starts screaming and falls to the ground. The monster starts burning in fire, and all the zombies die. Kim reaches into the village and says that it is weird that he hasn't seen any zombies even though they are in the village. Kim hears a loud blast and says that there's something going on for sure. Kim thinks that no matter how he looks at it, only explosions would make a sound like that. Kim starts running towards the explosion and wonders if it's the military. Kim arrives at the scene, and he's shocked to see someone standing on the monster. Kim asks if he is the soldier. Yerim turns around with the red stones in his hand and says that it is Professor Kim. Kim is shocked to see Yerim and asks if it is his doing. Yerim says that is why he's still alive because he has been fighting all the zombies here. Yerim asks why he's here. Kim takes a look around and asks if he killed all the zombies here and that giant monster over there. Hanuel starts pointing at something. Kim looks up and asks what is wrong. Kim is shocked to see something. Yerim also looks up and sees that something huge is falling down from the sky. Yerim starts running towards the bike, and he tells Kim to hurry. They start riding the bike, and a huge boulder comes towards the village. Yerim thinks that he has never seen anything like that, not even in his dreams. The boulder strikes the village, and there is a huge blast. The bike hits the pole, and Yerim falls to the ground. A strange substance is spread out in the street. The zombies are stuck in the substance. Yerim starts swinging his chain and activates the analysis. Yerim looks at the zombies, and the system notifies him that they are resilient. Yerim thinks that he has never seen these guys in his dreams. Yerim attacks with the chain, but it has no effect. Yerim thinks that physical attacks don't work and that they are resistant to fire. Yerim attacks another zombie and cuts the arm, but it starts regenerating. Yerim thinks that even if he blows the parts besides the purple ones, they'll just regenerate. Still, it's a relief that they can't cross the purple area. Kim grabs his head and says that it hurts. Yerim thinks that he already has the magic stones, so he should back off for now. Yerim picks Kim up and says that the situation is a bit serious. They should go to his house for now. They start leaving, and after a while, they arrive outside the wooden structure. Kim asks if he made this barricade. Yerim says that he did, and it is quite nice. Kim gives him a thumbs up and says that it is impressive. Yerim looks at the door and sees that the durability is at 9. Yerim wonders if the durability is decreased. Yerim knocks and thinks that it is still as hard as ever. The elder asks if it is Yerim, and Yerim says yes. Jung opens the door and says that he is safe. Yerim asks why they are still awake. Jung tells him that ever since the fireworks lit up and a strange green meteor fell down, they haven't been able to sleep. Jung looks at Kim and asks if he is Suchin. Kim says no, his name is Kim. Jung starts smiling and says that he is still alive. Yerim tells them to save the greetings for later because he has something to tell them about the green meteor that fell earlier. They went inside the house, and they sat on the carpet. Choi says the village has turned into a horrible place. Jung says that he is worried about the survivors. He's sure that the food is running out, and that not many will survive from now on. Kim says that there's a solution for that. Park shouts at him to speak in Korean. Kim asks if they remember his crows. Park says that his crows are very smart. If they hang some food on their feet and deliver it, that'll be enough for survivors to get by. Kim says the only problem is that they are still at his house, and it is probably already surrounded by zombies by now. Yerim thinks that if they save those crows, it will reduce the time needed to rescue the rest of the artisan village experts. Jung says that all they need to do is figure out a way to save them. Yerim thinks that if he tries to break through the village, then he will be lucky if he doesn't die on his way there. Yerim thinks that he needs to figure out a new way to deal with the problem. But there are only 4 magic stones left after he uses them to strengthen his weapon. Yerim thinks that he doesn't know how many magic stones it will take to awaken one expert's specialty. Yerim tells everyone that he will need their help. Yerim takes everyone outside and hands them the magic stones. A system window appears in front of Park, and he asks if he is the only one who can see these words. Kim says that it is unbelievable that he can see them, too, and Jung and Choi tell him that they can see it, too. Yerim says, as he said before, using these stones, one can awaken and use special abilities, just like him. Kim says they look very valuable and asks if it is okay for them to have them. Yerim says of course and tells them to hurry up and use them. Everyone looks at their stone, and the stones start shining brightly. The system notifies Park that his innate skill of Joseon Heavenly Demon Martial Arts has been generated. Park says that he can feel something, and he wonders if this is the mana that Yerim mentioned. Park feels a flow of energy, and he rips his bandages. Park punches the ground and says that he is overflowing with energy. Park says that it is good to be alive, and at the same time, Park feels a sharp pain in the backbone. Yerim asks if he is okay. Park says that stone can't stop his disc problem. Yerim looks at Young and sees that he is using his ability to build a small house. Young thinks that it is good to have a convenient ability. Young starts playing with his ability and says that it is very interesting. Yerim wonders if that is possible. Yerim looks at Choi and calls her. Choi asks if he called her and says that it is interesting to be able to see everyone's emotions. Choi can see Park's emotions. Park does not feel any happiness, anger, or fear, but he feels sadness and embarrassment. Choi looks at Yerim and sees that he's feeling a little happy and embarrassed. Choi tells Yerim that he must be tired. She touches his face and activates the skill of mental care. Yerim starts feeling happy, and embarrassment decreases. Yerim tells Choi that he feels more comfortable now. Choi says that her skill is very interesting. Yerim thinks that the skills of the artisan village experts don't have a rank. They are innate skills. Yerim wonders if there are differences. At the same time, Kim shouts Eureka. Kim tells Yerim that he found the answer. Kim points towards the sky and says that if they can't go by land because of the monsters, then they can just go through the sky. Yerim looks up and asks if he just said sky. In the morning, Young is busy fortifying and improving the wooden structure. Young grows a tree on top of the wooden barrier and says that the basic construction is all done. Young is startled to see Park and Yerim practicing on the wall. Yerim thinks that the footwork is very hard. Park starts smiling and says that they should play. Park uses Joseon's Heavenly Demon Martial Arts in the second form and attacks using Fierce Tiger Chaos Dance. Yerim takes full force in the attack and thinks that if it continues like that, then he will fall. Park starts smiling and says take this as well. Yerim thinks that the attacks are getting faster. Park says that he put his heart into that one strike. Yerim thinks that he needs to concentrate on his feet, so he rushes to attack Park. Park dodges the punch and jumps backward. Yerim rushes towards Park and attacks using a kick. Park thinks that he is jumping and attacking him at the same time. Park thinks that Yerim is a genius. Park grabs his leg and starts laughing. Park tells Yerim that this is how his disciple should be. At the same time, Kim calls Yerim, and he's flying with Hanyul. Kim lands on the ground and says the time has come. Yerim thinks that in the past 2 days, a lot of things happened. He learned the Joseon Heavenly Demon Martial Arts from Elder Park. He even learned a new skill in animal communication from Professor Kim. Yerim communicated with Hanyul and gained a special ability, Wing Suit. Yerim eats a protein bar and tells Kim that they should get going. In the village, the situation is still the same. Yerim tells Kim that they should move according to what they have practiced. Kim says okay, and Yerim activates the skill of wooden construction, and a huge wall appears out of the ground. Yerim says that the height of the structure has reached the limit. It's worth the mana consumed. The wall is so huge that they can see the village from it. Kim says that he can see his house, and Yerim tells him that they should go. Kim and Yerim jump, and they activate the skill wingsuit. They both start flying. Yerim looks below at the village and thinks that the land has been occupied, but it is a relief that the buildings are not occupied. Kim tells Yerim to look at that. Yerim sees that zombies are not eating the bodies, but they are throwing the bodies towards something. Yerim wonders what they are doing. The strange purple substance starts absorbing the bodies and merging into the giant dead zombie. Yerim thinks that this is insane. The giant dead zombie starts moving, and it gets up, and the head also starts regenerating. Yerim thinks that dealing with the normal zombies is hard already, and now we have to deal with the eroded ones. Yerim remembers that large monster he fought and wonders if the stalker will regenerate, too. Yerim thinks that he should focus on his goal for now. The purple substance has spread out to Kim's house. Kim and Yerim land on the balcony, and Kim is happy to see his crows. The crows start flying towards Kim, and Kim generates large black wings. Yerim is surprised to see that. Kim starts smiling, and he tells Yerim that it is his new power. Kim starts flying, and he tells Yerim that they should go back home. Yerim says that it is not good to fly alone. Yerim jumps and starts flying, too. The zombies notice them in the sky, and they start shooting the sticky substance from their hands. Yerim and Kim are shocked to see that, and they start avoiding the attack. Yerim thinks that if they continue like this, they will both fall. Yerim also starts attacking with his chains. Kim is shocked to see that Yerim is falling down. Yerim tells Kim to go ahead and says that he will catch up after distracting them. Yerim starts falling, and he activates the fireworks. Yerim starts cutting the zombies with his burning chain, and he thinks that he should play for a bit. Yerim lands on the ground and starts attacking zombies. The zombies get blown away. Yerim looks back and sees that the giant zombie is running towards Yerim, holding a large hammer in its hand. The giant zombie attacks with a hammer. Yerim jumps in the air and uses the chains to attack. The attack has no effect on the giant zombie. The other zombies start getting back up. Yerim looks around, and he flies to the nearest building. The giant zombie reshapes the arm into a weapon. It grabs the zombie, puts it into the arm, and shoots at Yerim. Yerim jumps in the air to avoid the attack, and the building is destroyed. Yerim thinks that this is crazy, and he wonders how he is supposed to deal with it. The other zombies notice the huge blast. Yerim thinks that he needs to escape and rest, but he needs to get rid of them first. After some time, Yerim hides in the building and rests. Yerim looks outside the window and thinks that he barely managed to get away. Yerim looks outside and notices that it's the only land that is undisturbed. Yerim wonders if there is something special about it. Yerim thinks that he will find out himself. Yerim arrives outside the house and thinks that he can hear a faint sound. Yerim wonders if this land is not affected due to that sound. Yerim looks at the roof and sees that a person is shaking in fear. Yerim activates the skill of mental care and asks if they can talk for a bit. The man asks if he has any food. Yerim shows him a bar of protein and he opens the door. After a while, they sit in the room with a beautiful piano. The man says that his name is Ryu Dongtak, and he's a professor of acoustic. Yerim tells him his name and says that he keeps hearing strange sounds. Ryu says that it is a sound that humans can't hear. Yerim asks what is that. Ryu tells him that it is a low-frequency sound that he installed himself, and that's the reason why it's clean around here. Ryu tells Yerim that if he wants, then he can give him the file. Yerim thinks that if he can use that sound, then that would be great. Meanwhile, Kim arrives back at the house, and Park asks where Yerim is. Kim says that he tried to save him, but he fell into the village. Park starts shouting and asks what is the use of those wings. Kim tells him to stop and says that zombies could stretch to the sky. Young arrives there with Choi and asks what happened. Park tells Young that Yerim fell into that hell-like place alone. Park stretches his muscles and says that he should go at times like this. Young asks if he has lost his mind and says that he just admitted that it is hell. Park is furious and says that he will smash the corpses with his fists. Choi tells Park that he will probably win if there were one or two, but in a drawn-out battle, he will die. Young says that Choi is right. There are too many of them, and even worse, he has a disc problem. Park asks what he suggests. Young asks if he thinks that Yerim will die so easily like that. Choi says that at times like these, they should keep a cool head for now. Choi asks Kim if it's possible to deliver supplies using crows. Kim says that the animals will not get attacked, so it is possible. Young says that they should start with the supplies and surveillance first. Choi says that Park is also right. They need a strong combatant, and that task should be given to a dependable person. Kim asks if there's someone suitable for that. Park says yes, his granddaughter Iseo. She definitely survives, and she might have awakened by now. Park says that he can guarantee her skill and trust. Choi says that if it's her granddaughter, then, of course, she will be dependable. Choi asks if he knows where to find her. Park says that she is at Heavenly Joseon Martial Arts Dojo in Namsan, Chuncheon. Kim is shocked to hear that and asks if it is the same dojo that always appears on TV. Meanwhile, Iseo is busy training at the dojo in Namsan town. Kim calls Mong and tells the crow to go find the girl in this picture. The crow looks at the picture, and Kim tells the other crows to help, too. The crow starts flying, and they are carrying food and letters. Ryu asks Yerim if his companions are going to send them food supplies. Yerim points at the sky and says they just arrived at the right time. The crows are flying towards them. They drop the map and some chocolates on the ground. Ryu is surprised to see that and says that he is telling the truth. Yerim asks if he believes him now. Ryu says that he has a great hideout and companions, so he believes him now. Ryu says that it might sound shameful, but can he accept him, too? Yerim welcomes Ryu to their group of survivors. The system notifies Yerim that the expert's favorability has exceeded a certain limit, and skill can be transmitted. Yerim activates the skill of transmission, and the magic circle appears. Yerim acquires the skill and says that they can easily escape from here. The system notifies Yerim that acoustic skills have been acquired. By using mana, he will be able to insert sound into things. Yerim wonders if the chain is also included in that category. Yerim activates the skill acoustic and hits the chain to the ground. The ground is destroyed. Yerim thinks that it is an amazing skill. Ryu asks if he made the chain vibrate to create that sound. Yerim says yes, it is a skill that he got from him. Ryu says that he is going to use sound in an interesting way. It's quite simple but strong. Yerim says that there will be no problem escaping thanks to this. Yerim notices a cat under the car. The cat is scared and weak. Ryu says that it's so skinny that it probably has been starving for days. Ryu runs inside and brings some cat food. Ryu places the food in front of the cat and tells it to eat a lot. The cat happily starts eating the food, and Yerim pets the cat on the head. Yerim activates the skill of animal communication, and the system notifies Yerim that he has sympathized with the stray cat, Terry, and now he will be given a special ability. The special ability changes from wingsuit to agile movement. Yerim activates the ability and disappears. Ryu thinks that he was just here a moment ago. Yerim appears from behind and says that he is here. Ryu is scared to hear that and asks if this is also his ability. Yerim says yes, and it's also a good one. Yerim tells Ryu that they should get going. Ryu tells him to wait and says that if they stand on that land, those monsters will chase after them. Ryu tells Yerim that going together might be burdensome. Ryu asks if he can just give him the supplies and rescue him later. Yerim thinks that it's quite safe here. It's better to do what he said. Yerim agrees to his demand, and Ryu says that he feels bad because they must not have that many supplies. Yerim tells him that he has enough resources to support him. Yerim thinks that because of his anxiety about his nightmares, he bought plenty of survival necessities. Ryu starts smiling and says that he is counting on him. Yerim takes his leave and activates his agile movement skills. Yerim thinks that thanks to agile movement, the purple land doesn't react. Yerim thinks that he should try the new ability in earnest. Yerim arrives back in the village and thinks that he has been avoiding them so far, but from now on, it will be different. Yerim grabs the chain and starts attacking with his acoustic skill. The chain hits the head of a zombie, and the head gets blown away. The other zombies start running towards Yerim, but he easily kills them. Yerim thinks that his attacks didn't work before, but they are totally different now. The red stones start coming out of the zombies. Yerim is surprised to see that. At the same time, huge tentacles appear from behind, and they start attacking Yerim. Yerim uses his chain to strike them, and the tentacles are cut in half. Strange liquid starts coming out of the tentacles. Some more zombies arrive at the scene, and Yerim jumps to the nearest building. Yerim thinks that they are a walking treasure chest. Yerim has a grin on his face. Yerim activates the acoustic skill and starts killing the zombies. Yerim says thanks for the meal. The zombies start running towards Yerim. After some time, Yerim cuts the tentacles and says that no more are coming out, so it is almost over. Yerim looks down and wonders how many magic stones are there. He says this is a jackpot. The window notifies Yerim that the hidden quest has been cleared, the first person to successfully hunt 10 infected zombies. The reward is 10 kg of inventory. A pouch appears in front of Yerim. The system notifies him that the item, the complete orange magic stone, has been moved into the inventory. Yerim wonders if this small thing is an inventory. The pouch falls to the ground, and a red magic stone comes out. The pouch starts collecting the magic stones on its own. Yerim starts smiling to see that and says that it even knows how to farm. It is so convenient. At the same time, Yerim hears a scream. Yerim looks around and says that this heavy vibe means that the monster is here. Yerim called the inventory and said that it was time to use this. Orange magic stone comes out of the inventory. The system notifies Yerim that it is a magic stone with powerful force, and one can raise the level of one's weapon to the next level. The system asks if he would like to strengthen the chain of flames with the incomplete orange magic stone. Yerim says strengthen, and the chain of flames gets transformed into a chain of blue flame. The giant zombie shoots again at Yerim, but Yerim activates the blue flame dragon and rushes to attack the giant zombie. The blue flame dragon eats the attack and strikes the giant zombie with full force. The chain strikes the giant zombie on its arms and cuts them. A lot of purple substance starts coming out of the giant's arm. Yerim starts dodging the purple substance, and it hits the car behind him. Yerim sees that the car starts melting and thinks that this liquid is dangerous. The giant zombie starts walking towards Yerim. Yerim asks if it is done with the riot. The zombie starts screaming again, and Yerim thinks that the purple land is gathering towards him. The purple land is concentrated under the feet of the zombie, and the arms start regenerating again. It turns the arms into blades and starts screaming at Yerim. The zombie jumps towards Yerim, and Yerim thinks that it has become faster. Yerim blocks the attack with his chain and jumps in the air to avoid the attack. Yerim thinks that it is strong, but the reward will be worth it. Yerim lands on the ground and starts swinging his chain. The monster jumps towards Yerim again, and they start fighting. A person is looking at their fight from the nearest building. He starts smiling and asks just how many magic stones he has to deal with that thing. A soldier asks the man in the suit if he is targeting him. The man in the suit asks if he is scared. The soldier says that they will become his prey, so they should take him as an ally. The man tells the soldier to think about it. That's all the more reason to kill him. He says that Yerim seems strong, and once he becomes their ally and betrays and beats them, it's the end of them. He starts licking his lips and says even helpless old men spit magic stones. He asks just how many magic stones will come out from a guy who's awakened like him. The man in the suit looks back and sees that there's smoke everywhere. The smoke clears, and he sees that Yerim has defeated the monster, and there's a magic stone near the head of the monster. The man asks if there is another type of magic stone besides the red one. He tells his friends that this time, the reward of their hunt will be big. Yerim puts the magic stone in the pouch, and the system notifies him that the agile movement has been deactivated, and he has hunted the world's first mutant zombie. The system notifies Yerim that it is an amazing achievement. A reward will be given for area proclamation. With area proclamation, he can proclaim his own area of residence. Allies within the area will receive special effects. He can proclaim one area right now. Yerim starts smiling and thinks that he needs to check this skill once he gets back. The man in the suit arrives there with his friends and says that it is a pity that they are a bit late. Yerim is surprised to see them, and he thinks that this man is Park Hyun-sung, the slaughterer. Yerim wonders what he is doing here. Yerim wonders if Hyun-sung got stuck in the village due to a meteorite. Yerim thinks that Hyun-sung is a healthy young businessman and a charity angel. But his true nature is different. He's a psychopathic killer who enjoys the death of people. Yerim thinks that he knows about him because he saw him revealing his true nature in his nightmare. In Yerim's nightmare, Hyun-sung said they would start the execution of the lowly garbage who rejected the utopian society. His underlings start shouting at him to kill the people hanging with ropes. One person tells them that they are crazy murderers, and another one says that he will donate his wealth according to the rules. Hyun-sung grabs the knife and says that they should have followed the rules earlier. The person spits on Hyun-sung and tells him to go to hell. Hyun-sung starts smiling, and he clears the spit from his face and says if there's hell, then they should go there sooner. Hyun-sung orders his subordinates to kill them all and says that the rules are the order of the new era. Yerim thinks that he is a serial killer who lives by hiding his true nature. Yerim thinks that he's the number one on the list to be dealt with before he starts to settle in. Yerim starts smiling and thinks that he is lucky to meet them here. Yerim thinks that he should start with their information first. Yerim activates the skill of analysis and looks at them. The man in the suit is known as Park Hyun-sung, and he's 26 years old. He's a human magic stone eater, also known as the Slaughterer. The man in the soldier uniform is known as Kim Min-soo, and he's 25 years old, an ordinary human. The man holding the baseball bat is known as Seo Yi-woo, and he's 25 years old. He's a human magic stone eater and an ordinary human. Yerim is surprised to see that and wonders if they get magic stones by killing people. Hyun-sung raises his hands and says that they are here to help. Hyun-sung tells Yerim that they are awakened like him and they should join forces. Yerim asks what he means by that. Hyun-sung tells him that they use a mart as their base camp. It's full of supplies, and there are other people, too. Yerim asks if those people are awakened, too. Hyun-sung tells him that they are people from a Chinese restaurant, and they are not awakened. Hyun-sung tells Yerim that if he joins, then they will help him as much as he wants. At the same time, the ground starts shaking. Yi-woo asks if it is an earthquake. Yerim is shocked to see that the screen notifies him that an unknown character is watching him, and the pursuit has begun. Suddenly, the tentacles start coming out of the ground, and the zombies also arrive there. The tentacles start attacking everyone. Min-soo cuts the tentacle, and Yi-woo hits the tentacles with his bat. Yi-woo shouts that they should get out of here. Hyun-sung tells Yerim that they should go back to their base camp first. They will lead the way. Yerim starts swinging his chain and tells them to guide him. Yerim starts cutting the tentacles with his blue flame dragon chain. Hyun-sung starts smiling and thinks that he is no joke. Once he lets his guard down, then he will quietly get rid of him. Hyun-sung kills a zombie with his knife and tells Yerim to follow them. Yerim thinks that he should see how it goes. Thanks to the situation, he will be able to escape with less effort. Yerim blocks the tentacles and starts running after them. Yerim looks at Hyun-sung and thinks that he needs to die here. Hyun-sung kills a zombie with his knife and says that there's no end to them. Min-soo shouts that he can't pull out his spear and asks for help. Yerim tells him to get down and kills the zombie. Yerim calls Min-soo a fool and tells him to pull out his spear. Yerim single-handedly starts killing the zombies. Hyun-sung thinks that Yerim is so strong that they might get overwhelmed at this rate, and it is not a good sign. Hyun-sung activates the skill of fear, and the zombies are scared to see him. Hyun-sung quickly cuts them down. Minwoo and Yiwoo are happy to see that, and Yiwoo says it is as expected from a chosen awakener. Hyun-sung tells them that they should get going, and they start killing the zombies to get out of there. Yerim thinks that now he knows about Hyun-sung and his skills, and he kind of likes it. After some time, they arrive at the store. Yiwoo sits down and says that they almost got caught. Hyun-sung tells Yerim that they survived thanks to him, but they still haven't properly introduced themselves. Hyun-sung tells Yerim his name, and Yerim does the same. Yerim asks Hyun-sung about the person who runs the Chinese restaurant. Hyun-sung tells Yerim to please come this way. Yerim starts following them. Hyun-sung arrives outside the door and tells Yerim that he's a bit of a weirdo, so please don't be too surprised when you see him. Hyun-sung opens the door and there is a person tied inside. Yerim activates the skill of analysis and sees that his name is Sung Hammon, and he's a 30-year-old cook. Yerim thinks that he's not a human magic stone eater like these guys. It seems like he's just an ordinary human who got caught unluckily. Hyun-sung and the others bring out their weapons, and he tells Yerim that he isn't surprised. Yerim asks why he should be surprised. Hyun-sung wonders if Yerim is acting. Hyun-sung starts smiling and says that he is sorry because he thought Yerim would react differently. Yerim asks Hyun-sung why did he tie him up. Yerim says that he spared his life, so he must be useful. Yiwoo asks what he means by that. Yerim says it is such a waste since he's worth a magic stone. Hyun-sung starts laughing, and he tells Yerim that he sounds so open about murder. Yerim asks if it isn't fun. Hyun-sung starts laughing and says that it is such a small world and that he has finally met a like-minded fellow. Hyun-sung remembers his childhood and thinks that there is nothing more enjoyable than killing something. Hyun-sung thinks that no one understands him, not even his parents, so he acts while hiding his desires. Hyun-sung thinks that he has finally found a like-minded person. Hyun-sung tells Yerim that they plan to kill him here, but he can't do that to the few like-minded people who share the same thinking as him. Hyun-sung tells Yerim that they should join forces for the pleasant world to come. Yerim thinks that he took the bait. After all, since the nightmare, he has been told that they are like-minded every time. Yerim shakes his hand and says it's an honor to meet a like-minded person. Yerim activates the skill, and the system notifies him that the expert's favorability has exceeded a certain number of skills that can be transmitted. Yerim activates the skill of transmission, and the magic circle appears again. The system notifies him that skill acquisition is a success. The skill of fear can inflict fear on his target by using mana. Hyun-sung asks Yerim what kind of skill he has. Yerim tells him that his skill is known as agile movement. Hyun-sung thinks that, at that time, his movement and agility were due to his skill. Hyun-sung says that it is an amazing skill and asks about his chain of fire. Yerim shows him the chain and says that he can strengthen his weapon with magic stones. Yerim asks Hyun-sung what kind of skills Minsu and Yiwoo have. Hyun-sung tells Yerim that they don't have any skills. Yerim wonders if he is lying to him. Yerim thinks that if they had any skills, then they would have used them to fight against zombies. Yerim wonders if ordinary people will not get skills after awakening. Yiwoo tells Hyun-sung to look behind. There are monsters inside the store. Hyun-sung is shocked to see that they can move outside the purple land. Yerim thinks that if they came inside the building, they must have been looking for him. Minsu shouts that they are trapped, and Yiwoo says that they just keep coming. Hyun-sung asks Yerim if he will help them, and Yerim says of course. Hyun-sung tells Minsu and Yiwoo to clear the path like before, and he activates their fear skills. Hyun-sung cuts the monster's head, and Minsu and Yiwoo also start attacking. Yerim thinks that he has got everything he wants, and now he should slowly escape. They arrive outside, and they are shocked to see that there are numerous zombies and tentacles everywhere. Hyun-sung says that with him and Yerim, they can easily escape here. Yerim activates the skill of wooden construction and tells them to please fight hard for him as well. Hyun-sung is shocked to see that, and Yiwoo asks what this wall is. Hyun-sung stabs the wall and starts cursing Yerim. The monsters start running towards them. Minsu is surrounded by the monsters, and he tells Hyun-sung that there are too many of them. Yiwoo tells Hyun-sung to save them, please. Hyun-sung cuts the head of a monster and says that they are so useless. Hyun-sung thinks that they can at least help him stall for a while so he can escape. Hyun-sung cuts the tentacles and starts leaving. Minwoo and Yiwoo ask if he's leaving them behind. The monsters grab them, and Hyun-sung thinks that they are dead already. Hyun-sung cuts the tentacles and sees that the monsters are running towards him. Hyun-sung wonders if he is going to die. Hyun-sung activates the skill of fear and starts killing the monsters. Hyun-sung thinks that he can't die before taking revenge on Yerim. However, Hyun-sung is also caught by the monsters, and he thinks that he will stay alive no matter what. Hyun-sung rips out the mouth of the monster and starts eating it. Hyunsung thinks that he will live even if he has to give up his humanity. Yerim is standing on the other side of the wall and thinks that it's a double barrier, so it can buy him some time. Yerim goes inside the store and untied Hammon. Hammon starts screaming, and he tells Yerim to spare his life. Yerim activates the skill of mental care and asks what's this mana consumption. Yerim wonders if it is because the subject is in a state of extreme shock. Yerim asks if he is okay. Hammon tells him to run away because this place is a killer's nest. Hammon says there are more than 10 dead bodies inside these boxes. It's dangerous to stay here. Yerim tells him that he knows, and that's why he came here to save him. Hammon asks why he's trying to save him, and Yerim asks if he needs a reason to help others in need. Yerim gives him a red magic stone and tells him to take it if he wants to escape from there. Hammon looks at the stone and wonders if he's also a killer, just like those guys. Hammon thinks that he doesn't feel any horrible aura from this stone. Yerim tells him that he got this by killing a zombie. Hammon thinks that is why it looks so different. Hammon grabs the stone and thanks Yerim. The system notifies Hammon that he can awaken using the magic stone. Hammon grabs the stone firmly and thinks that he can feel some energy flowing through his body. Hammon wonders if this is what those guys called awakening. Yerim grabs his hand and asks if he gets a skill. Hammon says yes, it's an innate skill that allows him to create a dish. Hammon explains that when cooking using mana, the food will have a special effect. Yerim thinks that, as he thought, every person will get a skill during his awakening, except for ordinary people. Yerim thinks that he now knows how to utilize his transmission skills to the fullest. Yerim congratulates him on getting the skill, and Hammon asks for his name. Yerim tells him his name, and Hammon says that he will be in his care. Yerim says that before setting out, they need to make some preparations first. Yerim asks if they should pack some groceries. Hammon says that he understands and goes to pack the groceries. Yerim thinks that it will be hard to protect Hammon in his current state. Yerim brings out the stones from the inventory and thinks that it is time to use them. Yerim thinks that he doesn't know if it's because he used a lot of skills, but his mana is gradually dropping. Yerim wonders if there's any way to increase mana. The system notifies Yerim that he can enhance the transmission skill using orange magic stones and analysis using 20 red magic stones. Yerim thinks that it costs quite a lot of magic stones, but it's worth trying. Yerim grabs the orange magic stone and says strengthen, and light starts shining out of the magic stone. The system notifies Yerim that transmission skill has strengthened from F to E. He has strengthened his innate skill. His mana has greatly increased, and he can now increase the grade of the skills he obtained through the transmission skill. Yerim clenches his fist and says that this is great. Yerim also strengthened his analysis skills from rank F to E, and he can now predict the target's movements. Yerim smells something, and Hammon enters the room with a dish in his hand. He says that he made a dish out of the things he can't pack. Yerim starts smiling and says that he will try the dish. Yerim starts eating the food, and the system notifies him that the taste of jjajangmyeon, which the expert made, is amazing. When fully consumed, all stats will increase by 20% for 3 hours. Yerim thinks that it is delicious and finishes the food. Yerim tells Hammon that it feels like he can escape here right away. Hammon tells him that the entrance is blocked by wood. Yerim grabs the chain and says that they will use a different. Hammon asks if there's another path. Yerim strikes the chain on the ground and destroys it. There is a big hole in the ground. Yerim says that he just made one. They jump down in the tunnel, and Hammon says there's a drainage. At the same time, the ground starts shaking. The ground breaks, and something falls in the drainage. Yerim sees that it is a 3-headed monster. The monster starts cursing Yerim. Yerim wonders how did they find them. The monster looks terrifying and calls out Yerim. Yerim uses the skill of analysis and sees that its name is Slaughterer, and it is an infected awakened. Its special traits are a sword, 3 heads, and fear. The Slaughterer tells Yerim that he wants to kill him so badly. The Slaughterer starts licking the blade and says that this is so great. Yerim and Hammon start feeling fear, but Yerim quickly activates the skill of mental care and calms down. The Slaughterer asks Yerim how many skills he has. Yerim tells Hammon to get back to the mart. Yerim activates the detachment, acoustic, blue flame dragon, and agile movement. The Slaughterer rushes to attack Yerim, but Yerim activates prediction and dodges the attack. Yerim says that he is too slow and punches the Slaughterer. The Slaughterer gets blown away. The Slaughterer comes out of the rubble and starts healing. One of the heads says that Yerim is stronger than them. Hyunsung tells the head to shut up. The Slaughterer activates fear, and the system notifies Yerim that he is now seeing the perfect demonstration of the transmitted skill, fear. When the apprehension reaches 100%, then he can upgrade the skill. Yerim thinks that they are aiming to attack from behind. The Slaughterer rushes to attack from behind, But Yerim quickly turns around and dodges the attack. Yerim punches the slaughterer, and it gets blown away. The slaughterer gets up and says that he saw right through their attack. The other heads tell the captain that they should run. Hyunsung cuts both heads and tells them to die. The slaughterer starts eating both of the heads and transforms into a more dangerous form. The slaughterer says it feels magnificent and activates the skill of fear. The system notifies Yerim that he's seeing the perfect demonstration of the transmitted skill, and his apprehension is at 83%. The slaughterer rushes towards Yerim and starts attacking, but Yerim blocks all the attacks. The apprehension of the skill reaches 100%, and Yerim upgrades the skill from rank F to E. Yerim activates the skill of fear and starts punching the slaughterer again and again. The slaughterer thinks that Yerim is on a different level, so he falls to the ground and starts feeling fear for Yerim. Yerim grabs the slaughterer from the arm using his chain and cuts the arm off. The slaughterer quickly escapes the tunnel. Yerim thinks that was fast. There's a stone shining under the arm. Yerim picks up the stone and thinks that even his left arm is worth an orange magic stone. Yerim starts calling Hammond and says that he is done here. Hammond comes out of the boulder and asks what about the monster. Yerim says that he couldn't finish him off, but he definitely chased him out and said he would not come back for the time being. Hammond thinks that Hyunsung has turned into a monster, and Yerim still manages to defeat him. Hammond thinks that Yerim is awesome. Yerim tells Hammond that they should leave because they need to reach a certain destination. After some time, Yerim tells Hammond to wait here. Yerim comes out of the manhole and tells Hammond to come outside. Hammond asks why the ground looks fine in this area. Yerim tells him that it is all thanks to the ability of this house's owner. Yerim asks Ryu if he is there. Ryu comes running outside and asks if he is Yerim. Ryu looks at Hammond and says that he is perhaps the owner of the Chinese restaurant. Ryu asks how did he end up with Yerim. Hammond says that he saved him. Ryu starts smiling and says that it is such a small world and that Yerim saved him, too. Hammond is surprised to hear that Yerim saved Professor Ryu, too. Yerim says it is good to know he's an acquaintance of his. Yerim tells Ryu that he is being chased by zombies right now and asks if Hammond can stay with him for now. Ryu asks why they are chasing Yerim, and Yerim tells him that he killed many of them. Ryu winks and says a good job, and he tells Yerim that it is his pleasure to fulfill his request. Ryu tells Hammond that it is safe around here, so there's no need to worry. Hammond shakes his hand and thanks him. Hammond also thanks Yerim, and the system notifies Yerim that the expert's favorability has exceeded a certain limit. Skill can be transmitted through skills such as skill activation and transmission. The magic circle appears, and Yerim acquires a new cooking skill. With the help of this skill, he can produce dishes with special effects by cooking. Yerim wonders if cocktails are dishes too and asks Hammond if he packed some beverages too. Hammond asks if he wants some. They go inside the house, and Yerim starts mixing the drinks. Yerim shakes them, and the system notifies Yerim that the cocktail is done and that it can increase stamina by 10% for 10 minutes when consumed. Yerim wonders if this is possible. He starts smiling and thinks that this is great. Meanwhile, the slaughterer is busy killing the zombies in the village. It cuts off the head of the zombie and starts eating it. The slaughterer regenerates his arm and thinks that he will definitely kill Yerim. The slaughterer notices that zombies start bowing in front of someone. The slaughterer starts trembling with fear and wonders what is wrong with this immense power. The slaughterer also bows down and thinks that he can't resist her existence because she's far greater than the ones who took over this area. The slaughterer thinks that she's their ruler. She hits the ground, and a monster appears out of the ground and starts eating all the other zombies. The slaughterers think that they will dedicate their lives to their ruler. The monster looks like a giant brain, and an eye pops up on the head of the monster. The monster calls her the 24th General Master of the Joseon Heavenly Martial Arts Dojo, Park Iseo. Iseo thinks that has been the case ever since she was a kid. Every time she saw injustice, she just couldn't ignore it. When she was 5, she would always fight with Kim Chiolsu, the bully at her daycare. At around the age of 6, she brought peace by correcting the injustices of schools. Park asks Iseo what she will do if she obtains great power. Iseo tells him that she wants to protect everyone so they can experience joy. At the age of 7, she made her own lifelong belief. Iseo became the master of the martial arts dojo. Iseo told everyone that as the new master, let her promise them one thing. She will live more righteously than anyone else as a martial artist. At the age of 17, she started to spread her beliefs earnestly. Iseo saved someone from the bullies and brought him back to her dojo. Iseo told everyone that he was their youngest member and started his training. 1 year later, he became strong, and he defeated those same bullies and saved someone. Iseo was happy to see the person she saved save someone else. As the time passed, more and more people followed her. A world where many people smile. Those were really good times. Even when the world has turned into a living hell. Iseo asked her students if they remember why they learned martial arts. Everyone said to save others. Iseo told everyone that if anyone retreated, then he would die at her hands. They start fighting the zombies. After some time, Iseo gets tired, and a giant zombie attacks her, but her student gives his life to protect her. Iseo furiously kicked the zombie and asked her student why he did that. He said that he has been told to use martial arts to save others. Iseo told him to stop talking, but he told his master to please be safe. Iseo realized for the first time that they were protecting each other. They saved many people, but they also lost many lives. Iseo prayed for everyone, and she vowed to finish off those who were occupying the village by today. At the same time, a meteorite fell from the sky. Her students tried to protect her, but they all turned into zombies. They tell Iseo to please run away because they feel weird. Suddenly, the purple substance starts attaching itself to Iseo. Iseo fell to the ground, and she transformed into a monster. Iseo jumped to the nearest village. The monster tells Iseo to eat it and be perfect. Iseo starts absorbing the energy from the monster. Meanwhile, Yerim is busy fighting the zombies, and he wonders why they are stopping. Suddenly, the system notifies Yerim that Hyunsung has died. He's one of the people on the killer list, so the fierce skill will not be affected. All the zombies start melting, and Yerim wonders what is happening right now. The system notifies Yerim that an emergency quest has been activated to stop the Queen's perfect transformation. There is a time limit of 5 hours, and he should inflict more than 50% damage to the infected ground. Kim flies there to tell Yerim that they are in trouble. Kim tells Yerim that Iseo has turned into one of those monsters. Yerim asks if he is talking about Park's granddaughter. Yerim asks if Park knows about this. Kim says that he had already sent Mong to him, and he should have received the news by now. At the same time, Park comes running and asks where Iseo is. Kim points in that direction and says that she is in the middle of the Purple Land. Park starts running towards Iseo. Yerim tells Professor Kim to tell everyone else about this matter, and to tell them to wait since it's dangerous. Yerim starts running after Park, and he tells him to stop. Park is shocked to see something. Yerim asks what is that. There's a large monster with tentacles in front of them. Yerim activates the skill of analysis and sees that she's Iseo, and she's currently receiving energy from the tubes. Once fully hatched, she cannot return to human. Yerim tells Park that they need to cut those tubes to save her. Yerim brings out his chain and starts attacking the tubes. The system notifies him that the cocoon durability is at 99.5%. Yerim wonders why it is so hard. Park starts gathering energy and says that he can only do this once, so he needs to watch closely. Park jumps towards the tube and says if it is hard on the outside, then they just need to aim for the inside. Yerim starts analyzing Park and thinks that it is similar to the effects of acoustic. Park punches the tube with an attack called an internal approach. There is a huge blast, and the tube is blown to pieces. The system notifies Yerim that the durability of the cocoon is at 88.9%. Park tells Yerim that it'll be hard for him to learn it after just seeing it once, so he will show it to him again once he recovers. Yerim tells him that he can do it. Yerim activates detachment and activates acoustic. Yerim starts punching again and again. The system notifies him that the durability of the cocoon is at 74.3%. Park is surprised to see that Yerim can perform an internal approach after just seeing it once. Yerim looks at the burning chains and starts attacking the cocoon again. The system notifies Yerim that the durability is at 47.5%. The emergency quest has been completed, and as a reward, there's one chance of area proclamation. The cocoon falls to the ground, and Iseo comes out of it. The system notifies Yerim that the Queen's transformation has become very unstable. An emergency quest has been activated to subdue the Queen. Iseo opens her eyes, and she's furious at Yerim. The system notifies Yerim to run away right now. Yerim sees a prediction and tells Park to run quickly. Iseo starts attacking them. Yerim looks back and thinks that they are going to get caught at this rate. Yerim throws Park towards the woods and tells him to go ahead. Yerim activates agile movement, but he is afraid to notice Iseo behind him. Iseo rushes towards Yerim, but Yerim activates prediction and looks at her attack patterns. Yerim blocks the attack using his chains and activates fear, but the system notifies him that the opponent's rank is too high, and the fear effect has been nullified. Yerim activates blue flame dragon and acoustic. Yerim rushes to punch Iseo, but she's unharmed after the attack. Yerim thinks that this is insane. Iseo attacks, and Yerim gets blown away in the woods. Yerim smashes into the rock and falls to the ground. Iseo starts walking towards Yerim. Yerim activates wooden construction and captures Iseo. Yerim starts running away, but Iseo easily manages to destroy the wooden cage. Yerim starts running towards everyone and thinks that he can still win this. Iseo is about to kill Yerim, but he activates the skill, Area Proclamation. A large sphere appears in front of Yerim, and he jumps inside to save himself. The system notifies Yerim that an enhanced mode of Area Proclamation has been activated. Please choose the combatant. The smaller the number, the stronger the effect will be, and the selectable people for combatants are Shin Yerim, Choi Ne, Park Dalbong, Young Young-chun, and Sebastian Kim. Yerim thinks that he can't let Park fight Iseo. Yerim shouts that the only combatant is him. Yerim starts gathering the energy of others. Park thinks that it is such a great force. Yerim tells everyone to step back. Everyone starts leaving, and Iseo breaks the barrier. The fight is about to begin, and Yerim tells Iseo that it will be different than before. The system notifies Yerim that Joseon Reignor has been activated, and Wooden Construction has been activated. The level of comprehension of both skills is at an expert level, and the skill combination has been activated. There is a large wooden foot in the sky. Iseo is shocked to see that. Yerim attacks Iseo with the world's Reignor and crushes her under the foot. Iseo stops the foot and crushes it to pieces. Yerim starts flying towards Iseo and attacks using a large hand. Park thinks that it is impossible. Yerim attacks with Joseon's 8 provinces spirit. Iseo gets pushed into the ground and starts coughing. Yerim flies towards her and attacks using a fierce tiger chaos dance. Iseo blocks the attack using her tentacles. Yerim quickly activates the wooden construction and grabs her tentacles. Yerim appears from behind and attacks using a crusher punch. Iseo gets blown away, and Yerim wonders if his attack worked. Iseo appears from the woods, and she seems unharmed. Yerim activates the skill of analysis and sees that her current durability is at 88%. Yerim activates prediction and avoids a fatal attack. Yerim predicts that he will die if he gets hit by her attacks. Yerim starts dodging the attacks and thinks that this is martial arts. Iseo jumps in the air to kick Yerim, but he grabs her leg using his wooden skill. Yerim slams her to the ground and punches her again, but Iseo avoids the attack. Yerim predicts that she will stab him from behind and move to the side to avoid the attack. Iseo starts attacking Yerim, and he thinks that she's getting faster. They both strike at the same time and get hit by each other. They both land on their feet and rush to attack each other again. Choi asks Park if everything is going to be okay. Park thinks that he can't let it continue like this. At this rate, things might go wrong. Park thinks that with God-given martial arts skills, he became an arrogant martial artist. He was so crazy about martial arts that he lived only for himself, and that is why he knew nothing about embracing others. Park had a weak son who was nothing more than a disgrace to him. At the age of 20, his son left the house. Park thought that it would be better to forget and move on with his life. After some time, some men came asking about him, and they told Park about his son's death. At the funeral, a woman says it was a car accident. Such bad luck. She asks what to do with that poor little girl. Iseo looks at her grandpa with tears in her eyes, and she runs towards him. Park brought Iseo back with him to his home, and childcare came to him in the later years of his life. Park struggled a lot, but he was finally happy. Park asked Iseo what she would do once she obtained great power. Iseo told him that she would protect everyone so they could experience joy. Park pats her head and says that she is much better than him. Park realized that she had something even more precious than martial arts. Park thinks that despite the lack of care, this child has grown up to be more kind-hearted than anyone else. Park thinks that Iseo is his one and only irreplaceable treasure in this world. Young is concerned about Park. Park thinks that Joseon Heavenly Demon Martial Arts 8th form is the final form in which one can gain great power by releasing all the potential in their body in the life of exchange for a celestial body. Park thinks that he needs to save his granddaughter at all costs. Park tells Young that Iseo should come back to her senses and then tell her that this grandpa loves her so much. Park starts releasing an insane amount of energy, and he thinks that he will do anything for Iseo, even if it costs him his life. Park starts glowing blue and rushes to attack Iseo. Meanwhile, Yerim is busy blocking the attacks from Iseo, and he thinks that it is beyond his imagination. At this rate, he might die. Iseo is about to kill Yerim, but Park arrives there in time and kicks her back. Park tells Yerim to watch and learn the real Joseon Heavenly Demon martial arts. Park starts releasing an insane amount of energy. The system notifies Yerim that he is now witnessing, from an expert, the perfect demonstration. His current apprehension is 100%. The second gate of Joseon's Heavenly Demon martial arts has been released. Yerim wonders how did the old man get such strength. Park tells Yerim to leave this troublemaker to him, and he can rest. Iseo also starts releasing her energy and starts walking towards Park. Park says that she should at least have that much guts if she calls herself his granddaughter. Park says that he will now start the last battle of his life. Park rushes towards Iseo, and Iseo also rushes to attack Park. Iseo attacks Park, but he dodges the attack and punches her in the stomach. Iseo gets blown in the air, and she attacks Park using her tentacles. Park says that her resolve is weak. Park jumps in the air and says that she's too slow. Iseo tries to protect herself by using a shield. Park kicks her so hard that she falls to the ground. Park starts punching at Iseo and asks if she has forgotten everything. The shield breaks, and Iseo attacks Park. But Park grabs her arms and says that she forgot her principles and lost her way. Park smashes his head in the crystal and says that she will never win against him like that. There's a huge blast, and when the dust settles, Park is shocked to see that Iseo is still fine after taking so many attacks. Iseo brings out a monster from the ground. The monster is about to eat Park. Park starts running and says everything that block his way will get destroyed. Park jumps in the air and attacks the monster. The monster gets torn apart. Iseo also jumps in the air and kicks Park to the ground. Iseo starts attacking Park again and again. Yerim rushes from behind to punch Iseo, but she dodges the punch. Park kicks Iseo, but she dodges that too. Park and Yerim start attacking together, but Iseo punches Park and kicks Yerim. Yerim thinks that she's getting even faster. Yerim gets blown away, and he smashes into the wall. Kim says that even when those two fight her together, they are still no match for her. Young asks how powerful she is. Iseo starts walking towards Park. Park tries to punch her, but she grabs him by the throat and lifts him in the air. Iseo is about to kill Park, but he grabs her face, and Iseo starts crying. Iseo remembers Park, and she starts screaming. Park thinks that this is his last chance, and he will not let it go to waste. Park starts gathering his mana and attacks using Josian's Heavenly Demon Martial Arts 7th form. Park attacks with a Heavenly Demon Bursting World Fist and breaks the crystal on Iseo's chest. Park has cuts all over his body, and he tells Yerim to attack now. Yerim jumps towards Iseo and attacks using a Fierce Tiger Chaos Dance. The crystal breaks, and Iseo falls to the ground. The system notifies Yerim that the nucleus has been completely destroyed. The emergency quest has been completed, and the queen has been subdued. Yerim falls on his knees, and the system notifies him that he is in an exhausted state because of the excessive skill usage. The enhanced area proclamation has been deactivated. Park falls to the ground, and he is concerned about Park. Yerim wakes up, and he's covered in bandages. The system notifies Yerim that the reward for the emergency quest has been given, and a new special skill has been created. He can choose 2 skills and combine them as he desires. A temporary special skill is created after skill synthesis is activated. Yerim is surprised to see that. Choi enters the room and asks if he is awake. Yerim asks where he's because this is not his room. Choi tells him that it is their newly built ward number 2. Yerim asks what is that. Yerim takes a look outside the window and is surprised to see that the place looks like a small town. Choi tells Yerim that he has been asleep for a month. Yerim is shocked to hear that. Choi asks what he thinks the urine catheter is hanging there for. Yerim looks down and sees the tube. Choi tells him to wait here and that she will call the doctor. Yerim thinks that he has been asleep for a month and everything changed so much. After a while, the doctor enters the room and says that the leader is awake. Yerim asks about the leader. The doctor says that he heard from Choi that he had saved many people and that he was the leader who had built this place. The doctor says that he got injured badly in order to save this village. Yerim thinks that he is not completely wrong. The doctor starts healing Yerim using mana. Yerim asks if he is awakened. The doctor tells him that he received a magic stone from Choi, and he used it to awaken himself. The doctor says from now on, if he continues receiving this treatment for a week, then he will be able to walk just fine. Yerim thanked the doctor, and the doctor said that it was nothing compared to what the leader had done for them. The system notifies Yerim that the expert's favorability has exceeded a certain limit. Skill can be transferred. Yerim activates the skill of transmission, and the magic circle appears. Yerim acquired the skill of medicine, and now he can heal a target using mana. The system notifies Yerim that skill synthesis has been activated. Combining medicine and acoustics, temporary skill, and healing sound has been created. Yerim activates the special skill of healing sound and starts healing himself. The system notifies Yerim that his body is recovering rapidly. Yerim starts getting out of bed, but the doctor tells him that it is dangerous to walk. Yerim tells him that he is all good now. The doctor is confused to hear that and thinks that this is not possible. The doctor starts smiling and says if it is true, then their leader is incredible. The doctor bows and says the treatment is finished, so he will be going now. The doctor leaves, and Choi asks what was that ability. Yerim tells her that he has obtained a new skill. Yerim says it looks like things outside have changed a lot. Choi says that he should see it for himself. She will guide him. Everyone is working outside. They are happy to see Yerim. Everyone bows and thanks Yerim for saving them. Yerim asks Choi what she says about him. Choi says that she only told them that he's their savior and leader. Yerim asks if these people were rescued from town. Choi says yes, and the purple ground has disappeared. Thanks to that, they were able to save many experts. They also made some of them achieve awakening. Yerim says that it must have been hard obtaining the magic stones. Choi says Professor Kim found them while exploring the surroundings. There were traces of wiped out military units along with the magic stones in some places. Yerim asks what happened to Park and Iseo. Choi tells him that they are in Ward Number 1 and he should go and see for himself. They arrive outside Ward Number 1. They start walking inside the ward, and Yerim says it looks like a hospital. Yerim asks if they have electricity, too. Choi says yes, they retrieved some generators from the town. Choi opens the door, and the doctor examines Park and Iseo. Yerim asks the doctor if they are okay. The doctor says that his spine got injured severely. Fortunately, he overcame the crisis, but it will be difficult for him to walk again from now on. The Park is covered in bandages. Yerim asks about Iseo, and the doctor tells him that she's fine, but she can't seem to regain consciousness, most likely because her mind was severely affected. Choi tells Yerim to come with her. Choi grabs his hand and activates the skill of mental care, and she touches Iseo. They arrive inside her mind, and there is a black circle. Yerim asks what this place is. The system notifies Yerim that he has entered the mind world of Iseo, and he is now witnessing the perfect demonstration from an expert. Mental care grade has been upgraded to rank E. Choi tells Yerim that is Iseo's mind. Yerim activates the skill of analysis, and the system notifies him that it is Iseo's mind barrier. Powerful despair looms on the outer part. Choi says she tried to go inside, but she couldn't because it was too difficult. Yerim asks if it will solve the problem once he breaks that. Choi says the moment they break that, her mind will start to break down quickly. They have to rescue her mind before that happens. Yerim says that he will give it a try because he has an idea. The system notifies Yerim that skill synthesis has been activated, combining mental care and fear of temporary skill, and mental pressure has been created. Yerim activates the mental pressure and thinks that it is such a great power. Yerim touches the black circle and breaks it open. Choi asks how he managed to do that in one try. Yerim tells her that he will be back and jumps inside the circle. On the other hand, Iseo sees her dead student, and he says that he died because of her. Iseo punches the ghost and thinks that they just keep coming. More ghosts appear out of nowhere, and they ask if this is what they get from following her. Iseo starts kicking and punching the ghosts. At the same time, another ghost of Park appears and asks if she's planning to kill her grandpa twice. Iseo kicks the ghost, and the student's ghost appears again and asks how long she will continue to kill them. Iseo punches the ghost and thinks that this situation is repeating itself endlessly. Iseo thinks that it is driving her crazy. The ghost of Park appears again, and he tells Iseo to end this and come rest with him. Park tells her that she can never break free from here. At the same time, Yerim arrives there and attacks the ghost. Yerim tells Iseo that it has been 2 years. Iseo asks what he's doing here. Yerim thinks that she looks tired and wonders how long she has been locked up like this. Yerim tells her that he is here to help and that they should get out of there together. The ghosts ask where they are going. Yerim activates the skill of analysis, and the system notifies him that it is the trauma of Iseo, and until she overcomes it herself, it will keep on repeating. Yerim tells Iseo that it is not her fault and it would be an insult to them if she thinks that way. Yerim asks if her comrades look like that in her memories. Iseo remembers how her comrades died protecting her. Iseo thinks that perhaps her fear turned her precious comrades into monsters. Yerim activates the skill of mental care, and Iseo starts walking towards the ghosts. Iseo bows down and says that she is sorry for insulting them. The ghosts ask what she means. Iseo punches them so hard that the barrier breaks. The students are happy to see that, and they tell Iseo that he is more like their master. They tell Iseo that they don't resent her at all, and that they enjoyed their time together with her. They say that they will stay in her memories and that she can walk on her own path now. Iseo is surprised to hear that. The system notifies Yerim that Iseo has overcome her trauma. Iseo thanks Yerim for saving her. Yerim shakes his head and says that she saved herself. Yerim tells her that it is time to go to the outside world. Iseo wakes up and asks where her grandpa is. Iseo looks at Park and says that it is all because of her. Iseo starts crying, and at the same time, Park opens his eyes and says that it is not her fault. Park tells her that if he hadn't saved her, then he would have regretted that in his afterlife. Park says that he is okay, so there's no need to feel guilty. They both start crying. After a while, Iseo leaves the room. Choi asks if she can talk to her for a moment. Iseo asks what is the matter. Choi shows her the notebook and says that she needs to tell her something about Yerim. Choi tells her to take a look at the notebook. Yerim is sitting outside on the bench. Choi arrives there and asks why he's sitting there by himself. Yerim says that he was resting here for a while. Yerim says people's faces have become brighter than he thought it would be. Choi says it is because they can live normally even after coming back from hell. Yerim asks if there were any problems last month. Choi says everything is fine because of the help from the old men. Yerim thinks that they all have great skills to begin with. Yerim asks if anything is lacking. Choi says magic stones, since they can strengthen objects and can be used to awaken people, need them a lot. Yerim asks how she knows that she can use them to strengthen objects. Choi says that he told her before, and he said that it is like some kind of experience potion. Yerim remembers telling her that. Choi says that's why she strengthened the generator's motor, and now the efficiency is very good. Yerim thinks that is why the electricity inward one was working. Yerim gets up and says that he was thinking about exploring the area, so he will try to collect as many stones as he can. Choi tells him that it hasn't been long since he woke up. Yerim says that is all the more reason to move his body a lot. Iseo arrives there and says that if he is going out, then she will come with him because she's good at smashing the heads of zombies. Yerim says that they should go. Yerim asks Choi if they have any motorbikes. After some time, Yerim and Iseo start riding the bike. There are numerous zombies lurking outside. Yerim says that they will not be finding any survivors there. Iseo says that he is probably right. The zombies start running towards them, and Iseo tells Yerim to leave this to her. Iseo rushes towards the zombies. She jumps in the air and kicks the giant zombie in the head, and the giant mutant zombie falls to the ground. Another one attacks Iseo from behind using his tongue. Iseo disappears, and she appears behind the monster and punches the monster. Iseo kills numerous monsters with a single strike. Yerim thinks that she is amazing. There are numerous stones on the ground. Iseo brings the stones to Yerim, and Yerim brings out the inventory. Iseo asks what is that. Yerim starts smiling and says that it is one of his abilities. Iseo says it is interesting and asks if he is coming with her. Yerim says, of course. They arrive outside the building. There's something written on the building, and it says Dreamy Paradise Shield. Go to the south and find the shield's shelter. They will protect them. Yerim thinks that they have made it this far already. Yerim remembers that S.H.I.E.L.D. began with justice. National actor Lee Sang-cheol gathered many people with his fame and network. Lee told everyone that from now on, the S.H.I.E.L.D. will protect them. The people started cheering for Lee. S.H.I.E.L.D. killed many zombies and kept their promise of helping people. But only in the beginning, right before they expanded. Lee said heroes who are willing to risk their lives to protect other people. If they don't appreciate these heroes, then no one would even risk their lives and fight for them. Lee said they would give these heroes first-class citizenship as a reward. Gradually, the differences in classes began to arise. Normal people started getting treated like slaves. S.H.I.E.L.D. exploited the normal and old people, and they enjoyed all the lavish resources. They began to involve themselves in something forbidden, such as human experimentation. Yerim thinks that the S.H.I.E.L.D. is an Antlian trap that one can't get out of once they enter it. Iseo thinks that it is exactly as Choi said. Yerim knows about the future. Iseo asks if they are troublesome people. Yerim says probably and says that they need to check it out. Yerim punches the ground to attract the zombies and says that they need to do sheep hunting first. They start fighting the zombies, and after killing the zombies, they decide to leave. Yerim looks at the bike, and the system notifies him that this item can be strengthened with parts. Parts that can be strengthened are the engine and body. The item's grade will increase by 1 once all of the parts have been strengthened. Yerim brings out the stone and starts strengthening the bike. Yerim thinks that it is the kind of effect that he wanted. Yerim sits on the bike, and the inventory gives him the helmet. Iseo asks why did the bike suddenly become this quiet. Yerim puts on the helmet and says that he strengthened the engine using a magic stone, just like what he did with his weapon. Iseo says that she thought they could only awaken people with that, so it's useful for various things, too. Yerim brings out another stone and says that he will use another one. The stone starts shining bright, and the system notifies Yerim that the strengthening engine is a success. The grade of the item has been increased by 1, and its ability is stealth. Yerim thinks that this is great. They start riding the bike, and Yerim activates the stealth mode. A couple of S.H.I.E.L.D. soldiers are standing guard on the road. Yerim passes through the blockade easily using the stealth mode. A soldier notices something, and his partner asks if something is wrong. He replies that it felt like it was raining for a second. Yerim arrives deep inside their base and thinks that this is the place he saw back then. Yerim looks ahead and sees that a person is telling everyone that they have finished restoring the village. The person is S.H.I.E.L.D.'s director of propaganda, Hyung-seok. Hyung-seok says it is all thanks to the Awakeners who have dedicated their lives for their sake. He says the incompetent government and military can't protect them. The S.H.I.E.L.D. will defend their homeland in their stead. This way, they will surely bring back their glorious past. Everyone starts cheering for the S.H.I.E.L.D. Hyung-seok says first things first, they have to appreciate these heroes properly. As a token of appreciation, they will give these heroes first-class citizenship. Yerim activates the skill of analysis and sees that Hyung-seok is 33 years old and he is a magic stone eater. Hyung-seok is a mixed creature. He tells everyone to strive and meet the qualifications. That way, they will be able to come to the S.H.I.E.L.D.'s village or maybe come to the center of S.H.I.E.L.D. paradise. Iseo says they seem like a very influential group. Yerim says that is true. Iseo asks how did they manage to join forces with the military. Yerim says if that was the case, he wouldn't have called the military incompetent. Yerim thinks about the term mixed creature and their fast expansion rate. Yerim thinks that there's something behind them. Iseo asks what he's going to do. Yerim says that there is nothing for now. There are many ordinary civilians, and above all, he doesn't know anything about their powers. Yerim tells Iseo from what he saw. Those guys who are conducting an experiment by injecting zombie blood into other people are people from the lower class who are weak and useless in a battle. Iseo asks if they are crazy. Yerim says, for now, let's collect as much of their information as they can. After some time, there is a battle going on in the woods between S.H.I.E.L.D. and the zombies. The S.H.I.E.L.D.s are carrying their wounded soldiers. A soldier thinks that this is an ambush. The recon operation is a failure, so they need to retreat. More zombies start coming out of the woods. The soldier says a bunch of zombies are appearing in front. Get ready for battle. Everyone starts shooting at the zombies, but they are too many. At the same time, giant mutant zombies arrive. The soldier starts shouting and tells everyone to block. The zombie attacks and sends them flying. Some soldiers start shooting at the giant mutant zombie, but the other monsters grab their necks with their tongues. The soldier thinks that this is the end for them. But at the same time, someone kills the monsters and saves them. The soldier asks what happened just now. He turns around and sees that Yerim and Iseo are fighting the zombies. They defeat the zombies in an instant, and Yerim asks the soldier if he is okay. The soldier asks who they are. Yerim says they came here after they saw the messages on the wall. Yerim asks if they are from the S.H.I.E.L.D. Hyung-seok is busy reading the report in his office. A soldier comes inside and says that he is here to report about the reconnaissance operation. Hyung-seok says that he has seen the reports regarding the casualties of the reconnaissance operation, and he doesn't remember giving them strength to be this incompetent. The soldier says that they are terribly sorry, but they have encountered so many mutant zombies. Hyung-seok thinks that he didn't realize they were this incompetent, and he can't be careless about this. The soldier tells him that it wasn't a complete failure because there are amazing awakened who would join them. They are skilled people who have beaten the mutated zombies. Hyung-seok is surprised to hear that and thinks that if they really are that skilled, there should be no reason for them to come here. Hyung-seok thinks that they must be planning something. He gets up and says that he will go meet them. Hyung-seok asks where they are right now. Yerim and Iseo are sitting in the room. Hyung-seok arrives there and tells them that he's in charge of public relations in S.H.I.E.L.D. And these two people behind him are the leaders of their vigilante squad. Yerim activates the skill of analysis and sees that their names are Huseong and Shim. They are human magic stone eater, and they both are mixed creatures. Yerim thinks that they are all rotten to their core and they can't hide their weaknesses from him. Yerim and Iseo introduce themselves. Hyung-seok says that he has seen her before from Joseon's Heavenly Demon Martial Arts Dojo. Iseo tells him that she was once its master. Hyung-seok starts smiling and says that such an amazing person came to visit, and he asks if she's not the master anymore. Iseo tells him that she lost all of her comrades due to zombies. Hyung-seok asks why did they come here. Yerim says that it's because neither of them wants to lose the people around them anymore. Yerim says they have seen all the actions S.H.I.E.L.D. has taken, and they give their best to save people. Hyung-seok says that they have proven it through their actions. Yerim says that is why they came here. They thought that they could save more people and prevent losing them as well. Hyung-seok wonders if they are not here for power. Hyung-seok thinks that if they really are telling the truth, then he thinks they would be very useful to them. Hyung-seok tells them that they should join their vigilante squad. If they manage to accumulate achievements, they can enter paradise, the land of dreams. Yerim says that is not what they want. They just want to save people. Hyung-seok says that he will give them a position in vigilante squad number 3. All of the squad members there are outstanding awakeners. Yerim says, looking at the recon team from earlier, that it looks like they don't really need any other members. Clumsy members will only get in the way. Hyuseong says that the way of talking is a bit too arrogant. Hyuseong asks if he is underestimating the shield's power. Iseo asks why he's getting angry because they are only telling the truth. Shim asks if they are picking a fight with them. Hyungseok glares at his men, and they both become silent. Hyungseok starts smiling and says that they will organize a special squad for them. Yerim and Iseo stand up, and Iseo thanks him for understanding, and says that they will leave now. Hyuseong says they may be skilled, but they are too full of themselves. Shim says that they have fallen deep into elitism. Hyungseok tells them to calm down and asks if they don't find wild beasts that are yet to be tamed attractive. Hyungseok says that they still need to confirm if they are that skilled, and he orders them to gather the kids. Yerim and Iseo come out, and Iseo says that they should go to paradise, and she asks why Yerim refuses to go there. Yerim tells her that acting as a hero of justice would be less suspicious. He bets this is the fastest way to earn his trust. Yerim starts stretching and says that they need to prepare themselves. Iseo asks what he's talking about. Yerim says they came just in time. Hyuseong and Shim arrive outside with numerous soldiers. Hyuseong says they said that these two would be enough for a squad. Shim tells them to prove it right now. Iseo says that was a slip of the tongue. Shim starts smiling and says that someone like her is not suitable to be a master. Iseo says that she meant not the two of them, but just her, alone, is more than enough. Everyone is furious to hear that. Iseo tells them to come at her. The soldiers start running towards Iseo, but she kicks them and defeats plenty of them in an instant. A soldier shouts that they will rip her to pieces, and they start attacking her at the same time. But Iseo easily manages to defeat them. Shim asks if that is Josian's heavenly demon martial arts. Iseo punches a soldier, and he rises up and falls to the ground. Iseo tells them that they are all so weak. She asks how she will manage to fight Yerim because he is much stronger than her. They are shocked to hear that there's someone stronger than Iseo. Iseo tells Shim and Hyuseong that sending only their underlings to fight looks too cowardly to her. Iseo tells them to join the fight. Hyuseong tells Shim that he will have to fight them. Shim starts releasing a strong aura, and Iseo thinks that he is better than she expected. Iseo is ready to fight him, but someone says to stop. Hyungseok is watching everything from the top of the building. He jumps down and starts walking towards them. Hyungseok slaps Shim and says that this is wrong, and they can't do such things to those who say that they would give them strength. Hyuseong and Shim apologize, and they tell him this will not happen again. Hyungseok orders them to take the kids and leave. They pick up the injured and start leaving. Hyungseok says that he is sorry about this. He can't believe these guys are behaving like this. Yerim tells him that there is a need to apologize. Rather, Iseo has beaten those guys to a pulp. Yerim asks if they are going to be okay and says that they are sorry. Hyungseok says it is their fault in the first place. He apologizes for the disrespectful incident and leaves. Yerim says that he keeps pretending even though he stacked the deck in his favor. Yerim says that he's so shameless. Hyungseok arrives in his office and thinks that as expected from the master of Josian's heavenly martial arts dojo. He starts removing his tie and thinks that she said the guy who was with her is so much stronger than her. He is sure they will be very useful if he can properly take advantage of them. Hyungseok starts smiling and thinks that this is going to be fun. Iseo is busy training some people, and she thinks that it has been a week since they joined S.H.I.E.L.D. Iseo says time flies so fast, and she tells everyone the morning practice ends here for today. Everyone starts smiling to hear that. They think that it is finally breakfast time. Yerim is busy cooking army-style kimchi and fried rice. The system notifies Yerim that it increases stamina by 10% for 2 hours after consumption. Yerim tells everyone to have their meal. Yerim thinks that they have perfectly blended in through their respective abilities. A woman says that she heard that he used all the food he was rationed for and says that she feels bad eating without help. The woman thanks Yerim for the food. Yerim tells her to eat a lot and says that there's no need to worry. The woman tells a child to thank Yerim. Yerim activates the skill of analysis and sees that her name is Seo Yerim, and she's a dreamer girl. Yerim thinks that there is something special about this girl. Yerim bows and thanks Yerim for the food. The system notifies Yerim that the expert's favorability has exceeded a certain limit, and skill can be transferred. The system asks if he would like to receive the skill. Yerim starts smiling and activates the skill of transmission. The magic circle appears, and Yerim acquires the skill of a magic girl. Now, he will be able to make his dreams come true using Mona. Meanwhile, Hyuseong and Shim report to Hyungseok. Hyungseok asks if those two people completely captured people's hearts in a week. Shim says yes, and the main reason seems to be that he uses all the ration food for everyone. Hyungseok asks if he did anything else aside from that. They say that other than teaching martial arts, they also teach making and distributing food. Hyungseok asks if they think they're some kind of angels or some kind of Mother Teresa. Hyuseong says that they are up to something. Hyungseok says he didn't say that the steam power plant is still not accessible. Hyuseong says that since it is a dangerous place, they have only been keeping an eye on it. Hyungseok says that it is perfect to check if they really are heroes of justice, just like they said, or just all talk. After some time, Hyunsung calls them for a meeting, and says that he heard they have done a lot for the survivors. So, he would like to say thanks on behalf of the vigilante squads. Yerim says that they just want to stand up for what they believe in. Hyungseok says that he thinks that he can completely trust the sincerity of the two of them. Hyungseok asks for a favor, and Yerim asks what it is. Hyungseok puts a map on the table and says there are some terrifying monsters living in this steam power plant. Every time they sent out a scout, they couldn't pass this place, and they lost contact with them. Yerim asks if he can get more detailed information. Hyungseok hands him a piece of paper and tells him to take a look at it. Yerim looks at the steam power plant reconnaissance communication history, and it says that they are all going to die because the zombies are too strong. Yerim wonders if all the scouts get killed. Hyungseok tells Yerim that to save more people, they need to secure the power plant. Iseo asks if he wants them to take over that place. Hyungseok says that with those skills, they will not be able to get beaten as easily as the reconnaissance team. Hyungseok asks if they will do him this favor. Yerim starts smiling and says if it's to save more people, then they will definitely do it. Hyungseok thanked them for their dedication and said that they would be rewarded later. Yerim says that they are not doing this to get any rewards, so they give the rewards to the other survivors instead. Hyungseok says that it is good to see that they are still the same. Hyuseong asks if they will be able to do it because it's a place where many scouts died. Hyungseok drinks his coffee and says that whatever the result is, it will not bring any harm to them. Hyungseok says while they are taking care of that matter, they will attack the large hospital they have been targeting. After the meeting, Iseo says she thinks there are quite a lot of people beaten to death at the power plant. Yerim says it must be a very dangerous place, since there are usually strong ones around the original infrastructure. Iseo says this is going to be fun, and she asks if they are going. Yerim says yes. They get on the bike and start their journey towards the power plant. After some time, they arrive at the power plant. Yerim notices something strange and stops Iseo. Some monsters arrive out of nowhere, and they have sharp teeth. Yerim wonders if these are evolved zombies, also known as ghouls. Yerim brings out his chain from the inventory, and the chain starts burning. The ghouls start attacking with electricity. Yerim is shocked to see that. There's a huge lightning blast, and the chain gets struck by lightning. Yerim feels the shock in his body, and he is unable to move. The ghouls jump towards Yerim, but Iseo starts running towards Yerim. The ghouls attack again using an electric blast. Iseo jumps in front of Yerim and blocks the attack. But the electricity strikes her, too, and she falls to the ground. Yerim is shocked to see that a ghoul is coming to attack him. Yerim tries to block the attack, but he gets struck by electricity again. Yerim starts screaming, and he thinks that the only way to get out of this situation is to use that skill. Yerim looks at Iseo and sees that she is not moving. Yerim tells the ghouls that he will kill them. Yerim stands on one leg and says transform. The system notifies Yerim that the magical girl has been activated. His opponents will be in a state of confusion during the transformation time. A toy appears in the air, and Yerim grabs it and begins to transform. Yerim stops the transformation and says be gone, evil beings. Yerim says abracadabra, make him withstand the electricity. The system notifies him that electrical resistance has been activated. Yerim stands on one leg and says magical head smash. Yerim strikes the ghoul on the head using the toy. Iseo is shocked to see him fight like that. Yerim kills a ghoul, and another one rushes to attack Yerim. Yerim hits the ghoul again and cuts the ghoul in two. The remaining ghoul jumps and attacks using electric blast, but it has no effect on Yerim. Yerim rushes toward the ghoul and kills it with a single strike. Iseo gets up and asks what it is. Yerim says it is a transformation. All awakened have the ability to transform, and that is how he got this magic wand. Iseo asks if she will be able to transform, too. Yerim tells her to follow what he just did. Iseo asks if she has to pose like that, too. Yerim says exactly. Iseo thinks that there's nothing to be ashamed of. In order to kill the ghouls, she will do it. Iseo stands on one leg and says transform, but nothing happens. Yerim starts laughing at her. Iseo is embarrassed and says that he said all awakened can transform. Yerim starts laughing and says that it is one of his skills and that he was just joking. Iseo is furious to hear that, and she hits Yerim in the head. Yerim activates the electrical resistance for Iseo, too. Iseo says that he should have done this from the start. Iseo tells him to forget everything he saw before. Yerim activates the skill of medicine and heals them both. Yerim also brings out water bottles from the inventory and tells Iseo to drink them, as it will help her. Iseo says he should know what will happen to him if this is a joke, too. Iseo starts drinking, and the system notifies that sweet and sour nutritious tonic water has been consumed. Stamina and concentration have been increased by 10% for an hour, and the stamina has been restored. Iseo says the color is suspicious, but it is surprisingly tasty. Iseo asks what this is. Yerim tells her that he mixed an energy drink, some vitamins, and powdered medicine. Yerim says that they should go now, but suddenly, numerous ghouls appear, and they start attacking them. Iseo blocks the attack, punches the ghoul, and kicks the other one to the ground. Iseo thinks that they were helpless just a while ago. Iseo looks at Yerim and thinks that he has an ability with no limits. Iseo asks if he can perhaps use another magic with that wand. Yerim tells her that he checked it before, but it says that he can only use one each time he transforms. A ghoul is looking at everything from a distance. Yerim glares at the ghoul, and it runs away. Iseo asks if S.H.I.E.L.D.'s reconnaissance team was attacked by these guys. Yerim says that they are strong, but it is strange that none of the scouts have survived. Yerim says that this place is an important infrastructure, so there are probably some other stronger guys than these ones. Iseo points towards something and says something like that. A giant ghoul appears from behind the power plant, and it has a magic stone in its head. Yerim says yes, like that one. The ghoul attacks using a strong electric blast, and Yerim activates the skill of wooden construction to block the attack. The shield gets destroyed by the attack, and they get hit by the lightning. Yerim's hair looks like a mess, and he starts laughing to look at Iseo. Iseo tells him to stop laughing because he doesn't look any different from her. Iseo looks at the monster and says that she will kill it for sure. The ghoul starts running towards them and attacks by smashing his hands on the ground. Yerim and Iseo jump in the air, and Yerim grabs the ghoul by the neck using his chain. Iseo kicks the ghoul in the face, and it starts screaming. The ghoul falls on the wooden spikes and starts bleeding. The ghoul starts screaming again and calls out to others. Iseo asks if she should take care of those guys. Yerim says there's no need because his weapon is perfect for a massacre. Yerim starts killing the ghouls using a blue flame dragon attack. The ghouls start burning and screaming. Iseo says she will take care of the big one then. Iseo jumps in the air and kicks the ghoul, and it starts bleeding. A S.H.I.E.L.D. member is spying on them from a distance, and he can't believe that they managed to kill the ghouls. He reports that they managed to kill the thing. The squad there managed to defeat Omega and successfully took over the power plant. A person receives the report in the control room and tells Hyungseok that they managed to kill the Omega. Hyungseok is surprised to hear that they succeeded in such a short amount of time. He starts smiling and says that if he uses them well, then rising up to be the second in command wouldn't be a mere dream. After a while, Yerim asks if he is done giving the report. The person is shocked to see Iseo and Yerim standing there. He wonders if they caught him sneaking behind them. Yerim says there's no need to be surprised because they didn't expect him to send only the two of them to this place anyway. Yerim says it is only natural to send someone to watch the results. The person starts smiling and says that it is exactly for that reason. Yerim says, but giving the report in secret is a bit annoying. The person starts sweating, and Yerim says that he understands because they still don't completely trust each other. The person says that they trust them completely and that he only follows them quietly because he doesn't want to disturb them. Yerim looks at him suspiciously, and the person says if they were conscious of being watched, then they might have some difficulties using their skills properly. Yerim says that he is so thoughtful and asks if he has eaten anything. The person says no. Yerim tells him that they are just about to eat, so they should eat together. After a while, Yerim starts cooking the food. Yerim tells him that the food is ready, please eat this. The person happily starts eating the food. He tells Yerim that he acts exactly the same way he did in the village. Also, that battle was amazing. Yerim asks which part was amazing. He says that it was so fast that he didn't get to see it properly. Yerim thinks that he probably has nothing to say since the battle had already ended when he arrived. The person tells them that they are both truly amazing. They happily start eating the food. Hyungseok thinks that the scout reported nothing in particular. He wonders if the abilities shown by Squad 3 in the village are really all they have. If that's not the case, then maybe they didn't even need to use their hidden moves against Omega. He thinks that those two might be incredibly stronger than he thought. Hyungseok thinks that the attack on the power plant ended well. He asks his team how the attack on the hospital is going. They tell him that two of their squads entered the hospital an hour ago, and the communication may be cut off a bit because the network is unstable. It has been reported that both squads are proceeding smoothly. Hyungseok thinks that if this attack also ends well, Just like the attack on the power plant, it might become a jackpot. Once it's done, he can become the right hand in no time. Hyungseok tells his team to please tell them not to overdo it and attack step by step. Time is on their side. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Hyuseong grabs a zombie by the skull and crushes it. He steps on the zombie's head and crushes the head. Hyuseong asks how to communicate with squad number 2. His subordinate says that from the last communication 30 minutes ago, they said they had entered the 11th floor. Hyuseong says that they're already 2 floors above them, and Shim is impatient, even though they were instructed to attack slowly. His subordinate says that Shim is very talented. At the same time, there is a lot of shouting and firing. Hyuseong says from now on, they will use all of their power to break through to the top floor. Hyuseong orders his team to move quickly. They start climbing the stairs, and Hyuseong kills a zombie. They arrive outside the door, and Hyuseong says they don't know if there's anything inside, so everyone should be on guard. Everyone gets information and enters the room. Suddenly, Hyuseong hears a voice that tells him to save him. Hyuseong says that it is the voice of squad leader. Everyone starts running towards the voice. But it's so dark that nothing is visible. A soldier puts some light on the ground and asks if it is squad leader number 2. The light falls on Shim, and he is controlled by a monster. Shim says that he finally found them. Hyuseong is shocked to see that. They look behind, and they notice that they are trapped. There's a monster controlling squad number 2. Hyuseong tells everyone to shoot at them. His team opens fire, and Hyuseong tells everyone to escape. Shim attacks Hyuseong from behind. Hyuseong uses his ability to turn into a dire wolf and attacks Shim. Shim jumps back, and the monster starts attacking squad number 1 using the tentacles. Hyuseong thinks that he made a mistake and that he needs to survive to warn others, but Shim attacks him. On the other hand, Hyungseok asks his team if there's still no contact. They say no. If they go to the upper floors of the hospital, the communication network might get cut off. Suddenly, there is a signal, and Hyuseong says, "This is the leader of squad number 1. Hyungseok asks how the attack is going. Hyuseong says that they are facing resistance and need to be awakened more. Hyungseok says that he will send a backup as soon as possible. Just hold on a little longer. Hyuseong is also being controlled by the monster, and he says thanks. After some time, the SHIELD member finished eating the food, and he thanked Yerim for the food and said that he would be leaving. At the same time, he receives a message on the radio that there is an emergency. A problem occurred with a large hospital's raid, and it was considered a dire situation, requesting Squad 3's assistance. This is a direct instruction from the chief. The SHIELD member says that he will deliver the request right away. He asks Yerim if they will help. Yerim asks where the hospital is located. They start riding on their bikes towards the hospital. After some time, they arrive outside the hospital. There are numerous dead zombies there. Yerim asks who requested their help. He tells Yerim that Squad 1 leader just sent a radio message saying he needed more awakeners. Yerim says this is weird and tells him to connect with him to get the chief. Hyungseok asks Yerim if there is a problem. Yerim asks the chief if he mobilizes the rest of the shield's awakeners, except for him and Iseo if it reaches 10% of the existing attack squad's power. Hyungseok says that he is afraid not, since the 2 squad leaders make up such great power. Yerim asks why the Squad 1 leader made such a request. If some clumsy awakeners go as backups, they wouldn't be of much help to him. Hyungseok says since it is an emergency situation, even help from a cat would still be helpful. Yerim says if the situation really is urgent to that extent, he should have requested skilled awakeners as a backup. If it had been him, he would have requested Squad 3 as backup. Hyungseok asks what he's implying. Yerim says that it's strange. Their request for help is too vague and unfitting. They're asking to send as many awakeners as possible who are weaker than themselves as a backup. Hyungseok wonders why he asked ordinary awakeners instead of Yerim. Hyungseok thinks that something is indeed fishy. Yerim says that he has a worst-case scenario in mind. It would be great if unskilled people came here. This is a common thought when hunting for prey. Hyungseok is shocked to hear that and asks if he thinks that both of the squad leaders have been defeated and that they sent them a false request to lure more people. Yerim says it is a possibility that they can't ignore. Hyungseok asks how a monster can imitate a human. Yerim says the world is big, and there are many zombies out there. It wouldn't be surprising if unexpected beings appeared. Yerim asks if they are connected to the Squad 1 leader right now. Hyungseok replies that they are not. Yerim says they will go up now. However, he should be prepared for the worst-case scenario. Hyungseok says that he understands. Yerim asks the soldier if he is coming with them. He says that he will stay outside, no matter how he looks at it. It doesn't seem like a place for him. Yerim says then let him take this walkie-talkie. He thinks that he would most likely need to keep in touch with the chief. The soldier says to contact the headquarters and set the frequency like this. He waves to Yerim and Iseo goodbye. They walk inside the hospital. Iseo asks if it will be safe because if his assumption were right, the Awakeners who have turned into monsters must have taken over this place. Yerim thinks that he will be fine, but Iseo will be in danger, so he will have to let her upgrade. Yerim brings out the inventory and gives Iseo the orange magic stone. Iseo says it is more precious than the red one. It is not right for her to take this. Yerim says that she beat the giant ghoul, and he would feel more relieved if he had a strong comrade with him. Iseo takes the stone and says that she will use it now. The stone starts glowing, and Iseo says that her body is overflowing with strength. Iseo thanks Yerim, and Yerim tells her to just think of it as sharing a reward since she has worked hard, too. They start walking towards the stairs. While climbing the stairs, some zombies start running towards them. Iseo says to leave them to her, and she delivers a strong kick and kills all the monsters in a single strike. After some time, they arrive at the 13th floor. Iseo says this is where the request came from. Yerim asks if she is ready. Iseo says of course, and they open the door. They enter the room, and someone tells them to save them. Iseo says this is the Squad 1 leader. Yerim says it is a trap. Iseo asks what makes him so sure. Yerim says no one would scream that loud to ask for help when there are zombies everywhere. Iseo asks what they should do. Yerim says that she should follow her lead. Yerim brings out the chain, and the chain starts glowing with a blue flame. Yerim starts walking towards the voice, and Iseo says they should give up because if it is a trap, there is no reason to go inside. Yerim asks if she wants to demolish the building. Iseo says that would be too much. Yerim says that he likes it, but he has a better idea. Yerim goes inside a dark room, and someone tells him to save him. Yerim asks if he is the Squad 1 leader. He tells Yerim that he injured his leg, so he should come near him. Yerim says transform and activates the skill Magic Girl. The room starts glowing with bright light. Yerim grabs the magic wand and says that the skill he wants is the one that catches fire easily. Yerim activates the skill Oil Shock and starts releasing the oil in the room. The room catches fire and all the monsters start running towards Yerim. Yerim closes the door using his wooden construction skills. Yerim starts smiling and says welcome to the traditional kiln. The monsters start attacking the door, screaming and burning inside. The squad leaders turn to monsters, and they start attacking the wooden barrier. Yerim asks Iseo if she's ready, and she says yes. Yerim combines the skill of fear and mental care, and the door breaks. The monsters start running towards Yerim, but he attacks him with mental pressure. Iseo rushes towards them and attacks with a strong punch. Yerim brings out his chain and jumps in the air to land a crushing blow on the head of the monster. The monsters fall to the ground, and the entire room is on fire. Iseo says that they got them, and she cuts the tentacles attached to the heads of the squad leaders. Yerim thinks that they took care of it easily. They might have been burned by the flames, but the most decisive factor about this is the pure white light from earlier. Iseo tells Yerim that he sure has many unique abilities. Yerim says that it is because of his skill. Iseo asks how they should put out that fire. Yerim says that since this place is made of concrete, there should be a limit to the spread of fires. Moreover, there were fires on the top floor. So if they wait, it will put out by itself. After some time, they arrive inside the room, and everything is destroyed by the fire. Yerim says it must have been hard to survive the fire. Iseo notices a magic stone on the ground, and she picks it up and tells Yerim that it is a magic stone that came out of the main body. Iseo says it has the same worth as the giant ghoul, but it's weaker than she thought. Yerim says the main body itself was nothing like he expected. Iseo says that monsters like this will appear more often from now on. Yerim puts the magic stone in the inventory and says that's why they should be more careful. There might be monsters that can impersonate not only a human's voice, but also one's appearance. Yerim tells Iseo that they should go back. They carry squad leaders outside the hospital and return to the base. Hyungseok looks at the dead bodies of his squad leaders and thinks that he did not expect that there would be a monster that could control people. Hyungseok tells Yerim and Iseo that if it wasn't for them, the attack squad would have wandered around as monsters forever. He says that he will never forget their kindness. Hyungseok says that he needs to report this to the higher-ups and tells them to wait. Iseo says that his attitude towards them has changed. Yerim says it's because he lost all of his useful limbs in just a day, and he must be desperate for a solution right now. Iseo asks if they are his solution. Yerim says it would be perfect if he made them fill in the power gap when he gives reports to the higher-ups. Yerim says that he's probably passionately promoting them right now. Yerim thinks that naturally, this should be able to let them enter paradise. Hyungseok enters the room and asks if they have a moment to talk. Yerim says of course. Hyung-seok says that he reported the matter to the higher-ups and reported their performance as well. Yerim asks if that is true. Hyung-seok says yes, and he knows that they hate it if their devotion were to be known by the public, but he couldn't give a false report. As a result, the commander said that he would like to meet the two of them. Yerim asks if they will have to meet him. Hyung-seok says that he wanted to visit in person, but he's very busy. Yerim asks when they will have to go. Hyung-seok says in 2 to 3 days, a transport vehicle will arrive from Paradise. Hyung-seok says both of them can go with him when it arrives. ICO asks if people live well in Paradise. Hyung-seok says not everything is going smoothly compared to how it was before the incident happened. But one thing is for sure, there's no place in the Republic of Korea that can manage to restore sanctuary as fast as Paradise. ICO says she's very excited to hear that. Hyung-seok says that he is sure it will not disappoint them. ICO and Yerim arrive outside the building. Yerim thinks that there's not much time left before he meets Lee Sang-cheol. Before that happens, it's better to prepare just in case. Yerim brings out a magic stone from the inventory and thinks it is possible to strengthen transmission with these two. The system notifies Yerim that 2 unstable yellow magic stones are required to strengthen the transmission. Yerim starts smiling, and ICO asks if he is going to use that magic stone. Yerim says that's better than being weak because he kept saving it. Yerim says strengthen, and a yellow light starts shining, and the system notifies him that his fundamental skill has been strengthened. His mana has greatly increased, and his skeleton has been optimized for combat. ICO can't look straight because of the light. After strengthening transmission to rank D, Yerim tells ICO that she looks a bit smaller. ICO tells him that she didn't get smaller, but that he grew taller. ICO says that is interesting because he looks the same, but he grew in size in an instant. Yerim says she can call it bone growth through skill level. ICO says his face looks the same. Yerim is annoyed to hear that and says that his face doesn't give the loser vibe. ICO starts laughing at Yerim. The system notifies Yerim that he can now increase the level of skills acquired through quests. Yerim looks at ICO, and the system notifies him that she's an expert in Joseon's heavenly demon martial arts. The system asks if he would like to receive the quest from the target. Yerim is surprised to see that. The system notifies Yerim that ICO is intrigued by his fighting sense. Fight her bare-handed until she is 100% satisfied. As a reward, he will unlock Joseon's heavenly demon martial arts, rank D. Yerim tells ICO that they should have a match without using mana. ICO is surprised to hear that, and she starts smiling and says that he had better not regret it later. Yerim takes her to the playground and says this is perfect. It will be good if they do it here. ICO takes the fighting stance and says here she comes. Yerim thinks that it is a good chance to check her skills. ICO jumps in the air and kicks Yerim. Yerim blocks the attack and wonders if it has always been this heavy. ICO says that she will not let him win and punches Yerim. Yerim blocks the attack, and he gets pushed back. ICO jumps towards Yerim and kicks again. Yerim blocks, and he gets down on his knees by the force of the attack. ICO moves in the air to kick Yerim again. Yerim thinks that he is cornered, and he punches to tackle ICO. ICO thinks that he couldn't even take proper stances. ICO wonders what is wrong with his strength. ICO jumps backward, and Yerim rushes to punch her. ICO blocks the punch, and she attacks Yerim using her palm. ICO says true martial arts is supposed to be like this. Yerim wonders what is happening because he thought he was faster. ICO attacks using her palms again, and Yerim thinks that it would be shameful if he lost to her. Yerim thinks that her movements are so smooth. ICO tells Yerim that he can do better than that. At the same time, Yerim grabs her palms, and ICO is surprised to see that. Yerim says it is his win, but ICO tries to kick him in the crotch. Yerim grabs her, kicks with his thighs, and asks what she's doing. ICO says that she didn't do anything. Yerim asks if she's trying to turn him into a eunuch. ICO says that she adjusted her power. Yerim says it doesn't matter. ICO tells him that zombies also attack that place, but Yerim says they do not. Yerim tells her that this kind of attack is prohibited. ICO says she didn't do it on purpose and says that she didn't have any other choice. Yerim says that was one bold move for such a small reason. Yerim says she once overpowered him, so she shouldn't have gotten caught in the first place. ICO says that she admits her loss. The system notifies Yerim that her satisfaction is at 20%, so he needs to repeat the match later to complete the quest. The patrol soldiers look at them in the park, and they say that the youth are always passionate. The next morning, Yerim and ICO arrive outside, and the soldiers start whispering to see them. Yerim wonders if something happened. He hears the soldiers saying that they hugged each other in the park. Yerim is embarrassed to hear that and wonders what kind of rumors are going around. Yerim wonders if ICO heard that. Iseo rushes towards the soldiers and says that it is not like that. They didn't do such a shameful thing. The soldiers bow down, and they apologize to Iseo. They say that they will be careful from now on. Iseo says it's all a misunderstanding. It was just a simple match. At that time, she was overpowered. Iseo tells them not to spread rumors like that. Yerim thinks that she just poured oil on the flames. Iseo asks Yerim if he heard that, and Yerim says a little bit. Iseo says that she stopped the rumors for now, but she still thinks they need to be a little more careful. If such rumors spread for no reason, it would be troublesome. Yerim says she just made it worse. Yerim turns around and starts walking. Iseo asks where he's going. Yerim says that he is going to see Yerim. After a while, Yerim asks why did he come to see her. Yerim says that she told him that her dream is to become a magic girl. Yerim says her dream is to become Jean, the magic girl, because a magical girl can defeat bad villains in one shot using a magic wand and can fly. Yerim brings out a book from her bag and asks Yerim if he wants to read it. Yerim says that he will read it, and he tells Yerim that he wants to give her a present. Yerim gives Yerim the magic stone and says that she will see something after holding it. Yerim says she needs to awaken, and she will become a magic girl. Yerim is happy to hear that and says that she will do it. Yerim holds the stone, and the system asks if she would like to awaken. Yerim says, awaken, and she starts glowing. Yerim says this is interesting, and it says she can become Jean. Yerim asks if she would like to try it. Yerim brings out a toy from her bag and says transform. Yerim transforms into a pretty dress and says that the hero of justice has arrived. Yerim looks at her and says that she is destructively cute. Iseo looks at Yerim and hugs her and says that she is too cute. Yerim is annoyed to hear that and says that Jean is cool. Iseo grabs her face and says that she is a cool cutie. Yerim asks if she understands how to use that ability now. Yerim says that she understands. Yerim looks at herself and she starts flying. Yerim starts flying using her wand, and after a while, she comes back to the ground. Yerim thinks that zombies will not be able to catch them like that. The system notifies Yerim that he is witnessing a perfect demonstration from an expert, and his apprehension is at 35%. Iseo asks if she can do other things, too. Yerim says of course. Yerim says abracadabra flies together, and Yerim and Iseo also start flying. Yerim says she can use 4 more spells of her choice. Yerim is surprised to hear that and thinks that he is an expert with various skills, but he wonders if an expert can have that much power. At the same time, a giant mutant zombie appears from the woods and starts screaming. Yerim wonders if it saw Yerim, who had been flying before, and it decides to follow her here. Yerim says that she will show them the power of Genie. Yerim swings her wand and tells the mudstone to give her a hand. A large golem appears from the ground, and the giant zombie starts running towards the golem. The golem punches the zombie, and the zombie attacks back using the hands. The golem blocks the attack and punches the zombie in the head. The zombie also punches the golem. Yerim asks if that is her magic, too. Yerim says mudstone is her friend. Yerim activates the skill of analysis and sees that it is an F-graded golem and a friend of the magic girl. Yerim tells Mudstone that he can do it. The system notifies that Stone Skin has been activated, Strength has been activated, and Haste has also been activated. The Mudstone rushes towards the giant mutant zombie and punches. The zombie gets blown away. The system notifies Yerim that his current apprehension of the skilled magic girl is at 100%. The grade of magic girl has been upgraded from F to E. Yerim thinks that he can upgrade, too, and that sounds good. Yerim tells Mudstone that he did great and thanks him for helping. The Mudstone starts melting, and Yerim tells Yerim that there is a magic stone here. Yerim tells her that she can use it because she obtained it with her own power. Yerim bows and thanks Yerim for everything. Yerim starts smiling and thinks that if she has that kind of ability, then she won't have any difficulties protecting herself. Yerim thinks that he can stop worrying about her now. After a while, Hyunseok tells Yerim that this assigned car will take them both to paradise. A soldier tells them both to sit in the back seat of the car. He starts driving and says that they will head off to paradise. After some time, the car arrives in the city. Yerim looks outside at the people and wonders if this is paradise. The car stops, and everyone gets out of the car. The soldier tells them that the commander has been waiting for them at the paradise headquarters. They arrive outside the door, and the soldier informs the commander that the director of propaganda and the 2 awakeners have arrived. Lee is waiting for them in his office. Lee gets up to see Hyunseok and asks if he is there. Hyunseok bows and asks Lee how he has been. Lee pats him on the shoulder and says that he has been working hard these days. Yerim activates the analysis and sees that Lee is a D-grade human, a human magic stone eater, and the dominator. Yerim thinks that if he is dominant, then his moves will make sense to him now. Yerim remembers that Lee Sangxiao has always been better at defense than attacking. He always wondered why he expanded his territory to such an extent. If he had a fighting type skill, he wouldn't make a move like that. Yerim thinks that he is either dominating people or gaining benefits from expanding his territory. Yerim starts smiling and thinks that this is great. Lee asks Hyunseok about the others, and Hyunseok tells Lee that they are awakened, as he tells him. Lee tells Yerim and Iseo that he has heard a lot about them, and they did a great job helping Hyunseok. Yerim says that they just did what every decent human would do. Lee tells Yerim that he is very humble, and he tells them to come this way. Meanwhile, some people are unloading the truck outside the building. A soldier tells them to be careful because it will break if they scratch it. They are shocked to see a large snake monster. The soldier turns around and asks what they are looking at. The monster attacks and kills the soldier. The monster destroys a part of the building. A soldier falls to the ground and says that he needs to report this quickly. He's afraid to look at the monster. The monster grabs the soldier by the head, and the soldier tells the monster that the survivors' camp is over there. The monster throws the soldier away, and it starts shrieking. All the other snakes and zombies start running towards the monster after hearing the call. After some time, Lee comes outside the building to see everyone off. Lee says that he had a lot of fun during their conversation, thanks to Yerim. Yerim says that he feels the same way. Lee tells them to visit again whenever they have time. Hyunseok is surprised to see that, and he thinks that the commander doesn't get touchy with others. Hyunseok thinks that Yerim managed to earn the commander's trust to this degree. It was also his first time seeing the commander laughing so much. Hyunseok thinks that they need to become closer than this. Lee tells Hyunseok that now that he has moved up to a higher position, he should take care of them. Lee tells Hyunseok that if he needs anything, he can tell him. Hyunseok says that he will do his best to support them. Lee gets in the car and leaves. Yerim asks Hyunseok if he should call him general after the promotion. Hyunseok starts smiling and says that there's no need to be formal. Hyunseok tells them that this is a reward given by the commander himself. Yerim looks inside the box and sees that there are plenty of magic stones. Yerim thinks that they will be very useful if he gives them to the villagers. Yerim closes the box and says that he will use them well. Hyunseok tells him that he hopes they can work well together from now on. Yerim thinks that the first step is done and that he will be able to develop more skills if he approaches slowly. At the same time, a soldier comes running, and he tells Hyunseok that there's an emergency. Hyunseok asks what the matter is. The soldier tells him that a huge wave of zombies is approaching the satellite village. Hyunseok is shocked to hear that. The soldier informs him that the sightings of some unknown beings were reported. Yerim thinks that it is the village right in front of this place, and that means Yerim is in danger. Yerim asks Hyunseok to lend him the fastest motorcycle they have. Hyunseok tells them to come this way. Meanwhile, the soldiers are prepared to fight the monsters. The squad captain asks how far the wave has gone. The soldier says that it has been reported that they have just entered the village. The captain of squad number 3 is away for work, so this is the worst time possible. He wonders if they will be able to withstand monsters that they have never seen before. Yerim is standing behind the wall, and she wishes that Yerim was here. Yerim starts running towards the captain and says that she will help, too. The captain starts shouting at the soldiers and asks how many times he needs to tell them to evacuate the villagers. Yerim tells him that she is awakened and she has a skill. The captain is shocked to hear that. Yerim tells him to let her help them. The captain asks what her skill is. Yerim starts smiling and says that she can transform and use magic. The captain is surprised to hear that. The soldier shouts that they have come. An army of monsters and zombies arrive at the village. The soldier asks what is wrong with these monsters, and there are 5 of them. The captain shouts that they have to hold on until reinforcements from paradise arrive. He tells his men to fight as if it is their last fight. The soldiers start shooting at the monsters. At the same time, there is a huge glow, and Yerim transforms into the genie. The captain tells everyone to shoot and push the monster back. The soldiers start shooting at the monster. The monster starts shrieking, and it is furious due to the attack. A soldier shouts that their bullets are not working. The monster destroys the barrier, and it is about to enter the village. Suddenly, Yerim attacks the monster, and it starts shrieking. The captain shouts that they have awakened, so there's no need to lose hope. Everyone starts shouting that they can do this. The monster starts moving forward. A soldier tells the captain that they are coming. The captain shouts that he can see that, and he tells everyone to defend with all their might. The captain says if they don't block the attack, then they are all dead. Yerim tells the mudstone to help them. Mudstone appears out of the ground. Yerim tells the soldiers that they can do it. Yerim actives stone skin, strength, haste, and barrier. The captain thinks that they might be able to withstand them with this much power. The monster attacks, but the soldiers stop the attack using their shields. The captain tells everyone to crush them. The captain attacks the monster using a cobbler. Mudstone also punches the head of the monster. The monster starts shrieking again, and the zombies arrive to help the monster. The battle starts, and the captain thinks that they will be beaten at this rate. The monster starts shrieking, and it attacks with the tail, and the soldiers fall to the ground. The captain thinks that they got stronger. All of a sudden, the monster starts attacking Yerim. Yerim thinks that she doesn't have any mana left. The monster is about to eat Yerim, and Yerim closes her eyes with fear, but nothing happens. Yerim opens her eyes and sees Yerim and Isio standing in front of her. Isio tells Yerim that she overdid it and she's sweating so much. Yerim asks if she gets hurt somewhere. Yerim starts crying and says that she was so scared. Yerim says many lives have been saved thanks to her bravery, but now leave this to them. The monster stares at Yerim and Isio. Yerim says they look like the organ bundle they saw in the hospital. Isio asks if they came here to get revenge because they killed their comrade. The monster snakes start merging into each other. They transform into a huge monster with sharp teeth. Isio says that if they get a yellow magic stone after beating this monster, then this will not be boring. Yerim starts swinging his chain and says that they should see how strong they are. Yerim and Isio start running towards the monster. Yerim and Isio jump in the air, and the captain tells them to watch out. Yerim activates the blue flame dragon and attacks the monster. Isio says that she will show them the weight of the heaven's core. Isio kicks the monster on the head, and the monster falls to the ground. There is a huge blast, and everyone is shocked to see it. Yerim and Isio land on the ground. The monster gets back up and starts shrieking. Isio says that it seems very angry. They jump in the air to fight the monster, and there's a huge blast again. Yerim is looking at their fight. Isio kicks the monster, and Yerim strikes again with his chain. The monster falls to the ground. Yerim thinks that they are both so strong. The monster gets back up again. The monster is about to spit something from the mouth. Yerim wonders if this is a new attack pattern. The monster starts spitting blood in the air. Blood lands on the zombies, and they start running toward Yerim and Isio. The captain tells everyone to help squad number 3. The soldiers start shooting, but the zombies continue running toward Yerim and Isio. The soldier says the bullets are not working on them either. Isio kicks and cuts the zombies in half. Yerim swings his chain and cuts the zombies. There are numerous dead zombies on the ground. The captain thinks that he heard that Squad 3 captains is much stronger than the vice captain, but it turns out to be true. The blood clots start moving on the ground, and the monster starts regenerating again. The monster turns around and starts running. The soldier asks if it is trying to escape. Yerim says that they will wrap things up here. Both Yerim and Isio start running after the monster. Hyungseok is traveling in the truck, and he thinks that he can't believe they have encountered a monster that's worth a yellow magic stone. Hyungseok thinks that Squad 3 needs to hold out at all costs. Hyungseok tells his men to prepare for battle and don't let their guard down. They say yes, sir. After some time, they arrive at the location. The soldier says all the zombies have been wiped out, and another asks where the monster is. Hyungseok comes out of the truck, and the squad captain greets him. Hyungseok asks where the monster is. The captain informs him that the monster has escaped and Squad 3 is chasing after the monster. At the same time, there's a huge blast. Hyungseok tells them to leave the restoration of this place and support team and make haste. The captain says yes, sir. The captain asks Hyungseok if he came here to help. At the same time, Yerim and Isio arrive there. Hyungseok asks about the monster, and Yerim tells him that they took care of it. Hyungseok asks if he means that they beat the monster with a yellow magic stone. Yerim shows him the stone and says here's the proof. Hyungseok is surprised to see that. The soldier thinks that it means the real monster here is Yerim. Yerim says that he needs a few people for the reconstruction of the school, and it would go smoothly if everyone here came and helped. Meanwhile, outside the paradise, there are numerous soldiers on guard. A soldier looks at numerous vehicles approaching them. He informs the commander to send help because it is the Hammer Gang. An old man is riding on the truck. He says that nothing will be able to stop them. His name is Quack Duple, and he's the boss of the Hammer Gang. Duple tells his subordinates that it is time to avenge their brothers. The vehicles start moving faster towards the main gate. The soldiers start shooting, but Duple activates vehicle modification. 2 large hands come out of the truck. A soldier shouts that this is crazy. The vehicle crashes into the main gate. Someone says that the boss made a flashy move again, and his friend says that they should wipe them all out. The main entrance is destroyed by Duple. Everyone is busy rebuilding the school. Yerim swings her wand and gives everyone strength. Everyone can easily lift heavy objects. Hyung-seok thinks that thanks to that kid, the speed of their reconstruction increased drastically. Hyung-seok thanked her for helping them and said that one of his worries was resolved now because of her. Yerim tells him that Yerim asked her for the favor, and she's happy to help. Hyung-seok asks if she was originally awakened. Yerim says no, it is thanks to Yerim that she's awakened. Hyung-seok thinks that it is strange that only this child is awakened out of all the kids in this camp. Hyung-seok says that it seems like Yerim knew that she was about to awaken. Hyung-seok tries to pat Yerim on the head, but she pushes his hand away and says no. Yerim tells him that only Yerim can pat her head. Hyung-seok apologizes and says that he is envious of Yerim. Hyung-seok looks at Yerim helping the others and thinks that he has outstanding strength and popularity. However, there is a possibility that this is just a part of him. If he really does have the ability to recognize skilled awakeners, then this might be a secret that he needs to carry till his death. A soldier comes running and tells Hyung-seok that the Hammer Gang has attacked Paradise. Hyung-seok is shocked to hear that. Yerim asks why they are here. Iseo asks Yerim if he knows about them. Yerim says they are a popular association in his nightmares. Iseo asks if they are as bad as S.H.I.E.L.D. Yerim tells her that they're famous for their madness. That's what makes them different from others, they are extremely brutal. Yerim remembers his 42nd nightmare in the past. The zombies were running after some people. Yerim saved them and told them to run fast. At the same time, the Hammer Gang came there. The people were happy to see them, and they started calling for help. But the Hammer Gang came at full speed towards them. A person asks if they are planning to kill them. Dupel crushed everyone under his truck. Yerim was shocked to see that. Dupel tells Yerim that he is lucky to have survived this. Yerim asks if he is even human to kill all the survivors like that. Dupel asks if they are survivors and not zombies. Dupel tells him that some of them were already bitten. Yerim shouts that they could have helped them. Dupel tells him to shut up and says that he will never put his men in danger. Iseo tells Yerim that they sound insane. Yerim says that he will protect everyone this time. Hyung-seok comes running and tells Yerim that the terrorists are attacking Paradise and they need to return as soon as possible. Yerim says since they have a bike, they will go ahead. Yerim and Iseo start riding the bike. After some time, Iseo asks if he heard that. Yerim activates the skill of stealth. They stop the bike, and they are surprised to see that Dupel is fighting Lee. Lee jumps in the air and activates the skill Reignor. Lee uses 10 manpower to attack Dupel. Dupel tries to grab Lee, but he dodges the attack. Lee thinks that this is bothersome. Yerim activates the skill of analysis and sees that Dupel uses the skill of a modified vehicle. A vehicle that is enhanced through skills and magic stones. Dupel asks Lee if he is going to avoid him like a rat. Lee tells him that he is the one who ran away last time. Dupel asks how dare he speak to him like that. Dupel says that he will take his life in exchange for his brother's grudge. Dupel brings out a gun and attacks using fire. Lee is shocked to see that. Lee starts swinging his weapon to counter the fire. Dupel starts cursing him and says that he will kill him this time. Lee wonders if he should have used more manpower. At the same time, Yerim attacks Dupel using his chain. Dupel thinks that this strength is stronger than Lee's. Dupel wonders where this monster came from. Yerim and Iseo step in front of Lee, and Yerim asks if he is alright. Lee tells Yerim that he is fine and that they should beat the terrorist right away. After a while, the Hammer Gang is captured. Lee thanked Yerim and said that they had caught them without any big casualties. The system notifies Yerim that the expert's favorability has exceeded a certain limit, and skill can be transferred. Yerim thinks that he should be thankful to Lee for this. Yerim activates the skill of transmission, and the magic circle appears. Yerim successfully acquires the skill of reigning, and the system notifies him that in order to increase his strength, he can increase manpower. He can now strengthen his body using mana. Yerim thinks that it is a new power. Yerim burps and says that he is a little full. Lee looks at Dupel and asks if he has any intention of joining S.H.I.E.L.D. Dupel tells him that there's no need for long chit-chat, they should kill him already. Lee tells him that if he doesn't cooperate, then he will kill all the members of the Hammer Gang. Dupel is silent to hear that. Yerim asks what is going on between their groups. Lee tells Yerim that they invaded their territory, and a battle broke out. There were victims on both sides, but he dug his own grave. That's how things became like this. Yerim asks about the prisoners. Lee tells him that there have been numerous counts of victims until now. He can't just leave this matter alone. Lee says that he will proceed with the execution. Yerim says there are some of them with good skills, but it'd be such a waste. Lee tells him that he might be right, but he has run out of ways to persuade him. Lee says if he still refuses, though he says that he would kill his family members, then that's it. Yerim thinks that it's an organization that can be used in various ways. He can't let it turn out this way. Yerim tells Lee to give him 3 days to persuade him. Lee asks if it is possible in 3 days. Yerim says that he is confident because he has nothing to lose. Lee thinks that Yerim is right, and it is only 3 days. Lee tells Yerim that he likes his enthusiasm and says that he will be counting on him. Lee tells his subordinates to send the terrorists to the prison camp. The soldiers take the prisoners to the camp. Iseo asks Yerim what they are doing here. Yerim says that he is going to try his new skill. Iseo asks what it is. Yerim starts smiling and says that actions speak louder than words. Yerim activates raining and says 10 manpower. Yerim feels a surge of power in his body, and he thinks that it is tremendous. Iseo thinks that his life force has become stronger. Yerim punches the ground and destroys it. Yerim thinks that this manpower thing is amazing. Iseo says that it feels like doping. Yerim says that it's not surprising since it did consume a lot of mana. Yerim wonders how Lee used it if it consumes this much mana for 10 manpower. Yerim says that he is sure that Lee used a lot more manpower than he did. Yerim thinks that Lee may be much stronger than he had anticipated. Iseo asks what he's gonna do to persuade the Hammer Gang. Iseo says that, just by looking at that guy, he seems unusually stubborn. Yerim says there are many ways they will go to the Hammer Gang's base. Iseo asks if something is there. Yerim tells her that he knows about a game changer. It's highly possible that Quack Duple's granddaughter is a skill awakener. Yerim tells her that in his 43rd nightmare, he snuck inside the Hammer Gang in order to understand them. Duple asks if anyone knows why he named this group the Hammer Gang. Yerim says that he is not curious. Duple shows him a picture and says that it's because the name of the repair shop he used to operate was named the Hammer Repair Shop. Yerim asks if the girl is Seo. Duple says that's right. This was her when she was in middle school. Duple says that she was very smart. She settled more than 5 contracts a day, and among hundreds of contracts she has taken care of, not even one has stolen the money. Duple says she was truly a contract genius. If it wasn't for this damned situation, she would have made a name for herself by now. Seo asks Duple if he is drunk again. Yerim and Iseo start riding the bike. Iseo says that might be enough to be a skill awakener since that's how it was with Yerim. After some time, they arrive at the stronghold of the Hammer Gang. Yerim activates the stealth mode and starts looking for Seo. After a while, Yerim finds her and activates the skill of analysis. The system notifies Yerim that she is an unclassified human and a mediator. Yerim thinks that he is right. She's a skill awakener, but she hasn't awakened yet. Yerim tells Iseo that Duple has a soft spot for her. He probably awakened the younger brothers fighting on the front line first. Yerim and Iseo start walking toward Iseo. Seo drops the bottle and asks who they are. Yerim tells her that he has something important to tell her. After Yerim tells her everything, Seo asks if all of their men are imprisoned. Yerim says yes, and an execution will be held soon. In order to prevent that from happening, they need her help. Seo asks if they are trying to take her hostage. Seo says that she will not be able to persuade her grandpa. Yerim brings out the red stone and says that they need her skill. Seo says that she wonders what her skill would be of use to prevent the execution. Yerim says that he has a good feeling about this. Seo picks up the magic stone, and light starts shining. The system notifies her that a unique skill, mediation, has been created. Yerim asks what kind of skill it is. Seo replies that it is a skill that can mediate between contractors and insert clauses, and she can also include a penalty clause. Seo activates the contract between herself and Yerim. The conditions are that Yerim can't lie to her, and if he's telling the truth, then she will work under Yerim for a month. But if Yerim is lying, then he will return to paradise with his companion right away. Seo asks Yerim if he agrees to the contract. The system notifies that 2 parties have come to an agreement, and the contract has been made. Yerim is telling the truth. Seo will work under him for a month. Yerim thinks that with this, it will not be hard to persuade Duple. Seo says that she feels at ease now and hopes to work well with them. Yerim tells Seo that he wants her to come to paradise with them for the sake of the Hammer Gang. Seo says that she understands why he needs her now. The soldiers guard the cells of the prisoners. A soldier informs Duple that he will be having a meeting with the squad 3 leaders for 30 minutes. Duple is surprised to hear that. Yerim enters the room with Iseo and Seo. Duple asks if they are taking his granddaughter hostage and says that he will still not change his mind. Duple looks at Yerim and Iseo and thinks that they helped Lee defeat him. Yerim tells Duple that they are not taking her hostage. Seo's sole purpose for being here is to help convince him. Seo tells Duple that she's a skill awakener now. Duple is surprised to hear that. Seo activates the mediation skill between Duple and Yerim. For 30 minutes, Yerim will only tell the truth to Duple, and if he lies, then he will yawn twice. Duple is surprised to see the contract. Yerim tells Dupul to please listen to what he has to say because he doesn't want to harm him. Dupul accepts the contract. Yerim asks if he knows the power of this skill. Yerim says from now on, it will be very obvious if he tells lies. Dupul says that he doesn't know what he is going to say, but he will never be convinced. Yerim leans in and asks what would happen if he told him that his goal is to destroy S.H.I.E.L.D. Dupul is shocked to hear that. Yerim says since they share the same goal, they should join forces. Dupul asks if he is serious. Seo says if he is telling lies, then he should be showing signs, just as what was written in the contract. Dupul asks if he is not a top awakener of S.H.I.E.L.D. Yerim says that is not important right now, but he is telling him the truth. Dupul asks what he wants. Yerim says that he wants to catch Lee, and for that, he needs to bow his head to the shield for a while. Dupul tells Yerim that he is strong, but Lee is a lot stronger than he imagines. Dupul remembers that Lee used 100 manpower to destroy his truck. Dupul falls to the ground and starts coughing. His men yell at him to run, but Lee destroys them in an instant. Dupul thinks that he was able to run away thanks to the sacrifices of his comrades. Dupul tells Yerim that Lee didn't even show half of his strength during the previous battle. Dupul tells Yerim that he can't picture him defeating Lee. Yerim says that he knows the future. Dupul and Seo are surprised to hear that. Yerim says that he encourages Seo to awaken her skills because she has potential. Seo says if that was a lie, then he would have yawned, according to the contract. Dupul asks Yerim if that is his skill. Yerim says that it is not his skill, and he has many secrets. Yerim says that he knows that Lee is stronger than he imagined. Dupul thinks that this is definitely worth trying. Dupul starts laughing, and he asks Yerim for his name. Yerim introduces himself. Dupul says that he will remember his name, and because of this, he has just got a new brother. The system notifies Yerim that the two experts' favorability has exceeded a certain limit. Skills that can be transferred are vehicle modification and mediation. Yerim starts smiling and thinks that this is an awesome harvest. After a while, a soldier informs Lee that the leader of Squad 3 has come to visit. Lee says to tell him to come in. Yerim arrives and tells Lee that he succeeded in persuading him. Lee stands up in excitement and asks how. Yerim tells him that he convinced him wholeheartedly, and he accepted all the terms they offered. Lee thinks that it means this is not a false surrender. Lee thinks that Yerim is not just strong but very useful. Lee tells Yerim that he has worked hard, and because of him, there is one less problem to deal with. Yerim thanks him. Lee tells Yerim to sit because he has something urgent to say. Lee sits down and asks Yerim why he wants to save other people. Yerim says that it will be easier for him to get through this situation by helping people. Lee asks what he will do if he has to sacrifice a person's life for the sake of 10 others. Yerim starts smiling and says that, of course, he will sacrifice. Lee starts laughing like a maniac. Lee takes off his glasses and asks if he has heard about the difficulty of actors. Lee tells Yerim that good actors live with 3 or 4 mental illnesses, which is abnormal, and it is the same for him. Yerim asks if that is true. Lee tells him that he is not in his right mind either. If he were normal, then he wouldn't be able to give such a straightforward answer. Yerim says if one wants to save numerous people, then they will have to become a wreck themselves. Lee starts laughing again. Lee tells Yerim to come to a place with him in 3 days. Yerim asks if he can bring Iseo along. Lee asks if he means his vice captain. Yerim says that she is a person he completely trusts. Lee says that there is no problem. After 3 days pass, Yerim and Iseo are training in the woods. The system notifies Yerim that Iseo is satisfied with him, and that he has completed the quest to win her heart. Josian's Heavenly Demon Martial Arts D has been unlocked. Yerim is happy to see that. At the same time, a soldier tells Yerim that the commander is looking for them. Both Yerim and Iseo look at each other. After a while, they meet with Lee. Lee tells them that it is time to go and they should hop in the vehicle. They leave the paradise in a jeep. After some time, the jeep stops. Lee says that they are here. They start walking in the tunnel. Lee tells them that he is going to show them the hope of humanity today. Lee opens the door, and some soldiers guarding another door salute him. Lee says, this is a place filled with the hope of humanity. Lee opens the door, and a lot of researchers are doing experiments on the zombies. Lee starts laughing and says that this is the Awakener's research lab. Lee tells them that they should go inside. Yerim and Iseo start following him. Yerim asks a person if he is researching zombies. Lee says they have to understand them to be prepared for what's coming in the future. They arrive outside another door. Lee opens the door using his thumbprint. A doctor is standing in the room. Yerim is surprised to see him, and he remembers that he's the director of the research institute, Su Hanchiol, a guy who's also written on the list of killers. Hanchiol welcomes Lee, and Lee asks how he's doing. Hancheol says that he was provided with high-end facilities and resources, so he is doing well. Hancheol asks who these people are. Lee says they are the new heroes of S.H.I.E.L.D., whom he told him about last time. Hancheol tells Yerim that it is nice to meet the two, and he says that his name is Su Hancheol, and he's in charge of this Awakener's research lab. Yerim activates the skill of analysis and sees that Hancheol is an E-grade human and a mad scientist. Yerim wonders if he is the one who created that mixed creature they saw in the hospital. Yerim also introduces himself and says that this is her comrade, Iseo. Lee tells Hancheol that he plans to show the new human race to their heroes. Hancheol asks if he is sure about that. Lee says they are trustworthy, so there's nothing to be worried about. Hancheol says that there is no problem. Hancheol touches the screen, and 2 containers open up. There are 2 people inside the container. Iseo is shocked to see that. Yerim activates the skill of analysis and sees that they are mutated humans. Yerim asks if they are people. Lee tells him that this is a new human race project, and these people are his brothers and sisters who volunteered for the project. Lee tells Yerim to just think about it. If they could combine the power of mutants and the reasoning of human beings, then that would be amazing. Yerim says if it is a success, then it will be a game changer. Lee says they were willingly injected with the blood of mutants, and result-wise, it was successful. Lee starts smiling and says this is how the new race was born. Yerim wonders how he made this mad project possible. Yerim remembers that the new human race project was a failed experiment due to rejection. Yerim asks Lee how did they manage to succeed. Hancheol says that a strong vitality was required to overcome rejection. However, vitality wasn't something that could be increased so easily, and Hancheol says that was when the root appeared. Yerim asks about the root. Hancheol tells him to come this way, and he will show them. Yerim and Iseo are surprised to see the root inside the room. Lee says let him introduce the new hope of humankind, the root. Yerim activates the skill of analysis, but there is no information about its root. Yerim thinks that it is just a mere cell, but the size doesn't make sense, just like the infected zombies. Yerim remembers that it might be a variable that they were created just like at that time. Yerim asks Lee about the root. Lee says it's a miracle that can save many by sacrificing a few. Lee orders Hancheol to show them. Hancheol says that it is mealtime. Hancheol clicks a button, and a person appears in the room. Iseo asks if they are going to feed a person to that thing. Hancheol says that he's a criminal who killed and robbed civilians. Since he deserves to die, there's no need to feel sorry for him. The root opens the mouth and starts eating the person. Yerim and Iseo are shocked to see that. There is plenty of blood on the ground. The root throws a stone out of the mouth. Hancheol tells them that the stone of life is a treasure that can increase a human's vitality even more than that of zombies by drinking it. Iseo asks if it is safe to go inside, and if that thing is edible. Hancheol goes inside and says that despite its looks, it is quite tasty. Lee says that's not the only effect it can give. It greatly decreases the possibility of rejection when they inject the mutant blood into a human. Hancheol says the duration that the new human race can operate while maintaining reason will continue to increase in the future, and by then, history will be rewritten. Lee asks Yerim if he understands his ambition now. Yerim ponders for a while and says that they need to keep this hidden because if the story about this spreads, it's going to be a very annoying matter to deal with. Lee starts laughing and says that he knows he will understand. Lee glances at Hancheol. Hancheol says the number of their trustworthy comrades has increased, so he's very happy about this. The system notifies Yerim that the expert's favorability has exceeded a certain limit. Skill can be transferred. Transferable skill is biotechnology. Yerim thinks that he should thank him for the skill. Yerim activates the transmission skill, and the medic circle appears. The system notifies Yerim that the transmission is a success, and that he can transplant and transfer cells into the body using mana. Yerim asks Lee if that stone has any side effects. Lee says no because he is currently using it as well, and that he will provide it for the two in the future. Lee tells Yerim that he will give him one now so he can check it out himself. Yerim grabs the stone and thinks that as time goes on, it will be harder to bring down Lee Sancheol, so now is the time to deal with him. Yerim signals Iseo that it is time. Lee says to let him show them the power of the new human race. The container opens, and the mutated humans wake up. They tell the commander that it has been a while. Lee starts smiling and says that he told them to call him brother. Lee tells them that they worked hard. Fortunately, progress is being made in research, so they will soon be out. Yerim thinks that betrayal tastes good. Yerim activates Blue Flame Dragon, Acoustics, Fear, Raining, and Manpower. Yerim brings out the chain from the inventory. Lee looks behind, and Yerim punches him so hard that the skull is ripped off. The blood splatters everywhere. The mutated humans are shocked to see that. Hancheol can't believe his eyes. Iseo moves swiftly and cuts the head of Hanxiao. The system notifies Yerim that the bearer, Sod Chancel, has died, and personnel has been added to the blacklist. Biotechnology skills have been retrieved. Yerim activates skill synthesis and combines mental care and fear. Yerim attacks the new mutants. Iseo appears from behind and twists their necks. Everyone is dead on the ground. Iseo tells Yerim that they are crazy for eating people. Yerim tells her that she did well and asks about the recording. Iseo tells him that it is on her mobile. Yerim tells her that they should take pictures, too, before leaving. Yerim thinks that the information that they have will surely persuade the survivors. They are about to leave, but Lee suddenly gets up. Lee's head starts regenerating. Lee starts laughing and asks Yerim why did he do that. Yerim says that this is going to be tough. Lee asks why did he betray him. Yerim says it is because he is disgusting and greedy. Lee is furious to hear that. Yerim started swinging his chain, and he asks how much of that yellow rock he has eaten. Lee tells Yerim that it is too late to regret his decision, and that he has activated 100 manpower. Lee starts releasing an insane amount of energy. Yerim activates the skill of analysis. But Lee rushes towards Yerim to kill him. Yerim dodges the attack and attacks Lee with his chain. Lee starts bleeding. Iseo jumps in the air to attack Lee. Iseo kicks Lee and tells him to die. Lee falls to the ground. Yerim attacks with his chains, but he's shocked to see Lee's repulsive power. Lee gets up with wounds on his body and says that he doesn't have just 1 or 2 powers. Lee tells Yerim that he will kill him in the most painful way possible. Lee activates 200 manpower. Lee starts screaming. He transforms into a monster and starts running towards them. Lee attacks Iseo and crushes her into the wall. Yerim activates his analytical skills, but Lee starts attacking him ferociously. Lee tells Yerim to die. Yerim thinks that he is crazy. At the same time, the door is knocked down. The soldiers arrive there after hearing the commotion, and they ask if their commander is alright. Lee turns around, and he's shocked to see the soldiers there. Lee starts running towards the soldiers. Lee starts chopping the soldiers. The soldier says stop him at once, but Lee cuts them in half with a single strike. Lee grabs the soldier's arm and starts eating it. The soldiers are afraid to see that. Lee becomes stronger and more dangerous. The soldiers start shooting at Lee. Lee disappears, and the soldiers are surprised to see that. Lee grabs 2 soldiers by their necks and crushes their necks. A soldier shouts that he is a monster. Lee kills the soldier, and Yerim is watching everything from the ground. Yerim thinks that he is strong. The system notifies Yerim that he can combine 2 skills of his choice. Yerim tells the system to hurry up and give him a skill that can kill that monster. The system notifies Yerim that skill synthesis has been activated and that the results will be stronger if he can enhance them with a yellow magic stone. Yerim combines analysis and biotechnology, and he uses a yellow magic stone to enhance his special skill. The system notifies Yerim that the temporary special skill, imitation, is unlocked. Yerim can analyze the target and imitate its skills. Yerim activates imitation. He starts getting muscular and says that this hurts a lot. The system notifies Yerim that he can analyze the target faster if he has the material. Yerim looks at the pieces of flesh on the ground and thinks that this is the piece of flesh that came from Lee earlier when he killed him. Yerim picks up the piece of flesh and starts getting stronger faster. Yerim quickly starts collecting the pieces of flesh from the ground. Meanwhile, Lee finishes eating all the soldiers. Lee boasts that he feels invincible right now. Lee turns his attention to Yerim and asks if he has any last words. Yerim is overflowing with energy and says that he should be the one asking him that. Lee tells Yerim that he is so arrogant. Lee rushes to attack Yerim, but Yerim quickly turns and punches him. Lee gets smashed into the wall and is severely injured. Lee says that this is surprising. Yerim says that he has pretty lame last words. Lee starts laughing and says that he is so arrogant. Lee starts regenerating and says that he should teach him a lesson. Lee activates 500 manpower. Yerim is shocked to hear that. Lee transforms into a monster with several eyes. The system notifies Yerim that there has been a huge change in the body that he is imitating, and his body has been enhanced. Yerim thinks that the pain is unbearable, and he wonders how strong Lee is. Lee starts laughing and says that this strength is great. Lee rushes to attack Yerim. Lee punches Yerim in the stomach. Lee appears from behind and smashes Yerim to the ground. The ground is destroyed by the impact. Lee starts punching Yerim and tells him to die. Iseo is worried about Yerim. Lee picks up Yerim, and Yerim is bleeding severely from his eye. Lee tells Yerim that he will give him a slow and painful death. Iseo appears from behind and kicks Lee in the head. Lee is furious to see that. Iseo tells Lee to let Yerim go. Lee throws Yerim away. Iseo rushes to grab Yerim. She puts Yerim on the ground and asks if he is okay. Yerim tells her that Lee is extremely dangerous. Iseo tells him that she can buy him some time. Iseo stands up and tells Yerim to find out a way to defeat Lee in the meantime. Iseo thinks that the difference between their power and speed is overwhelming. Iseo creates a protective shield. Lee jumps towards Iseo to kill her. Iseo takes the stance and thinks that she will have to overpower him through his weakness. Iseo avoids the attack and counters with a strong punch. Lee gets hit by the punch, but Lee is still standing on his feet. Lee attacks Iseo from a distance using his tentacles. Iseo swiftly starts dodging the attacks. The system notifies Yerim that he is now watching a very high-quality martial arts fight, and his understanding of Josian's heavenly demon martial arts has increased. Yerim thinks that she's fighting against someone with 500 manpower. There is a reason she's called a genius. Iseo jumps in the air and kicks Lee in the head. Lee smashes into the ground, and his flesh starts spilling everywhere. Yerim grabs the flesh, and the system notifies him that he has obtained an object that can help with the imitation. His body will be quickly enhanced. Yerim starts screaming with pain. Lee gets back up again and says that this is so fun. Suddenly, Lee's arm gets cut off. Yerim regains his strength and cuts the arm with a single strike. Iseo is relieved to see that. Yerim uses the arm to enhance his strength. Yerim rushes towards Lee and starts attacking him. Iseo also starts attacking Lee from behind. Yerim appears from the other side, and he punches Lee. Lee gets blown away, but Yerim quickly rushes towards Lee. Yerim grabs Lee by the throat and lifts him up. Yerim tells Lee that he should die now. Yerim starts choking Lee and throws him on the ground. Iseo asks if he is dead this time. Yerim says no, the message hasn't appeared yet. Yerim picks up his foot and crushes Lee. Yerim tells Iseo that he's dead now. The system notifies Yerim that he has perfectly analyzed the imitation of a powerful body, and his body will evolve now. The system notifies Yerim that a new recovery feature has been created. Yerim looks at his injured arm and sees that it starts healing. Yerim thinks it is like Lee's recovering ability. Yerim says this imitation skill is an absolute fraud. Iseo asks what does he mean by that. Yerim says that it is nothing and asks if her body is alright. Iseo tells Yerim that the thing locked inside that room looked familiar. There is a large hole inside the room. Yerim and Iseo arrive in the room, and Iseo says the monster just escaped. Yerim says that they should chase after it. Yerim and Iseo jump in the hole. They start running after the monster in the tunnel. Iseo asks how far did it go. Suddenly, the ground starts shaking, and their path is blocked. Yerim says that they almost got into trouble, and Iseo says that it collapsed on purpose. Yerim says if that thing's smart enough to escape, then that is possible. Yerim thinks that this passage leads to Seoul. He tells Iseo that they should go back. Yerim helps Iseo come out of the hole. They start walking towards the jeep through the tunnels. Yerim notices something strange inside the tunnel, and Iseo asks what is wrong. Yerim says that this wall looks different. Yerim knocks at the wall and thinks that it is empty inside. Yerim punches and destroys the wall. There are numerous stones stuck there. Yerim is happy to see that and says it looks like a magic stone storage. Yerim throws the inventory, and it starts eating all the stones. After gathering the stones, the inventory returned to Yerim. Yerim gives Iseo some stones and tells her to use them. Iseo tells him that this is too much, but Yerim tells her that he wouldn't have been able to defeat Lee Sangcheol without her, and that is why she should get her share. Yerim thinks that with her potential, it would be stupid not to invest in her. Iseo is happy to hear that and says that she will use them well. Iseo uses the magic stones to enhance her skill. The system notifies Yerim that he can enhance raining, analysis, and biotechnology using the magic stones. Yerim also starts strengthening his skills. After some time, Hyungseok walks into the woods, thinking that those two are headed towards the Awakener's laboratory with the commander. The only place where he has only been to once in his entire life, since this could possibly turn the relationship between subordinates and seniors upside down. Hyungseok arrives near the jeep and wonders why he was called to such a quiet place. Yerim and Iseo come out of the jeep. Hyungseok asks if they were able to finish their visit to the lab. Yerim says yes, they cleaned it up appropriately. Hyungseok is surprised to hear that. Yerim tells him that he killed all of his superiors today. Hyungseok is afraid to hear that. Yerim asks if he wants to live. Hyungseok tells Yerim that he wants to live, and Yerim says that they should make a contract then. Yerim activates the contract between him and Hyungseok. It states that Hyungseok will become a subordinate of Yerim, and he will never betray Yerim for the rest of his life. If violated, Kim Hyungseok will die. Hyungseok asks if he will have to obey him forever. Yerim starts smiling and says that the skill will judge him if he betrays him. Hyungseok is afraid to hear that and thinks that this is a frightening contract. Hyung-seok accepts the contract because he has no other choice. Yerim gives him the mobile and tells him to make a story out of this. Hyung-seok takes the mobile. After some time, Hyung-seok addresses the people of Paradise, and they ask what is going on. Hyung-seok tells them that he will expose Lee to them today. Hyung-seok plays the clip on the mobile, and Lee says if they could combine the power of mutants and the reasoning of human beings, that would be amazing. The people say that it is the voice of the commander. Hyung-seok plays the video on the big screen that ICO recorded on her mobile. Hyung-seok tells everyone that Lee Sang-cheol was conducting a dreadful human experiment. But thanks to a righteous hero, Lee Sang-cheol has now been dealt with. Hyung-seok tells Yerim to please come forward. Yerim arrives at the stage, and he tells everyone that the shield will now come to its end. Everyone is worried to hear that. Yerim says that he will return to where he came from. A person asks if he is going to abandon them. Yerim says that he has a suggestion. 10 skilled awakeners, a strong fortress, and plentiful supplies. Yerim says they will acquire all of that and move to a new paradise. Everyone turns around, and they are surprised to see the Hammer Gang. Dupel starts walking towards the stage with his men. They all stand behind Yerim. Yerim says that anyone who wants to come with him, these awakeners will escort them to the vehicles. Everyone starts cheering for Yerim. The system notifies Yerim that his authority has increased exponentially, and the amount of manpower has increased by 320. Yerim is happy to see that, and he thinks it is impressive. A man is standing on the branch of a tree, and he's witnessing everything. His name is Han Wonwook, and he's the National Intelligence Service's 3rd deputy manager. Wonwook says that Lee has died, and this has become interesting. After a while, everyone is sitting in the vehicles. Yerim thanks Dupel for his help. Dupel says the boss requested it, so of course, he would help. Yerim tells Dupel that he is the boss. Dupel tells Yerim that with his abilities, the young ones are definitely going to trust and rely on him. Dupel says that he is capable and generous, and he also knows the future. There is no one who's more capable of being a leader than him, and that is why he should become their boss and lead them. Dupel shouts and tells everyone that Yerim is the Hammer Gang's new boss. Everyone bows to Yerim. Dupel tells Yerim that he and everyone in his group will now follow his orders. Yerim thinks that he can't believe that Dupel gave him the top position right away. Yerim tells Dupel that he is looking forward to working with all of them. Dupel shakes his hand and says that they will be in his care. After some time, a large convoy leaves the paradise. A person reports that a swarm of zombies is approaching towards them. The people are scared to hear that. ICO asks Yerim if there are a lot. Yerim brings out the chain and says that they will see. Dupel asks Yerim why he would bring out a knife to catch chickens. Dupel tells Yerim to leave this to them, and he tells his men to prepare for a large-scale attack. The Hammer Gang moves their vehicles to the front, and they start rushing towards the zombies. A zombie hits the truck and gets blown away. The people are surprised to see that zombies are getting crushed by the Hammer Gang's vehicles. They start rejoicing to see that. After some time, a person looks ahead and asks what is that. Dupel is also surprised to see something. There is a large fortress in front of them. Dupel starts smiling and says that it was a good decision to move here. A couple of soldiers are standing on the wall. One of them says it is the general, and the other one tells him to open the gate. The gate opens, and everyone enters the fortress. Yerim and everyone is surprised to see the huge fortress. The soldiers salute Yerim and say greetings to the general. A soldier tells everyone to move to the residential area. Another soldier says to all the members of the Hammer Gang, please come this way. ICO asks Yerim if this is the same village they left. Yerim says yes. Yerim thinks that he has been receiving letters from Mong from time to time about news in the village, but he can't believe that it could change this much. Choi starts running towards Yerim and ICO. Yerim asks how she's. Choi says that she is good and asks if they are hurt anywhere. Yerim says no, but the village changed a lot. Choi says as the village grew, more departments emerged. Choi says that she will show them around. Choi takes them to the city security headquarters and says this is the new security of the city. She will introduce them to the security team. Park is busy training some people, and he shouts at them to make them focus. Park tells them to swing their arms with all their heart. Park looks at Yerim and ICO, and he is happy to see that they are back. ICO jumps towards Park to hug him. Park starts laughing and hugging his granddaughter. Yerim asks Park how he's doing. Park says that he has been busy teaching the new members. Yerim looks at the students and thinks that he can put the Hammer Gang here, too. Yerim tells Park that the Hammer Gang is coming soon and that he should take care of them as well. Park asks if they fight well, and Yerim tells him that it is going to be fun teaching them. Choi asks Yerim if they should move to the next place. ICO tells Yerim to go ahead because she wants to spend some time with Grandpa. Choi and Yerim leave the city security headquarters, and Yerim says the department is bigger than he thought. Choi says it will be hard if he is already surprised with this much. Choi says that she still has a lot of things to show him. Choi takes Yerim to the next building and says that this is the Scouts department, a department led by Kim. A person sitting on the computer says that they have received a hazard signal from the 3 zones and reports it to the higher-ups. The soldier tells the mouse that it did good work. Yerim asks what is happening here. At the same time, Kim jumps inside the building and says that Yerim is here. Yerim asks Kim who these people are. Kim tells him that they are the new recruits and they teamed up with the rats because he had a connection with them. Yerim thinks that if they spread the animals and wait for them to come back with information, it will be too late. Yerim says if the agents could send information through a radio, the speed of delivery would accelerate. Kim says that is exactly what he wants. Kim tells Yerim to expect a lot from their Scouts department. It's going to be awesome. Yerim starts smiling and says that he is looking forward to it. Meanwhile, Young is busy with his construction. Yerim arrives there and thinks that the Ministry of Construction is amazing. After that, Yerim went to various departments with Professor Choi, including the Urban Reconstruction Support Department. Choi says now that she has shown him some of the departments, she will show him around the city's central district. After they arrive outside, Yerim asks what it is. There is a huge statue of Yerim holding the chain in hand. Yerim is embarrassed to see that. Choi tells him that great people always have a statue, and it is good to have a symbol that represents the city. Choi tells Yerim that the administration office is in the building over there. Suddenly, a soldier comes running and tells Yerim that it is urgent. Yerim asks what happened. The soldier informs Yerim that some people have arrived, and he hears they are from the NIS. Choi asks who they are. Wonwook arrives there with his men. The soldier tells Yerim that he told them to stop at the gate. Wonwook asks Yerim if he is their leader and says that he is the former deputy director of NIS. Wonwook asks if he would spare some time because he would like to tell him something important. Yerim activates the skill of analysis and sees that Wonwook is an E-grade human, and he's the one who can see far. Yerim asks if they should go somewhere quiet. Wonwook says that a quiet place would be good. Wonwook orders his team to be on standby. Yerim takes Wonwook inside and asks why they came. Wonwook asks if he doesn't trust the government. Yerim asks if the government didn't move the administrative capital to Jeju Island after the zombie crisis broke out. It would be strange to say good things about those who abandoned the people. Wonwook says that he is right. The government is foolish and incompetent. Wonwook says those in the upper class abandoned the people to survive, and as if that's not enough, they even became obsessed with religious cults. Yerim asks who they are. Wonwook asks if he has heard about the immortal cult. Yerim is afraid to hear that name, and he wonders if those crazy people are now involved with the government. Yerim remembers that the immortal cult is a cult that worships zombies. Yerim remembers that in his nightmares, a person tells the crowd that their great individuals are furious. The crowd says that they follow the immortal. The person says they should begin the immortal ceremony. Few people tell their leader to save them, but he unleashes zombies at them and starts smiling. He tells everyone to follow the immortals obediently, and they will be honored. Yerim asks if the name of that cult leader is Myungho. Wonwook says that is his name. Wonwook shows him the picture on his mobile, and Yerim thinks that he looks so different from his nightmares. Wonwook says Myungho is an awakener who is believed to have an exclusive skill. Yerim is surprised to hear that. Wonwook says it seems he has been controlling the zombies as he desires. Wonwook says it has been 2 months since Myungho first appeared. On the 30th day of the zombie incident, he appeared in South Jeolla province. Myungho ordered the zombies to follow him. Everyone was surprised to see that the zombies stopped. Myungho tells them that the faithful ones are going to be blessed by God, and they should follow and believe the immortals. Myungho tells a large crowd that such an evil species will never be able to spread rampantly in the realm of immortality. Wonwook tells Yerim that the whole Jeolla fell into the hands of the immortal cult within just a month. They were so fast even the president was surprised. The president ordered him to schedule a meeting with the immortal cult. Wonwook warns him that they need to be careful because it is a religious group. The president asks what the point of that is when the world has already become like this. He ordered Wonwook to go inland from Jeju Island. They should use those people who took over the Hanam region. Wonwook tells Yerim that he is sick and tired of the drugs given by the leader. Yerim asks what drugs. Wonwook shows him and says that they inject this liquid into their bodies. Yerim activates analysis and sees that it is a nutrient solution liquid of a vengeful spirit, and it is addictive and gives strong physical strength. Yerim thinks that it's similar to the root he saw when he was a part of the shield. Yerim thinks that Myungho is related to the root. Wonwook says that, in the end, the government in Jeju has now become the site of the immortal cult. Yerim asks whether the immortal cult will become a good organization, then if they save the people and deal with the incompetent government. Wonwook says absolutely not, they would just make those drugs out of the people. Yerim asks how he knows about that. Wonwook says that he checked it with his skill clairvoyance. Wonwook tells Yerim that the immortal cult needs to be stopped, so please help them. Yerim says that Jeolla province is too far, and they have not even taken over Gangwon province yet. Wonwook says that he doesn't want immediate help, but he will be needing his help in the future. Yerim asks what he will get in return if he promises to help him. Wonwook says that he will give him interesting information. Yerim says that he is curious about that information already. Wonwook tells him that the more people there are, the more food becomes a problem. It is important for them to find a way to solve this. Wonwook shows Yerim the map and says that there is a military in Inji County, and there is an awakener there who's related to food. Yerim asks if he is telling the truth, and Wonwook says yes, only a few people from the military know about this since they are hiding the existence of skill awakeners. Wonwook tells Yerim that it'd be alright for him to destroy them since their unit is known for their evil deeds. Yerim says that is interesting. Wonwook says that he will give him extra information that only he knows as a sign of trust. Wonwook asks if he perhaps knows the state of Gyeonggi province. Yerim says that he knows a bit, and he heard Seoul is now in the most perilous state. If that really is the case, then it would be like hell there since it's close to Seoul. Wonwook says there are insane people who like battles in that hell-like place. They fight while ignoring their lives as if they are game characters who are members of small guilds. They are called gamers. They are certainly amazing and strong people. Among them is a guy named Im Mokcheol, who has the nickname Hercules. He's amazing. Hercules kills a large monster with his bare hands. Hercules grabs a green magic stone. He puts his finger in the ear and asks if someone is talking about him. Yerim asks Wonwook if he ever thought about approaching them. Wonwook says their motive is the religious cult, not the government. Whether they become stronger or enter Seoul, that's that. In other words, they are the kind of people with whom he can't communicate. Yerim thinks for a while and thanks Wonwook for the information. Wonwook asks what his suggestion is, and Yerim replies that he accepts it and that he is looking forward to their kind cooperation. Wonwook shakes his hand and thanks Yerim. Wonwook says that he will ask him one more favor once they are outside. They come outside, and Yerim tells Wonwook that he will think about his suggestion. Wonwook leaves with his team. A person asks Wonwook what he is talking about. Wonwook says that he asked him to come work for the government, and obviously, he listened quite well. Wonwook tells Agent Seok to rest assured and asks if he thinks that he will talk about something else. Seok says there's no way he would do that. Wonwook says everything is for their loyalty to the government. Wonwook thinks that he can't believe that he managed to trick Agent Seok, but he needs to be more careful moving forward. Yerim thinks that it is an unbelievable situation and that he should make a move immediately. Yerim orders the soldier to call them immediately. Yerim thinks that he will deal with the military in Inji County first. After some time, a scout officer enters the room and tells Yerim that he is here to report the information about the military camp. Yerim grabs the report. He looks at the pictures and says that the upperclassmen are truly wicked. According to the military camp report, the commanding officer is H. Wang. H. Wang has 3,000 men and 3 tank battalions. ICO says that they have more tanks than she thought. Yerim tells her even if that is the case, no matter how strong an attack is, it'd be useless if they miss. Yerim says that he obtained information about them and that they should go. Few soldiers are guarding the gate. A soldier asks if there are no zombies coming because he is so bored. At the same time, the soldier looks ahead and sees that someone is coming towards them on the bike. A soldier informs Sergeant Seo that there are unidentified people on the road. Sergeant Seo shouts that he can also see that. Sergeant Seo warns them to reveal their identities. Yerim activates a loud sound attack. Sergeant Seo covers his ears and thinks that he is a strong awakener. All the other soldiers fall to the ground. Yerim warns them to move if they don't want to die. A person asks Sergeant Seo on the radio about the noise. Sergeant Seo falls to his knees and says that he has surrendered. Yerim starts smiling and says good choice. Yerim and Iseo walk past the soldiers. An alarm goes off, and a soldier tells the troops to get ready for the attack. The tanks also start moving. H. Wang comes running outside and asks how dare a reckless person do this. The soldiers point their guns at Iseo and Yerim. H. Wang asks if only 2 people told them to surrender. His subordinate tells H. Wang that they are skilled awakeners, so they need to be careful. H. Wang asks what 2 people can do. H. Wang tells them that he will spare their lives if they surrender now and choose to be loyal to him. Yerim says that they will not understand if he tells them nicely. Yerim shouts at Hwang and says that he has heard about their wrongdoings and he will kill them today. Hwang tells his soldiers to open fire. An officer says that they received an order to fire and tells the soldier to take aim. A tank takes aim at Yerim and Iseo. Yerim tells Iseo that they should have some fun. Hwang says open fire. The tanks and soldiers start shooting at Yerim and Iseo. Yerim and Iseo start deflecting the bullets, and they start running towards the soldiers. The soldiers are shocked to see that the guns are not working. Iseo jumps on the tank and dismantles the cannon. The soldier is scared to see Iseo on the tank. Iseo sends the soldier flying as Yerim brings out his chain. Yerim starts swinging the chain and attacks the tank. The tank is destroyed in half. Hwang says that this is crazy. Yerim jumps towards Hwang and grabs him by the throat. Yerim asks if he has any last words. Hwang brings out his gun and tells Yerim to die. Hwang shoots at Yerim, but he deflects the bullets with strong energy. Yerim says that he told him that he will die today. Hwang starts losing consciousness. The soldiers are shocked to see that Hwang is dead. Yerim asks if they are going to continue this fight. The soldiers start crying, and they say that they surrender. After some time, all the soldiers are on their knees. Yerim says that he has heard about an awakener in this camp. A soldier asks if he is talking about the person trapped in here. Yerim is surprised to hear that. The soldier tells Yerim that 2 months ago, they begged an elder to help the people dying from hunger. The elder said although his skills are lacking, he will do his best. The soldiers gave people very little of the food. The elder said that he made a lot and asked why they didn't distribute it properly. Hwang started smiling and said that when someone eats too much, they tend to think about something else. The elder said if he keep this up, then he will leave this place. Hwang says that he can never leave this place and captures the elder. Yerim thinks that this person's story is a bit unfortunate. Yerim asks the soldier where he is. Yerim opens the door and looks at different fruits and vegetables. Yerim looks at the elder and wonders why the fruits are so big. The elder asks Yerim who he is. Yerim activates his analytical skills and sees that his name is Youngwoong, and he's an F-grade farmer. Yerim tells Youngwoong his name and asks if he is trapped because of Hwang. Yerim tells Youngwoong that there is no need to worry anymore because he killed Hwang. Youngwoong is surprised to hear that. The soldiers tell him that Yerim is telling the truth and Hwang is not in this world anymore. Youngwoong drops the fruit and says that he can't believe that Hwang died. Youngwoong thanks Yerim for killing that wicked person. The system notifies Yerim that the expert's favorability has exceeded a certain limit and skill can be transferred. Yerim activates the skill of transmission, and the magic circle appears. The system notifies Yerim that he has acquired the skill of food cultivation, and he can now use mana to grow plants. Yerim thinks that now that he has acquired this skill, the next thing he needs to do is convince this old man to come over to his village. Yerim tells Youngwoong that he needs his help. Youngwoong remembers that the soldier also asked for his help like that in the past. Youngwoong refuses to help Yerim, and Yerim asks if this is because of Hwang and the work he forced him to do. Youngwoong says that he can't deny that, and there is no way that he wouldn't do the same to him. Yerim tells him to visit their village at least once, and he promises that he can leave anytime he wants. After some time, the Hammer Gang arrives at the camp. Dupel says that Yerim and Iseo are complete monsters. Yerim tells Dupel that he will leave the transfer work to him. Dupel asks if he can ask him a favor. Yerim asks what it is. Dupel tells Yerim that his hand is itching after seeing the tank. Dupel says if they remodel them a bit, they're going to be amazing. Yerim thinks that he forgot that those tanks are also vehicles. Yerim agrees and tells Dupel to use them however he likes. Dupel starts laughing and says that he knew the leader would understand. Dupel tells his truck that they should get started. The truck transforms into a robot. Dupel says that it is time for an upgrade. Dupel activates vehicle remodeling and starts dismantling the tank. Dupel combines the tank parts into his truck and upgrades the robot. Yerim and Youngwoong are shocked to see that. A soldier asks what that is, and another says that it is a robot. All the members of the Hammer Gang are excited to see that, and they tell Dupel to do that in their cars, too. Dupel asks Yerim if he can use more tanks. The gang members tell Yerim that they will work hard, and they will even pay for the tanks. Yerim tells Dupel that it will help everyone grow stronger, and that is a good thing so they can take the tanks. Dupel starts laughing and says that their leader is great. Dupel stands in front of the tanks and says that he should start the process. After a while, the Hammer Gang starts moving on their upgraded vehicles. They arrive outside the village. Yerim takes Youngwoong inside the village, and everyone is happy to see Yerim. Youngwoong tells Yerim that he is a good person. Youngwoong apologizes for doubting him and says that he should take this old man in. Yerim starts smiling and says of course. After some time, the soldiers are busy working in the field. Jung-woon arrives there and activates the skill. The crops suddenly grow, and it's ready for the harvest. The soldiers are overjoyed to see that, and they say that there is no longer any need to worry about food. Yerim thinks that everything ended successfully. Choi tells Yerim that he did good work. Choi asks Yerim if he has thought of a name for his team. Yerim says their main goal is to eliminate all the zombies on this planet, and they should be called human units. Choi asks if this will be okay. Yerim says, of course, they will bring all humans together regardless of their country, race, and culture. Yerim shows her the sign and says it will look like this. Choi looks at it with suspicion and says it looks powerful. Yerim thinks that it is time for him to grow stronger. Yerim takes out the inventory and thinks that he can enhance his skills from its bearers who have magic stones. Yerim goes to Jung and says that he wants to learn architecture properly. Jung starts smiling and says that he will tell him everything he knows. The system notifies Yerim that he can listen to Jung's class and learn about wooden construction, and as a reward, the skill will be upgraded to rank D. Yerim starts learning about the techniques for architecture. After a while, Yerim approaches Kim, and Kim tells Yerim that he should be able to search for animals first in order to communicate with them. Kim tells Yerim to track its movements and think of a way to deal with them. After that, Yerim increased his understanding of mental care skills. And after that, he learns about cooking, acoustic, magic girl, and medicine. After a week, Yerim looks at the status window and sees that all the skills are upgraded to rank D. Yerim starts cheering and says that he did it. Choi enters the room and asks what he's doing. Yerim tells her that he is done working on his skills and that he is relieved. Choi asks if he knows that they got more survivors after taking over the army. Choi tells him that there are also a few awakeners, and she is here to give him a report on their information. Yerim is exhausted to hear that and thinks that he just finished, and now there are more skills for him to learn. Choi asks if there is a problem, and Yerim tells her to hand him the report. Yerim looks at the report and says that they have a blacksmith, a designer, and a thief. Choi says the first two people can make things with their special abilities. Choi places some things at the table and asks if he wants to see them. Yerim activates the skill of analysis and sees that it is a sharp knife and an F-grade item. A sturdy top is a special piece of equipment used for defense. Yerim says that he doesn't think they're different from items that are reinforced by magic stone, though. Choi says those were made without any magic stones. Yerim says that it is made from nothing then. Choi says she heard that they can make first-class items as long as they have mana. Yerim says that if they distribute stuff like this to the guards, Choi tells him that they are already doing that. Yerim asks about the thief. Choi tells him that the guy is a good digger. Yerim asks if that is all, and Choi tells him that the thief can dig better than they can imagine. Yerim thinks that it would be great to make an underground city. At the same time, there's a knock at the door. Yerim says come in. A soldier walks in and says that he is here to give the report regarding the reconnaissance exploitation. Choi is worried to hear that. Yerim takes a look at the report and says that this is where he met that monster in the 99th episode. Choi asks if he is going to go after it. Yerim tells her that they are reclaiming their land back, and in order to do that, they need to aim for the big city. According to the reconnaissance exploitation report, there are numerous high-level mutant monsters in the city, with an estimation of 30,000 zombies. Choi asks if the monster will be in that place. Yerim tells her that it will be difficult, but they can't turn a blind eye to it forever. Yerim says that he will call all the department leaders and ask them to prepare for a meeting. Yerim thinks that this is the beginning of aiming for big cities. The meeting of the elders starts, and Yerim asks if Choi has already told them about the meeting. Park says that he heard they are going to take over Chunchin. Yerim says that is right, and he's going to take the guards with him this time. Dupel says that his body has been itchy lately, and Park tells Yerim that the guards are always ready to go with him. Yerim asks Kim about the spies in Chunchin. Kim tells Yerim that they are thoroughly looking around, but they haven't seen that big monster he mentioned. Yerim thinks that it's difficult to find since it didn't show up until Chunchin was attacked for a while in the 99th Nightmare episode. Yerim thinks that they have no choice but to go there and find it. Yerim tells Kim to tell the spies to locate more survivors. Kim tells Yerim they're already on the search. Kim shows Yerim the map and says if he goes this way, then he will be able to spot survivors. Yerim says there will be a lot of survivors if we take over the city. Elder Jung says that he will do his best to lead the reconstruction. Yerim asks Professor Choi how many days it will take for them if they are going to attack. Choi says they already have weapons and armor for the members. They have to prepare the remaining, and it will take 1 day. Yerim tells everyone that they are going to attack tomorrow. Yerim leaves the room after the meeting. A soldier comes to inform him that the production department heads are looking for him. The soldier says they are requesting for you since there's something they want to give him. Yerim says that he will go and meet them. The name of the blacksmith is Ma Punkang, and the name of the fashion designer is Han Myungsuk. Han is glad to see that the leader is here, and Yerim asks why she is looking for him. Han says if he is going to fight monsters, then they can't stay still, so she and this blacksmith here are going to make clothes and a weapon for him. Ma tells Yerim to give him his weapon. Yerim brings out the chain from the inventory and says okay. Ma tells Yerim that he will return the chain to him before they attack. Ma starts walking away, and Han says that he doesn't talk much. Han tells Yerim to come this way. Yerim enters the shop, and Han starts measuring his body. Han says that she will make a perfect fit for him. Han starts writing the measurements and says that she will finish it by tomorrow. Yerim thinks that he is looking forward to the results tomorrow. The next day, Yerim is working in his office, and he tells them to come in after the knock. Ma and Han enter the room. Han tells Yerim that she did her best, and she hopes that he likes it. Yerim activates the skill of analysis and sees that it is a high-class leather outfit set, a masterpiece made with high-quality leather and with the hands of a person of high stature. It can activate the armor set, mana boost, adjust movement, and give wild strength. Yerim is surprised to see that. Han asks if he likes it. Yerim says that it is quite good and asks how many magic stones she uses. Han says that she used 3 magic stones. Yerim says that she didn't use much. Ma shows Yerim his chain. Ma tells Yerim that this will not lose to anything. Yerim activates the skill of analysis and sees that the explosive chains are modified by the expert, and the functions have increased greatly. A new great explosion weapon is also added to the chain. Ma tells Yerim that it is a well-made explosive weapon. Yerim thinks that he is looking forward to using this. After Yerim changes into his new clothes, he gathers the soldiers and tells them that it's time to show the monsters the power of humans. Yerim asks if they are ready. The soldiers shout yes, sir. Yerim says that the whole army is attacking the monsters. They leave with their convoy. After some time, the scouting team informs Dupel that a large swarm of zombies appeared in the current route. Dupel tells everyone to kill the zombies. The soldiers start eating the kimbap made by an expert, and their strength increases by 15% for 3 hours. The zombies are present on the road. Dupel tells everyone to prepare for an attack. Everyone takes aim at the zombies. Dupel tells them to open fire, and they start shooting. There is a huge blast, and the vehicles start moving forward. Inside the city of Chuncheon, there are numerous monsters, and the city is destroyed. The soldiers start coming out of the trucks. Yerim and Isio are leading the attack. The mouse runs towards them, and they inform the soldier that zombies are coming from all sides, and that the mutants have also started moving. A large swamp of monsters arrives there. Dupel says that it is such a warm welcome, and he tells everyone to prepare for battle. A large mutated elephant starts walking towards the soldiers. It has a green magic stone in the head. The soldiers are afraid to see the monster. Yerim thinks that they have fought their way through these monsters, and he thinks that it is time to test his new weapon. Yerim asks the soldiers if they are afraid. The soldiers say no, sir. Yerim raises his hand and says that he will take the lead in today's fight. Yerim activates the special weapon, explosives. The chain explodes into small pieces and starts killing the zombies. In an instant, numerous zombies are killed. The chain pieces return to Yerim, and the weapon combines itself. All the soldiers start saying, "Long live the leader." The other monsters start running towards Yerim. Yerim orders everyone to attack. The battle begins between humans and monsters. The system notifies Yerim that the set effects of his equipment have been activated. His mana will be boosted, his movements will be lighter, and wild power will cover his body. Yerim activates raining and says 700 manpower. Yerim destroys the ground by jumping towards the monster. Yerim attacks the monster with his chain, but the monster blocks the attack. Yerim swings the chain, and the monster gets blown up in the air. It gets crushed to the ground, and it is defeated. Other monsters start screaming to see that. The soldiers are shocked to see that Yerim killed the head monster in one hit. Yerim thinks that it is a variant with green magic stones, and he kills it with one hit. Yerim thinks that this equipment is very impressive. It is their chance to win. Yerim looks at the monsters and gives Dupel the signal. Yerim swings his chain again and activates the special ability explosives. The chain breaks and starts killing the monsters again. Dupel orders everyone to fire. The tanks start shooting at the zombies, and many zombies are killed by the attack. The soldiers start shooting, and they say kill them all. Numerous zombies are killed by the bullets. The bullets have no effect on large monsters. Dupel jumps with his robot and says that he will kill them all. Dupel attacks the monster, but the monster blocks the attack. Dupel points the missiles toward the monster and says that it is showtime. Dupel starts shooting at the monster, and the monster is destroyed. The other monster starts shrieking, and it is about to attack Dupel. Icio kicks the monster and asks where it is going. Icio jumps backward and says that she is their opponent. Other zombies start moving forward. The soldiers block them using their shields. A soldier jumps towards the monster with his axe. He strikes the monster from behind and tells it to die. Another monster starts attacking the soldiers. Some soldiers shoot a net at the monster and capture the monster in the net. A soldier tells his comrades to kill it. They kill the monster easily using spears. Yerim looks at that and thinks that Park trained them well. Yerim thinks that it will be an overwhelming victory. The head monster gets back up. Yerim activates the blue flame on the chain and starts walking toward the head monster. The head monster dies, and the magic stone falls to the ground. Yerim looks at the green magic stone and puts it in the inventory. Yerim looks around at the situation, and he asks Dupel about the damage report. Dupel says a few people have minor injuries, but they will be able to move again if they rest for a while. Yerim says it is a relief, they should take a break then. Yerim activates the skill of wooden construction and builds a wall around them. The soldiers are surprised to see that, and Yerim tells everyone that it's time to take a break. Those who are injured will be given treatment, so please gather. Yerim activates the skill of medicine and starts healing the injured person. Some soldiers are standing guard on the wall, and some are enjoying the bonfire. Yerim tells everyone that they are getting closer to their goal. He says that considering the zombies that could possibly get in the way, they will arrive there in an hour. Dupel asks if they will see the monster he mentioned if they go there. Yerim says maybe, but it's not going to be easy if it really is there, so they have to be prepared. Icio says that the ant monsters earlier were weak, but they will be fine. Yerim says all the annoying monsters are taken care of, so they can relax for a bit. The monsters are knocking at the wall. After some time, Dupel crashes through the wall and says that they need to rush. The convoy starts moving inside the city. Yerim arrives at the blockade, and he thinks that the monster definitely appeared in this place. Yerim notices that the ground is breaking. The monster comes out of the ground, and roots are attached to its body. Yerim and Icio are shocked to see that. Yerim thinks that it is the root that they missed in the laboratory. Icio asks if the monsters are fighting with each other. The monster crashes into the building and starts screaming. The monster falls to the ground, and a blue magic stone comes out of its mouth. Yerim wonders if it is dead. Yerim is about to pick up the magic stone, but the root starts attacking Yerim. Yerim brings out the chain and activates the blue flame dragon. Yerim attacks the root with the blue flame dragon. The roots fall to the ground. Yerim thinks that the cell subjects are tougher than he thought. The root gets back up and starts drilling into the ground. Yerim asks where it is going. Yerim activates 700 manpower and smashes the chain to the ground. Some roots are dead, and the others start attacking Yerim. Yerim activates the skill of wooden construction and grabs the roots. Yerim thinks that he should get more information about them. Yerim tells his subordinates that this is the beginning of the war, and they should keep on moving. The convoy starts moving again. Yerim and his team fought never-ending battles. They enhanced their powers using magic stones. Yerim successfully enhanced his skills to grade C. They also rescue the survivors in the city. Yerim protected everyone by constructing the walls during the night. Food delivery trucks arrived daily, and they served food to people. The ambulance also came with the doctor to treat the injured patients. Everyone thanks Yerim for his efforts. They occupied Chuncheon and moved the survivors to the Union day by day. 10 days went by in fighting the zombies. A soldier tells Yerim that the scouting department said that they no longer see any zombies in Chuncheon. Yerim starts smiling to hear that. A soldier asks if the war is over, and the other one says they finished the war without anyone dying. The soldiers start celebrating their win. Yerim claps his hands and tells everyone that there are still several survivors in Gangwon province that are still suffering. Yerim says they should save the people there, too, and not just the people here in Chuncheon. Yerim says they will not rest until they save the people suffering in Gangwon province. They will continue moving forward. The soldiers tell Yerim that they will follow him to the depths of hell. After passing through Inji County, the home of the Humanity Union, to occupy Chuncheon, forces were divided and advanced in all directions. It was a never-ending battle experience. Because of the abundant source of magic stones, the guards quickly grew stronger and defeated the mutated monsters. After a month, it was finally time for the last area. Yerim arrives in Samcheok City, at the southern end of Gangwon province. A soldier tells him that the survivors have joined them, and there are no zombies either. Yerim grabs the flag of the Humanity Union and bows to the soldiers. The soldiers have tears in their eyes. Dupel coughs and says that everyone worked so hard that they should have dinner together once they get back. Yerim says they will use the alcohol and meat stock once they get back. Dupal starts laughing and says that their leader is very energetic. Dupal tells the soldiers that they will eat to death once they return. The system notifies Yerim that he will receive 2 benefits for his amazing achievement. 1. He can freely organize the territory of Humanity Union within the province of Gangwon. 2. He will receive the skill choice and concentration. Yerim is surprised to see that. After they return to the village, everyone starts celebrating and eating at the Humanity Union Square. Yerim is watching everyone from the top of the tower. Choi arrives in the room and asks if he is not going to celebrate. Yerim tells her that there's something he needs to think about. Yerim is trying to understand the meaning of choice and concentration. The system notifies Yerim that he can enhance 3 skills of his choice for 3 hours. However, the remaining skills will not be available once he activates this, except for the unique skill, and the cooldown time will be 3 hours. Yerim activates choice and concentration, and the system notifies Yerim that Josian's Heavenly Demon Martial Art, Acoustics, and Raining Skills rank will increase by 1. Yerim thinks that the duration and cooldown time are the same. Yerim asks if he should only enhance his combat skills or his internal skills. Choi asks what he's saying, and Yerim tells her that he is talking to himself. Yerim asks Choi if she knows anything about the root. Choi says that he told her it was an unknown cell. Also, the researchers analyzed it carefully, but they didn't get a lot of information. Choi tells Yerim that it is something new. Yerim thinks that he also couldn't find anything with his analysis skills. Choi tells Yerim that there is one way she can think of. Yerim asks what is that. Choi tells Yerim that the root is from the spiritual world. Yerim is shocked to hear that and asks if it's from the spiritual world of those monsters. Yerim asks if she means it is something like the one from Isio's spirit. Choi says something similar. She can also do more things because of the magic stone's enhancement ability. Choi says that she thinks reading the memories of those cells is possible. Yerim says that is amazing. Choi tells him that it is extremely dangerous. If one takes a look at the memories of a powerful creature, they could possibly experience shock. Yerim remembers that the cell defeated that huge monster easily. Yerim thinks that there's a high possibility that the cell owner is a top variant, so it might be truly dangerous. Choi says that she will leave the final decision to him. Yerim says that he will think about it. They need to know the enemy to prepare. Yerim and Choi arrive in the room where the root is tied with chains. Choi grabs Yerim by his hand and asks if he is ready. Yerim nods in approval. Choi activates her skill and starts reading the memories of the root. They arrive in front of a huge mountain. They hear a loud scream, and they are shocked to see a large monster appear behind the mountains. Yerim asks what is that. Yerim asks if this is the main body of the root. The monster glares at Yerim and says that he found him. Yerim starts screaming in pain. Choi grabs Yerim and thinks that they are definitely inside the monster's memories. Choi wonders how it recognized them, and she tells Yerim that they should run away. Choi is about to escape, but the system notifies her that she needs 100 minutes to escape. Choi's skill starts shattering. The monster asks if she thinks that it would let them escape. Choi is afraid to hear that. A large monster appears in front of them. Numerous hands start coming out of the monster, and they are about to grab Yerim and Choi. Choi grabs Yerim and says hurry. Suddenly, they are out of the monster's mind, and they fall to the ground. Choi says that place was not on Earth, and Yerim says it may be. After a while, they have tea. Choi asks how did the monster recognize them. Yerim says that it is just too strong to be able to do something like that. Choi says that the cells in that monster are active. This is troublesome. Choi asks how it got here on Earth. Yerim says one thing is for sure, he needs to get stronger as soon as possible. Yerim tells Choi that he needs her consultation about something. Choi asks what it is. Yerim asks how they are going to appoint the territory of the Union. The system notifies Yerim that he can freely appoint the territory of the Humanity Union within Gangwon-do province. The wider the area, the fewer benefits will be given. Yerim discussed the rewards for occupying Gangwon-do province with the professor. Choi asks if it will be less effective if their territory expands. Yerim says yes. Yerim asks what she thinks about an underground city. Yerim tells her that they have a grave thief awakener and they are going to dig underground and build an underground city. Choi says that they will be able to make the area as narrow as possible. Yerim says they will be able to get more benefits if they do it like that. Choi says it will be dangerous because they are going to get in trouble if it collapses. Yerim says they are going to have to reinforce all the materials that they will use for the underground city with magic stones. Choi asks if that is the smart thing to do because it seems like a huge amount of magic stones will be used. Yerim says that he has an idea about how to solve that problem. Choi asks if there's a way to get a lot of magic stones. Yerim says yes, they are going to do business. Choi asks what business. Yerim tells her that there are many people with magic stones in Gyeonggi-do, and they are called gamers unions. After a while, Yerim is standing on top of the tower, looking down at the village. The system notifies Yerim to choose the area he wants to appoint. Yerim moves his arms to choose the area. The system notifies Yerim that the area is very small. Yerim says that he has decided. The system notifies that Yerim has appointed the area of Humanity Union, and the people in the area will receive benefits. Everyone is surprised to see that. An old man says that his body feels so light. A soldier says that his mana has increased a lot. Ma is busy working in his workshop, and the system notifies him that his mana recovery has increased by 50% and all skills by 30%. His items will get bonus effects if produced inside the area. Ma asks what this is. Han says that inspirations keep on popping up. Everyone says long live the leader. Yerim starts smiling and says that they can sell the products with bonus effects immediately. After some time, Yerim and Iseo arrive near the city of Seongnam in Gyeonggi-do. Yerim says it seems like this is their territory. A person tells Yerim to stop right there. The person asks Yerim who they are. Yerim activates the skill of analysis and sees that his name is Himshin, and he's a D grade awakener. Yerim is surprised to see that Himshin is in the D rank and the others are in the E rank. Yerim introduces himself and says that he is the commander of the Humanity Union. Himshin asks what kind of group it is, and his friend says it is his first time hearing about it. Himshin asks what he's doing in someone else's territory, and he asks Yerim if he wants to get beaten up. Iseo is angry to hear that, and Yerim says he wants to do business with them. Yerim asks if he can request to meet Mukchial. Himshin says there's no one named Mukchial in this neighborhood. Yerim says that he is also known as Hercules. Himshin starts laughing and says this is crazy. Himshin says he is already angry because of the government, which is hiding like rats. Himshin says their guild leader is a dignified man and will not meet with a dog or a cow like them. Himshin warns them to get lost while he's talking nicely. Yerim brings out the inventory, and the inventory starts bringing out food and clothes. Himshin is shocked to see that. Yerim says these are the items they are selling, so take a look at them. Himshin says that he can't believe his eyes. Himshin picks up a jacket, and the system notifies him that this is a product made by an artisan. This product's special effects include muscle movement and strong defense. Himshin picks up the food, and the system notifies him that this is a handmade sandwich by an expert. Once eaten, all his skills will increase by 15% in 3 hours. Himshin says this is crazy. Yerim asks if these items are enough for them to meet the guild leader. Himshin thinks that he's like a treasure warehouse, but he also doesn't look strong. Himshin starts smiling, and he tells Yerim to leave the girl and that pouch here. Himshin says if he does as he says, then they will return the girl to him later. Iseo asks Yerim if he wants them to live. Yerim says that they wanted to do this the nice way. Yerim tells Iseo not to kill them. Himshin says he is done talking nicely to them. Iseo rushes towards him and punches Himshin in the face. There is a huge bang. After a while, Hercules is busy lifting weights in the gym. Himshin returns to Mukchial in a defeated shape. Mukchial asks what is wrong with his face. Himshin says that they have guests. Yerim tells Mukchial that it is nice to see him. Yerim introduces himself and says that he is from the Humanity Union. Yerim activates the skill of analysis and sees that Mukchial is a 33-year-old bodybuilder, and he's a C-rank human. Yerim thinks that his nickname, Hercules, is too overrated. They both start releasing their energy. Himshin falls to the ground, and he is shocked to see that Yerim is matching the energy of their master. Himshin thinks that Yerim is crazier than Iseo. Mukchial says it looks like he's the reason Himshin was beaten to a pulp. Yerim says that he didn't do that on purpose, and that Himshin has a bad habit. Mukchial apologizes for that and asks what is his purpose for coming here. Yerim says that he came here to sell some items. Mukchial tells him to take a seat and show him the items. Yerim shows him numerous items. Mukchial picks up kimbap and asks if they used magic stones to make this. Yerim says no, a chef from their union made this. Yerim tells Mukchial that he is an awakener. Mukchial says it is interesting. Yerim asks if he has ever seen an awakener with life-related skills. Mukchial says no because they only recruit combat awakeners. Mukchial says these things are definitely interesting and asks if they want magic stones. Yerim says yes. Mukchial asks how many do they need. Yerim says 3 magic stones per dish, and the clothes and weapons are going to be more expensive than that. Mukchial says that a kimbap would cost 3 of the lowest level magic stones, and he tells Yerim that it is very expensive. Yerim thinks that he is right. It's not like magic stones were used while making the dishes. They were able to mass produce items due to the bonus effects. Yerim says that he doesn't think he is overcharging him. Even if it is just one dish, it's still necessary in order to live. Mukjeol thinks Yerim is right, but if he accepts his proposal, then he will trick them into taking all the magic stones. Yerim thinks that he is losing precious time, so he should get to the point. Yerim tells Mukjeol that he will give him a big discount. For food, he will sell 1 for 2 red magic stones, and for clothes and weapons, there will be a 70% discount. Mukjeol asks if he has any condition. Yerim says that he wants their unions to have an alliance. Yerim says it will be an alliance that can never be broken. Mukjeol says that looking at the two of them, they look so strong. Yerim asks if he has heard about the immortal cult. Mukjeol says there are some guys from the government who told him about them. Mukjeol asks if they are a religious cult. Yerim says they are not just a cult because there's powerful black magic behind those people. Yerim explains the cell creatures, the drugs that the immortal cult uses that the deputy manager mentioned, the power of the immortal cult in the hands of the government, and the powerful black magic behind all of this. Mukjeol says they should get things straight. The immortal cult is extremely dangerous, and he believes that powerful black magic is behind all of this. Mukjeol says if they are planning on going against them, they have to fight them together. Yerim says that he summarized that well. Mukjeol asks if he knows about the rules in their gamers union. Yerim asks what it is. Mukjeol says that weaks are to be eliminated. Mukjeol tells Yerim to prove that he is worthy of being their ally, not with words but with his actions. Yerim starts smiling and says that they should fight. Mukjeol says that it is good that he is energetic, and he tells Yerim to follow him. After some time, everyone is gathered outside. A gang member asks what is going on. His friend tells him that Mukjeol and a merchant are going to fight. One person says those merchants might actually be strong because they beat Himchin, and another one says there's no way he'd win against Mukjeol. Himchin says there's no way Mukjeol would lose to them. Himchin thinks that Mukjeol is a man with God-given strength, and if he uses that skill, then the winner of the fight is already decided. Himchin shouts and tells Mukjeol to show them what he is made of. Mukjeol tells Himchin to go inside and rest. Yerim brings out his chain from the inventory and puts it on his arm. Yerim thinks that to Mukjeol, strength comes first, which means he needs to fight with everything he has. Yerim activates the unique skill choice and concentration. The system notifies Yerim that Josian's heavenly demon martial arts, acoustics, and raining will be enhanced from D to C. Yerim also activates the skill of synthesis and combines Josian's heavenly demon martial arts and raining. Yerim starts releasing a huge amount of energy. Everyone is shocked to see his strength. Himchin thinks that he has never felt this much pressure, not even from Mukjeol Hyungnam. Iseo thinks this is her first time seeing this skill. Mukjeol thinks that he can't believe he's feeling this much pressure from a simple confrontation. Mukjeol wonders what is wrong with his energy. Yerim asks Mukjeol if he is ready. Mukjeol tells him that he will admit that he is strong. Mukjeol also starts releasing his energy and says that he will also fight him seriously then. Mukjeol activates body enlargement, and the system notifies him that his body has become stronger. His muscles have been greatly enhanced, and his weight has been greatly enhanced. Everyone is shocked to see that he is already using Hercules mode. The gang members say that he is invincible now. Mukjeol asks Yerim if they should play. Mukjeol jumps in the air, and he thinks that Yerim is not avoiding him. Mukjeol says that he will end this fight in one blow. Mukjeol attacks Yerim, and there's a huge blast. Himchin thinks that a disaster will take place at this rate. The dust settles, and Yerim manages to stop the attack with one hand. Mukjeol tells Yerim that he is crazy. Mukjeol wonders just what kind of power he has. Yerim jumps behind Mukjeol and attacks with a strong punch. Mukjeol falls to the ground. The gang members are shocked to see that. Mukjeol spits on the ground and thinks that Yerim is the real deal. Yerim starts walking towards him and asks if they are going to continue this match. Mukjeol gets back up and says that if he refuses, then he won't be able to face himself. They both start fighting again, and there's a huge blast. After some time, Mukjeol opens his eyes in the hospital. Himchin asks if he is awake. Mukjeol asks Himchin why he's crying, and he tells him that he looks like a little boy. Himchin says he thought he was going to die back then. Mukjeol asks if Yerim fell after his attack and says that he is sure he felt the heavy feeling of his hands before he passed out. Yerim comes out of the curtain and says that he did, but he also got beaten up. Mukjeol says that it was thrilling to the very end. Yerim asks Mukjeol if they are allies now. Mukjeol says, of course, they are looking forward to working with him. Mukjeol shakes his hand and tells Yerim that he needs to sell his items at a lower price. Yerim says that he will try. Yerim activates the skill of medicine and heals himself. Yerim also heals Mukjeol, and Mukjeol wonders if Yerim has more than one skill. Yerim tells Mukjeol that his treatment is free of charge. Mukchial destroys his bandages and says that it is an awesome service. After some time, a store opens outside. The gang members ask if there is a store like that, and another one says it wasn't there until yesterday. Hyunseok arrives there and says that just for this day, they will bring them amazingly effective weapons and food at a super sale price. Some gang members are celebrating after buying the items, and they say it's free of charge, so just come and take a look. A gang member asks if food like that exists, and another one says the equipment is also crazily good. A gang member says look at the prices over there. The price is written on the board. It is 1 red magic stone for 2 pieces of food and 1 orange magic stone for grade E equipment. For grade F equipment, it is 1 red magic stone. They ask if this is the right price and not a scam. Hyunseok tells them that this is a super special sale price, an opportunity that does not come often. Everyone brings out red magic stones, and they say that they will buy everything. Hyunseok tells them to stand in line because there's a lot of stuff. Everyone stands in line to buy the items. Hyunseok thinks that they will achieve their target soon. After some time, Choi brings Yerim the report and says this is the sales figures for a week. Yerim takes a look at the report and says they have 1500 red magic stones and 250 orange magic stones. He doesn't think that there is any need to sell anything else at this rate. Choi says the gamer union is going crazy. Yerim asks if the magic stones have been transported. Choi says they have it in storage now. Yerim tells her to please distribute about 10% of that to production experts as a bonus. That way, they can produce more goods. Choi asks if he is not going to use it to build an underground city. Yerim says he will, but in order to hold a strong foundation, he will have to use magic stones for all the materials. At the same time, Kim enters the room and tells Yerim that he saw something interesting. Yerim asks what it is. Kim says Mong Mong saw some robots moving. Yerim gets up and says tell him more in detail. Kim says they have been sending animals to Chungcheong as well lately, and Mong Mong saw numerous robots moving on the ground. Yerim asks if they are not mutants. Kim says if it was a mutant, it should have had a magic stone on its forehead, but the magic stone was nowhere to be found. Yerim says that it is most likely related to skills. Kim says if that's not the case, then having the capabilities to make those kinds of robots is amazing. Yerim says that they are worth recruiting. Yerim thinks that if the ground and underground fortifications could be mechanized that way, perhaps the entire human union could be turned into a moving fortress. Yerim asks Kim where it is located. After some time, Yerim and Iseo start riding towards the location. They arrive at the location, and Iseo asks if that is the robot they are talking about. Yerim looks at the spider robots and says it seems like it. Yerim activates the skill of analysis and sees that they are the lowest grade spider bot. It is a robot infused with the power of skill. It appears to have weak artificial intelligence. Yerim thinks that it is clear that a skill has something to do with this. Yerim tells Iseo that they should go down. Yerim and Iseo arrive near the robots, and the robots activate lasers and say intruder alert. A voice tells them that this area is off limits and any further entry is considered an act of combat, and he will shoot them. Yerim raises his hand and says that they do not intend to fight. Yerim says that he just wants to talk. The spider robot says, calling the parent object complete, intruders, stand by. A robot lands on the ground, and the system notifies Yerim that it is Wilson, a low-grade bodyguard bot. It is an E-grade crafted item, a robot infused with the power of a skill. It seems to have quite an excellent artificial intelligence. Wilson says this body is the butler of the Great Master. Wilson asks if they want to talk to his master. Wilson tells them to drop their weapons and follow him, and it warns them that they will shoot if they use mana. Yerim and Iseo start following the robot. Wilson takes them to a room and turns on the lights by tapping the foot on the ground. Numerous robots point their guns at Yerim and Iseo. A voice says that they are Awakeners and asks what they want from her. Yerim says that he wants to recruit her. The voice asks if he is part of the immortal cult. Yerim is surprised to hear that she knows about the immortal cult. Yerim tells the person that they are from the Humanity Union in Gangwon-do. The voice says they look different from those guys from the immortal cult. A person asks what they will get if they accept his proposal. Yerim asks what they want. The voice says they have everything, and this place is their fortress. The voice asks what they can give them when they are already this rich. Yerim says that he can give more interesting research projects. Yerim shows the picture and says they are going to make this massive city into a moving fortress, just like the robots outside. A person asks if Yerim watches too many movies. Yerim says that there's nothing they can't do with so many Awakeners and magical stones. They also have materials and manpower. Yerim says that he can't imagine being imprisoned in this small factory, and he doubts that any accident will take place here. The person shouts at Yerim and asks how dare he. The person asks if he can see that he is surrounded. Isio says it would have been better to solve this through talking, though. The voice says they are the ones who need a hot taste to get their act together. Wilson tells them to beg for mercy. Isio starts releasing her energy, and Wilson is shocked to see that. The voice says that if mana usage is detected, they will be shot immediately. Wilson tells the master to stop and says that the master needs to take a look at this. The master asks Wilson what he's doing. Wilson shows the master that there's a 100% chance of losing the battle. The master thinks that Wilson gave the warning, which means that she is extremely strong. Yerim tells Isio to stop and says that they must have realized by now that they can't win against them. Isio asks if she is going to keep hiding from them. Yerim says they can solve this by talking while just looking at each other like this. A girl enters the room and tells Yerim to wait. Isio is surprised to see that she has blonde hair. Yerim activates the skill of analysis and sees that her name is Rasha, and she's 23 years old. Rasha is an E-grade human, and she's a mechanical engineer. Isio asks what is her name. Rasha tells Isio her name. Yerim says that it is nice to meet her, and Rasha says it is nice to meet him, too. Yerim asks why she's using the honorifics. Rasha asks if that is how they show respect to someone in Korea. Wilson says the master's heart rate is extremely high due to fear. A breathing technique is recommended. Yerim moves his hand, and Rasha starts screaming and says that she doesn't want to die. Yerim activates the skill of mental care, and Rasha calms down. Wilson says Master's heartbreak is back to normal, thank the great man. Yerim asks if she's okay, and Rasha says that she is fine. Yerim asks Rasha if they can talk somewhere. Wilson says it will guide them to the reception room. Everyone starts following Wilson. After a while, they start their conversation in the reception room, and Yerim asks if her father is a mechanical engineering professor in Russia. Rasha says that it is correct. Isio says they are the same age and asks why she's in Korea. Rasha says that she came here to study. Yerim asks her why she's in this factory. Rasha says that she came here to be an intern, but she got stuck because of the zombies. Yerim looks at the food Rasha has stored. Yerim tells her that she might be living in a sufficient environment, but people can't leave without civilization. Rasha asks if the Humanity Union is real. Yerim says that she can see for herself in the video. Rasha looks at the video and says that she thought it was edited, but it is real. Yerim tells her that the Moving Fortress project is 100% real, and that is why they need her help. Yerim asks if she can make a robot with great intelligence like Wilson. Rasha says that Wilson was created by chance. Rasha tells him that she tried a lot, but she couldn't make an AI as smart as Wilson. Yerim wonders if Wilson's creation was due to luck. Rasha says that she thinks it would be difficult to make a robot like Wilson again. Yerim tells her that it is fine because he didn't mean for her to make a great robot immediately. Yerim asks Rasha if the immortal cult is here. Rasha says yes, and Wilson says that it will show them the video. Wilson shows them the video of the immortal cult and their interaction with them. Wilson says if they have anything to say, then they will deliver it to the master. The person tells her that he's the leader of the immortal cult, and his name is Han Sang-wook. Sang-wook says to tell the child of God who's currently staying in this factory that an oracle has been granted upon her. Tell her that the leader of the great immortal cult is asking the child of God to join the immortal cult. If they join them, then they will obtain unimaginable strength and authority. Sang-wook says this is a great opportunity given by the immortal God. Sang-wook says he will give her a few days to think about it. Sang-wook warns that she will receive divine punishment if she refuses the offer. Yerim thinks that the immortal cult has already reached the Chungcheongdo province. Yerim tells Rasha that he will protect her, so she should help the Humanity Union. Rasha remains silent. Yerim tells her that even if she refuses, they will not harm her. Wilson asks Yerim if they also have preserved foods there. Yerim says they have special dishes from a chef, and a lot of vegetables are being distributed these days. Rasha is excited to hear that. Yerim says they have an awakener with a skill related to farming. Wilson tells the master that this is her chance to eat as many fresh vegetables as she wants, not just canned tuna and instant rice. Rasha tells Yerim that she will be in his care then. Yerim says that she will never regret her decision and says that they should go now. Rasha says she will go get the core components of the robots except for Wilson, so please wait here for a while. After some time, they arrive outside the factory. But the immortal cult arrives there and asks where they are going in such a hurry. Yerim wonders if they were spying on her. Yerim activates the skill of analysis and sees that Sang-wook is 61 years old, a type of zombie, and he is very hostile. His followers are human-type zombies. Yerim wonders if they are humans or zombies. Sang-wook asks Rasha how dare she refuse the oracle. Rasha hides behind Yerim and tells them to go away. Sangwook tells Rasha to come with him or her friends will die. Yerim stares at the immortal cult and tells them to get lost. Sangwook is shocked to hear that. Yerim asks if they have any problem hearing him. Sangwook asks how he dares to offend the immortal cult, and he says that they are so arrogant. The immortal cult brings out their weapons, and Sangwook orders them to kill them and take Rasha alive. The immortal cult starts running towards Yerim. Yerim tells Iseo that they are zombies, so they can just kill them. Iseo is happy to hear that. Iseo says that there is no need for her to hold back then. Iseo jumps and kicks an immortal in the head, and the mask falls off. A zombie comes out from under the mask. The zombie attacks Iseo with the weapon, but Iseo avoids the attack. The zombie starts bleeding from the neck. Iseo says that she wants to see if they can still move if she tears them apart. Iseo starts chopping the zombies with her bare hands. The immortal cult moves to catch Rasha. Rasha hides behind Yerim in fear. Wilson says battle mood activated. Numerous robot arms come out from Wilson. Wilson stabs zombies and lifts them in the air. Wilson's arms turn into machine guns, and Wilson says it will give them death for inflicting harm on the master. Wilson starts shooting at the zombies. Sangwook asks how dare they ignore the oracle and says that they will be punished. Sangwook says he will make a sacrifice to the great immortal god, so he should lend this servant strength. The system notifies Yerim that the sacrificial ceremony will start now. An unidentified character feels a weak sense of satisfaction. Yerim thinks that it is the same special character that he saw on the route. The energy starts leaving the bodies of zombies. A person falls to the ground, and he tells Yerim to kill him. Yerim tries to heal him using the skill of medicine, and the system notifies Yerim that it is not possible to cure him. Sangwook creates a ball of energy and says that this is for the great immortal. Sangwook eats the ball of energy and starts transforming into a monster. Sangwook transforms into a hideous monster. Sangwook jumps towards Iseo and attacks her. Iseo appears from behind and says that she is here. Iseo punches Sangwook, and Sangwook starts screaming at her. Sangwook stabs himself in the back and rips out the backbone. Sangwook starts attacking Iseo with the spine, but she avoids the attacks. Iseo jumps in the air and kicks Sangwook in the head. Sangwook starts bleeding, and he falls to the ground. Iseo starts punching him continuously. After some time, Iseo stops the attack, and Sangwook says that she will regret it. Iseo crushes Sangwook with her feet. Iseo defeats Sangwook. Yerim thinks that this is definitely the man in his nightmares, but it turns out to be more gruesome than he expected. Yerim tells Iseo that she did good work. Iseo asks if all the men in that cult are in the same state as this. Yerim says that might be the case, but they should go back first. Yerim says they need to let the Gamers Union know about this news, too. After some time, they return to the village, and Rasha starts eating the food. Rasha has tears in her eyes, and she says that this is delicious. Rasha jumps on the bed and says that she never thought she could be this happy. Wilson tells Rasha that she needs to prove how useful she is at times like this. That way, they will think that she is more important, just like Wilson. Rasha says that she will listen to the advice and become Yerim's Wilson. Yerim explains everything to Mukchial, and he says monsters who are pretending to be humans, all kinds of beings, are appearing now. Mukchial asks if the immortal cult is moving to Chungcheng. Yerim said yes, and the ones he faced were the advanced units. They would arrive in Chungcheng sooner or later. Mukchial asks when they are starting. Yerim says once the main unit arrives at Chungcheng, they will push on both sides. Mukchial says they should combine their strengths for this. Yerim shakes his hand and says agreed. Meanwhile, at Jeolladu, Naju, Myungho is praying inside the building in front of the root. Myungho says that he offers his prayers once again to the immortal god. The root starts swinging. Myungho tells his subordinates to summon everyone now. After a while, everyone enters the room and asks if he summoned them. Myungho says that God stated that a servant of evil had been interrupted. A person says that they should take of them right now and asks who they are. Myungho says that God wants them to find that out on their own. Myungho asks how many immortal armies are ready. His subordinate replied that they were able to train up to 10,000 men because of the reorganization of Gyeongsang, and that they were now strengthening their army. Myungho says the repairs are also finished. It is time to accept the will of God. A magic circle appears, and Myungho says it is time for them to advance, and that the great army must prepare for battle. Everyone bows and says that they accept the order. Myungho starts smiling and says that this faithful servant will soon be with the immortal. Yerim is looking outside the window. Kim comes running and tells Yerim that they are in Chungcheng. Yerim asks how many are there. Kim replies 7,000. Kim puts the map on the table and says that they are attacking in 4 directions. Kim says the people who are called the squad leaders are leading the attack force. Kim thinks that he can't believe they arrived in 40% of Chungcheng. They are moving extremely fast. Kim says a few squads are holding them, but he doesn't think they will last long. Yerim thinks that if there are 7,000 people in the population, then Chungcheng will be destroyed soon. Yerim calls Mukxial and tells him that the immortal cult has started to move. Mukxial listens to the details in the barracks of the Gamers Union, and he tells Yerim to leave the western area for them. Yerim says they will take care of the east, and he tells Mukxial to be careful because squad leaders aren't easy to deal with. Mukxial says that it has been a long time since he warmed up his body properly. Mukxial wishes Yerim good luck. Yerim tells Kim to start preparing the army for war. The soldiers start their preparations. Dupel shouts at them to move quickly because this is war. Yerim tells Isio to watch after the army, and Isio tells him that she will not let a single person die. Yerim gets on his bike and says the entire military will now leave. A large convoy leaves the village. After some time, the fighting between soldiers and zombies begins. A person shouts that they will make their way today for the sake of the great immortal. The fighting continues in the forest. Outside the forest, there is a camp for the immortal cult. Immortal squad leader Han Nian is sitting there, and she asks the 7th leader about the situation. He tells her that the people who are guarding the mountains are strong and they need a bit more time. Nian moves her hand and starts choking him. The 7th leader gets lifted in the air, and Nian says that he told her the same thing the day before. The 7th leader starts crying and says that he is sorry. The 7th leader falls to the ground. Nian gets up and says that he can't even kill bugs properly and that she will have to do it herself. Nian arrives outside and makes a tornado with her powers. The soldiers ask what is that. Everyone starts getting sucked into the tornado. A soldier tells his subordinate to kill that witch. Everyone starts shooting at Nian. Nian asks if he called her a witch and says that this is disappointing. Nian says he should have called her a beauty. Nian stops the bullets in the air using her powers. The soldiers are shocked to see that. Nian asks if she should give them a present. The bullets start turning towards the soldiers. After a while, all the soldiers are defeated. A soldier rushes towards Nian and tells her to die. Nian says she is surprised by a bug. Nian asks if he knows what game she likes the most. The blade is about to pierce her, but suddenly, it stops. The soldier thinks that he can't move his body at all. Nian tells him that she likes playing with dolls. The soldier turns around and starts running towards his comrades. The soldier tells them that his body is moving on its own. The soldier swings his sword at his subordinates. Nian says that they shouldn't be avoiding these attacks. Nian uses her ability, and the soldier kills his subordinate. Nian asks the soldier if it is easier to move now. The soldier starts crying to kill his own soldier. Everyone starts running away from the soldier. Nian starts smiling and says that this is fun. After a while, the dead bodies of some soldiers are lying on the ground. At the same time, the other soldiers start running for their lives. Nian asks why did they take so much time dealing with these weak people. Her subordinates apologize to her. Nian tells them to work harder from now on. The immortal cult members tell her that thanks to her, they made their way in. Another one says that Chungcheng will fall into the hands of the immortal cult soon. At the same time, there's a huge blast, and the immortal cult members are blown away. Nian looks back and sees that an army has arrived there. A soldier tells everyone to prepare for battle. The immortal cult members bring out their weapons. The fight begins, and the soldiers start killing the immortal cult members. Nian asks what is wrong with these people, and she says that they are so annoying. Nian snaps her fingers, and the tornado appears again. The soldiers are scared to see that. But Yerim strikes his chain at the tornado, and the tornado disappears. Yerim enters the fight. Nian looks at Yerim and says that this is interesting. Yerim wonders if she is an archbishop. Yerim activates the skill of analysis and sees that Nian is 28 years old, and she uses telekinesis. Yerim thinks that she's an awakened mutant, which is insane. Yerim tells his soldiers to proceed as planned, and he will leave the cult leaders and members to them. Yerim asks Nian if she's an archbishop. Nian says he is so mean and asks who he is. Yerim says that he is the leader of the Humanity Union. Nian asks why they are here from Gangwon-do. Yerim tells her that they are here to punish the immortal cult. Nian starts laughing like a maniac. Nian tells Yerim that he looks very skilled. Nian says that she will give him one chance to control his rudeness, and she tells Yerim to join the immortal cult. Yerim activates the blue flame dragon. Nian says that he is annoying and says that she will kill him in a fun way. Nian says they will play now, tearing off the limbs of the bugs. Yerim asks what is that. Nian says she will show him. A dark smoke appears around Yerim. Nian says that she will tie him like this with her telekinesis and tear his arms and legs apart. Yerim says that she says a lot of disgusting things. Neon asks what did he say. Yerim asks if she has any last words. Neon tells Yerim that he doesn't understand the situation he's in. Yerim activates raining and says 400 manpower. Yerim starts releasing a huge amount of energy. Neon is shocked to see that. Yerim jumps in the air and activates acoustic. Neon also attacks using her telekinesis. Yerim punches Neon, and she thinks that her telekinesis is not working. Yerim destroys her hands with his punch. Yerim jumps backward, and Neon starts regenerating her hands. Neon tells Yerim to die. Neon grabs his hands using her telekinesis power and starts pushing them apart. Yerim starts exerting more force to break free. Neon thinks that he was able to withstand her telekinesis power. Yerim breaks free and jumps towards Neon. Yerim grabs her by the throat and lifts her in the air. Neon attacks Yerim again, but he blocks the attack. Yerim tells Neon to die. The immortal cult members say that it's over for them once the irregularity is activated. They need to hurry up and stop him. Icio kicks them and asks where they are going. Yerim thinks that she's not dead even though he twisted her neck. Yerim says if she is going to tear his arms and legs apart, then he will do the same to her. Yerim tears her arms and legs, but she starts recovering again. Yerim thinks that she keeps regenerating again and again. Yerim starts punching her again and again. Neon glares at Yerim and says that she will definitely kill him. The system notifies Yerim that the sacrificial ceremony has begun. The immortal cult members start losing their energy, and they say that the ceremony is starting. Neon starts absorbing the energy of the immortal cult members. Yerim gets pushed back. Yerim looks ahead and sees a cocoon in front of him. The soldiers ask what this is. The cocoon opens up, and Neon comes out in her transformed form. Neon starts flying using her wings. Yerim says that she is alive after all. Neon says that is why they are called the immortal cult. Neon uses her powers on the soldiers, and they say that they can't move their bodies. Dupel says that she's a monster to have this much energy. Yerim thinks that she's definitely way stronger than the cult leader. Neon asks if they should start the second round. Yerim tells her that he has a killing move, too. Neon tells Yerim that he is bluffing. Yerim activates the concentration, and the system notifies Yerim that Josian's heavenly demon martial arts, acoustics, and raining have been enhanced. Unique skill synthesis, has been activated. Josian heavenly demon martial arts C and raining C were combined. A temporary special skill king's body has been created. Yerim unleashes a strong aura, and the soldiers start moving again. Neon is shocked to see that Yerim made her energy disappear. Yerim says he should give this a try. Neon asks if he thinks that he can win against the power of the immortal. Neon rushes towards Yerim and tells him to die. Neon attacks Yerim using a whip and says that she will be one to cut him into multiple pieces. The soldiers are shocked to see that. Yerim grabs her whip with his bare hand. Neon can't believe her eyes, and she wonders why Yerim is so strong. Yerim asks if this is her full strength. Yerim pushes the whip towards him, and Neon starts screaming. Neon crashes into the ground. Neon thinks that the ritual definitely succeeded, but Yerim still managed to overpower her. Neon gets back up and orders her people to arise. A black smoke starts entering her subordinates, and they transform into monsters. Neon uses her ability to uproot trees, and the trees and boulders start hovering in the air. Neon orders her subordinates to kill Yerim. The monsters start running towards Yerim. Yerim says that the corpses are doing a lot of things. Yerim makes a punch and says that he will serve them death. Yerim punches and destroys everything in the path. Neon is shocked to see that the attack is coming towards her. The attack hits Neon, and she falls to the ground, and her body is burned. The soldiers start celebrating to see that. Neon asks how a mere human like him can be so strong. Neon jumps in the air and attacks Yerim using her whip, but Yerim disappears. Yerim appears from behind and tells Neon that she's too slow. Neon is shocked to see that. Yerim stabs her from behind and says that he should see how long the power of immortality lasts. Yerim starts burning her, and Neon starts screaming. Neon looks at her hands and says that her strength is diminishing. Neon starts screaming, and she disappears into thin air. The soldiers say that their leader has defeated the witch. Long live their leader. After the fight, Yerim returns and asks Icio about the report, and Icio tells him that some are slightly injured, but she died even before he could warm up. At the same time, the soldier tells Yerim that they received news from the Gamers Union. Yerim looks at the note, and Muxial says there is an archbishop on the west side. He will go ahead and pop this guy's head. Yerim thinks that Muxial can win against the archbishop with his skills. Yerim tells the soldiers that they will move to the next district. Meanwhile, another archbishop is leading his subordinates in the fight. A person comes running and tells the Archbishop that an urgent message from the cult leader has arrived. He says Archbishop Han Neun has been exterminated. The Archbishop is shocked to hear that, and he wonders who killed her. The Archbishop tells his subordinates to turn around. But Mukxial arrives there and asks if they noticed that quickly. The Archbishop asks Mukxial who he is. Mukxial says there is no need to know his name. Mukxial punches the Archbishop in the face. Mukxial starts punching the Archbishop again and again. Everyone is shocked to see that, and some people say they should save the Archbishop. The Hammer Gang members also arrive there, and they start attacking the immortal cult members. Himshin says if anyone dares to touch their leader, then they will destroy them. The immortal cult members say that this is war and kill all the irreligious people. Meanwhile, Yerim is on the move with his convoy. Yerim receives the report that the Archbishop nearby is on the run and has abandoned his men. Yerim wonders if they had heard about the news already. Yerim tells Dupal to take command because they will be going first. Yerim tells Isio to hold tightly and says that he will activate maximum speed. Yerim rushes to catch up to the Archbishop. After a while, Yerim looks at the vehicle and says that he found him. Yerim activates the special ability of explosion. The chain breaks and hits the truck. There is a huge explosion, and the chain returns to Yerim. The Archbishop comes out of the vehicle, and his subordinate tells him to leave. The cult member says that he will stop them. Isio kills him instantly and asks how he will stop them. The Archbishop thinks that they're surprisingly fast, but they shouldn't have been able to kill Han Neun. The Archbishop looks at Yerim and thinks that he is the real deal. Yerim activates his analytical skills and sees that his name is Sunwook, and he's a new mutant inspector. Sunwook takes off the hood and asks if he is the one who killed Neun. Yerim asks what if he did. Sunwook brings out the knives and says that this is going to be fun. Sunwook tells Yerim that he will take a look at his skill. Sunwook disappears, and he appears behind Yerim. Yerim glared at Sunwook, and he is shocked to see that Yerim could still see him. Yerim pushes Sunwook back with his arm. Sunwook falls to the ground, and Yerim tells Isio that there is no need for her to step into the fight. Sunwook says that he was wondering why Neun was defeated by them, but now he knows the reason. The immortal cult members ask the Archbishop if he is okay. Sunwook says that he was in a tricky situation, but they arrived on time. Sunwook tells them to become his meal. The immortal cult members start losing their energy. Sunwook starts the offering ceremony and starts absorbing their powers. Sunwook transforms and says that thanks to their sacrifice, he can get a taste of this ultimate power. Sunwook says that he will be generous enough to give Yerim a quick and easy death. Yerim starts laughing and asks what this is. Sunwook attacks Yerim again from behind. Yerim punches him, and Sunwook falls to the ground again. Sunwook gets up and thinks that his speed definitely should have increased. Sunwook tells Yerim that he will show him the true strength of his power. Sunwook starts sending flying slashes toward Yerim. Yerim activates Josian's heavenly demon martial arts in the second form and attacks using fierce tiger chaos dance. Sunwook says this can't be happening. His armor gets blown away, and only the skeleton remains. Yerim grabs the skeleton by the throat. Sunwook asks how a mere human can have such great power. Yerim tells him that life is unfair and that the guy who calls himself a cult leader will follow him soon, too. Sunwook says a guy like him is nothing compared to the cult leader, and he is looking forward to seeing Yerim becoming a fellow traveling companion soon. Yerim crushes the skeleton, and the skull falls to the ground. Yerim crushes the skull with his feet. Yerim starts smiling and asks what he is saying. After some time, Yerim meets with Mukxial and says that he worked hard. Mukxial says that he did nothing but hear that he has caught 2 of them. Yerim tells him that it was just luck. Mukxial says it is a shame. He caught one guy and raced to catch the next one, but they already ran away. Yerim tells him that even catching one is enough. Mukxial tells him that he thinks Chungcheng is protected well enough, and he asks Yerim if he is planning an attack. Yerim says the immortal cult will become a prickling thorn to them if they just leave them alone. They should take this opportunity to take out the root. Mukxial says that he feels the same way. Mukxial tells Yerim that he is going to rip the throat of the cult leader. Yerim thinks that if he unites with the gamers, then hunting the cult leader will become much easier. Yerim says they should divide their teams and get rid of the immortal cult's influence, and they should go right away. Mukxial says that he likes the way he thinks and that they should go right away. In Kung Sangdo, Rasha tells Wilson that it is time to test the new functions. Wilson says that it is launching the incinerator on Master's orders. Wilson attacks using fire, and the immortal cult members start screaming. The spider robots say they will eliminate the enemy. Dupal says that he thought they would be weak, but they were powerful. Rasha says that she is a girl who steps up when needed. Dupal says that he should also step up, and he orders his men to sweep them. They start attacking the monsters. The immortal cult member says to kill them. The monster starts screaming. Rasha tells Wilson to transform. Wilson jumps towards a spider robot, and its bodies start attaching. Wilson transforms into a large robot. Dupel tells Wilson that it is a nice form, and Wilson says that the two-armed car form is cool, too. The monster starts running towards them. Meanwhile, the cult leader is furious to hear that they are losing the battle. He is angry to hear that 3 archbishops and 5,000 men died. The cult member tells the leader that the non-believers are too strong. The cult leader says that he is going to kill Yeram. Another cult member arrives there and says that there is bad news. The cult leader asks what it is now. The cult member tells the leader that 2 unionized teams have started attacking Kyungsangdo, and 10 bishops have already fallen. The cult leader is shocked to hear that. The cult member says that the believers are fighting back, but they're too strong. If this continues, even the artisan village will fall. The cult leader thinks that if the artisan falls, then the immortal army will be at an end. The cult leader says that they have no choice but to give up Kyungsangdo. In return, get as many artisans out of there as possible. The cult leader tells them to perform the ceremony. The cult members are shocked to hear that, and they ask if he is planning on killing all of the artisans from the village. The other one says that they have to perform the ceremony at least half a year later. The cult leader says that if they want to defeat the devils, then this is the only way forward. He orders them to make it work, and the cult member says that they will follow the orders. The cult leader enters a room and asks who could have predicted that they would have to be performing the ceremony so soon. The cult leader says if they gather all the artisans to him, then 2 things could happen. He will either go crazy and become the monster, or he will get 1 step closer to becoming a great person. The cult leader begs the great person to show charity towards him. A magic circle appears under his feet, and the Myungho says that he will crush them under his feet. After some time, Yeram arrives outside a building and says this is where the penance room should be. Yeram remembers that Kim told him this is the place where those who were kidnapped are kept. Yeram looks at the green liquid on the wall and activates the skill of analysis. Yeram sees that this fragment absorbs the life force out of people. Yeram wonders if this is also related to the root. Yeram thinks that he will have to make a ruckus. Some cult members are guarding the door on the roof of the building. Yeram jumps towards them and attacks a person. Yeram punches the other 2. They fall to the ground, and Yeram starts walking towards the door. Inside the room, there are numerous people, and the green substance is absorbing their life force. A person says that they are going to die like this. Some cult members enter the room. The person asks for forgiveness for not believing in the immortal and tells them to let them go. The cult member asks if they are repenting already. The person says from now on, they will only believe in the leader. The cult member starts smiling and says that they are not that useless. The cult member says that he will give the 3 of them a chance to escape the penance room and become a leader like him. They think that if they refuse, then they will be sucked to death. The 3 of them say that they will accept the offer of becoming the leader. The cult member tells them to come with him and says that they made the right choice. The cult member says the rest will get their lives sucked out of them. The cult member closes the door. The people think that they are crazy, and they wonder if the others are going to die. The cult member says that they will now perform a ceremony for them to become bishops. He hears a voice, and who is there? Yeram asks what they are up to. The cult member asks if he is one of the rebels and says that if he repents, then that will be great. Yeram kills him with his chain. Yeram swings his chain and kills the other cult members, too. Yeram tells everyone that he is from the Humanity Union and he is here to save them all. A person asks if that is true, and Yeram says that they should escape together. Everyone thanks Yeram. Yeram activates the skill of mental care. After treating them, Yeram says that they should leave and that he will come back to save everyone else. Everyone is happy and in tears to leave the facility. Yeram looks at the green substance and thinks that since the rescue is complete, he needs to get rid of this detestable thing. Yeram starts swinging his chain. He strikes the chain at the building and cuts the building in half. The green substance falls to the ground, and it tells Yeram that it remembers him. Yeram says that he will kill them all soon, so just wait. Yeram crushes the substance under his feet. Yeram destroyed the so-called penance room and rescued everyone who was trapped inside. But he couldn't save those who were already on the brink of death. Mukchial asks how many corpses they are seeing today. Yeram tells him to calm down and says this isn't a situation that can be solved by getting mad. Mukchial says that he is right. He doesn't have the right to get mad in this situation. Mukchial puts the cigarette in his mouth and says that he can't stop himself from smoking on a day like this. Mukchial thanks Yeram, and Yeram asks for what. Mukchial says that if it weren't for him, then he wouldn't even be aware of what these crazy people were up to, and he wouldn't even care. Yerim tells him that he tried to recover Seoul. Mukjeol says that he would have gotten himself killed when the zombies came up. Yerim says even if he retreated, he thinks that he still would have left with the heads of at least 3 bishops. Mukjeol says he would have felt bad thinking that he should have seen that cult leader's face. Mukjeol grabs Yerim and talks about that strategy, starting from Kyungsangdo and slowly supporting their forces. Mukjeol tells Yerim that he can't do it because he wants to smash cult leaders' heads right now. Yerim says that his colleague at the headquarters in Jeollado said there's a variant spreading and a rise of believers right now. Yerim asks Mukjeol if he is prepared to handle it. Mukjeol says instead of slowly building their forces, let's just finish it all at once. Yerim says that they should go together then. Mukjeol asks if he is not going to stop him. Yerim says that he would have, but they do not know how strong that leader is. Yerim says that he doesn't feel like waiting, and he is also mad. Yerim says that this is not something that he can leave him to do alone. Mukjeol starts laughing and says that he is a good guy and he's so reliable. Yerim activates the transmission skill, and the system notifies him that the transfer requirements have been satisfied. The system asks if he would like to acquire the giant transformation skill. Meanwhile, thousands of monsters gather at Naju City, Jeollado. There are giant mutant zombies, ghouls, and mutated elephants. A person tells the leader that they have finished the preparations to defeat the devils. Myungho says they should be here by now. The convoy arrives there at the same time. Yerim activates the skill of analysis and sees that Myungho is a believer in a false god, and he's very hostile. Myungho says that he gives this offering to the great immortal god. Myungho says, please make him complete. A voice says it will grant him immortality. The life force starts getting sucked out of the immortal cult members. An archbishop starts laughing and says that the great immortal has spoken. Myungho transforms into a huge monster and says that he has acknowledged his devotion. The voice tells him to kill anyone who gets in the way of their plan. Myungho said that he would gladly accept the order. Myungho says that this is the power of God. Myungho starts laughing and says what they once thought was a distant dream has finally happened. Myungho says that, with the completion of the ceremony, they have no chance of winning. Myungho tells Yerim that if it weren't for him, this ceremony would not be complete for another half year. Myungho says that since this is the result of his provocation, he should be allowed to offer a chance as a reward. Myungho tells Yerim to join the immortal cult. Iseo says so he can use and then discard them like those dead guys over there. Myungho says the immortal god never turns his back on his believers. Myungho puts the life force back into the monsters. Myungho tells the monsters to arise. The monsters start getting back up. Myungho says that, for the sake of achieving perfect immortality, their deaths were merely temporary. Myungho tells everyone to worship the immortal god. The monsters start worshipping the immortal god. Iseo says that it is a sight. Myungho says it is their last chance to join them. Himchin tells the cult leader to go to hell, and he shows him the finger. Myungho is annoyed to see that. The Gamers Union starts making fun of Myungho. Myungho is furious to see that. Myungho points his finger at Himchin and attacks him. Yerim jumps in front of Himchin and blocks the attack. Myungho asks if he is their leader. Yerim says that his answer is the same as Himchin's. Myungho orders his army to get rid of them. The monsters start screaming. Dupel says that it's time to show them the power of the Humanity Union. Rasha tells Wilson that it is war. Wilson activates conjoint mode and tells the spiders to follow it. Dupel says they should go. The monsters are running towards Yerim and his army. The Hammer Gang attacks using their vehicles. The spider robots also start attacking the monsters. A giant mutant zombie attacks the spider robot. Myungho thinks that they can struggle all they want. Mukjeol, Yerim, and Iseo also join the fight. Myungho says the immortal cult is a beautiful journey that starts with death. Mukjeol gets furious and asks what he's saying. Mukjeol, Yerim, and Iseo move towards Myungho. Myungho attacks them and says it is time to provide guidance to the sheep. Yerim is about to get hit. Mukjeol punches and destroys the attack. Some strange substance falls on the ground, and smoke starts coming out of it. The system notifies Yerim that he has inhaled the smoke of death and his life force is being drained. Iseo says that she is losing her strength. Myungho tells them to welcome them to the show. Mukjeol starts bleeding from his nose. Mukjeol jumps in the air and tells Myungho that if he wants to stop him, then he needs to do better than that. Mukjeol smashes his hands, but Myungho blocks the attack. Myungho tells Mukjeol that he looks like a gorilla. Mukjeol says that he looks better than him. Iseo jumps towards Myungho and kicks him. Yerim also swings his chain and attacks Myungho. Mukjeol punches Myungho in the face. The three of them start attacking Myungho simultaneously. Myungho is injured by their attacks. Myungho starts laughing and asks if this is all they got. Mukjeol asks what he's talking about because he is almost done. Mukjeol says that he is bluffing right now. Myungho says that he will show them the power of the god. Myungho recovers instantly and says it is the immortal cult's life force. Mukjeol jumps in the air again and attacks Myungho. Myungho punches Mukjeol and tells him to listen when he is talking to him. Mukjeol falls to the ground. Yerim starts running toward him and asks if he is okay. Mukjeol says that Myungho is way stronger than him now. Myungho starts laughing and says the longer he stands, the stronger he gets, and they continue to get weaker in the smoke of death. Myungho says that it is time to end things. Yerim says that he is right. Yerim activates the special skill, and the system notifies him that Josian's heavenly demon martial arts, giant transformation, and Josian reignor have been strengthened. Special skill synthesis has been initiated. Josian heavenly demon martial arts and reignor have been combined. A temporary special skill, the royal physique, has been created. Yerim starts releasing an insane amount of energy. Myungho is glaring at Yerim. Yerim says that they should see if he is immortal or not. Yerim thinks that if they keep hitting him, then he is bound to go down. Yerim activates a giant transformation. Myungho says that his body is getting bigger and he wonders how he is using the same skill as a gorilla. Myungho says this is impossible. Yerim punches him in the face and starts attacking again and again. Myungho attacks back, but Yerim blocks the attack with his hand. Myungho thinks that he is not even flinching. Yerim says God's power is a lot weaker than he expected. Myungho says that he is just getting started. Yerim punches him again, and he is blown away. Myungho wonders how he has this much power while affected by the smoke of death. Myungho orders the monsters to protect him. Mukjeol tackles the monster and crushes them all. The monsters start getting back up again. Mukjeol is shocked to see that they are resurrecting as smaller monsters. Iseo jumps in the air and activates Josian, the heavenly demon martial arts first form. Iseo uses the skill of Josian's reignor and crushes the monsters. Mukjeol and Iseo tell Yerim that they will take care of them, so he should take care of Myungho. Yerim nods his head in approval. Myungho says that he will kill them all once and for all. A large magic circle appears on the ground. Myungho says those resisting God will face their brutal end. Myungho opens his mouth. Yerim wonders if he is going to use his breath. Myungho attacks Yerim using his breath. Yerim can't see things clearly. Myungho tells Yerim that he is a strong opponent, but he ends things with this. He tells Yerim to shrivel up and die with this breath of death. Yerim can't see anything. Yerim looks above, and a large eye is watching him. The eye tells Yerim that they will meet again. Yerim activates the special skill of explosion, and the chain attacks the eye. The system notifies Yerim that his life force is being drained. Yerim is about to lose consciousness, but the system notifies him that royal physique is resisting. A large spirit appears behind Yerim. Yerim starts recovering. The monster asks how he's recovering and who he is. A voice says he is Yeonjeo, remember it well. The monster asks if he thinks that he will let him go. The spirit attacks the eye with a strong punch. The system notifies Yerim that he has gained complete knowledge of Josian's heavenly demon martial arts, and that his understanding of Josian's heavenly demon martial arts has reached the maximum limit. The eye starts bleeding, and the monster is in pain. The chain starts returning to Yerim. Myungho starts laughing and says that he must have encountered God by now. Myungho says that he set up the stage perfectly for him. These kids will not be able to live long. Mukjeol and Iseo are surrounded by the monsters. A giant snake is about to eat Dupal. The Gamers Union is fighting the immortal cult members. Myungho starts walking towards Himchin. Myungho starts choking Himchin, and everyone is shocked to see that. Myungho lifts him up and asks if he still has the same opinion about him. Himchin has tears in his eyes, and he again shows him the finger. Myungho says that he will tear his limbs apart and kill him. Myungho says that he will gouge his eyes first. Myungho notices a strong presence and thinks that it is not possible. Yerim calls Myungho. Myungho asks how did he escape that place. Yerim says let go of him immediately. Myungho says that if he comes closer, then he will kill him. Myungho's arm is cut off in an instant. Yerim grabs Himchin and brings him down safely. Myungho starts screaming in pain. Himchin is shocked to see Yerim, and Yerim says that he did well. Yerim says since they all worked hard, he's going to crush that guy. Myungho asks why he's not regenerating. Yerim tells Myungho that it is time for his punishment. Yerim takes the stance and thinks that the perfect martial arts will destroy everything. Yerim delivers a strong punch to Myungho. Myungho's stomach is destroyed by the attack, and all the monsters start losing their energy. Myungho falls to the ground, and Himchin asks if he is dead. The lightning strikes in the sky. Myungho says that the servant is here. The lightning blast strikes Myungho. The system notifies Yerim that the high priest has descended. Yerim thinks that he almost got caught by a mere eyeball, and if that wasn't enough, that monster would be coming here right now. Myung-ho coughs and says that he can hear his voice. A dark smoke emerges from the sky. It grabs Myung-ho and lifts him in the air. Iseo asks Yerim what is happening. Yerim tells her that it seems like the immortal cult's god has appeared. Iseo asks if he can face him. Yerim says it is not a real god, but it's probably strong, to the point where it'll be hard for him to face him. Yerim wonders if he should just run away. The system notifies Yerim that an unknown entity is currently descending. Its current form cannot perform a full activity in this timeline. Modifications have begun. Suddenly, Myung-ho is trapped in chains. The lightning appears in the sky. Myung-ho starts transforming back into the human body. After a while, Myung-ho falls to the ground. Myung-ho gets up and says that the system will not stop interfering. Yerim activates the skill of analysis and sees that he is a descended high priest. Myung-ho is naked, and he tells Yerim to become part of his family. Yerim asks what kind of nonsense this is. Myung-ho tells Yerim that he has seen his potential, and that if they work together, then they can change many things. Yerim asks why he would work for a monster like him. Myung-ho asks if he thinks of him as a villain. Iseo asks if they should think of him as an angel. Myung-ho spreads white wings and says that he is not an angel, but he can make angel-like offers. Myung-ho asks if they don't want to take revenge on the person who caused all this. Yerim asks who caused this. Myung-ho says he is a victim, just like them. Myung-ho tells Yerim that he is a wanderer whose hometown has been burned down. He tells Yerim that there is a beautiful plant, camelin. There, humans were blessed with mana, and using that blessing, a radiant civilization flourished. A priest tells his subordinates to bow to the Holy Empire's guardian deity, Asteros. He tells Yerim that his name is Asteros. Yerim wonders if the monster is a guardian deity on another planet. Asteros tells Yerim that 10,000 years of peace ended over something that happened one morning. There was a huge fire. The priest starts running in the castle. A soldier tells him to please run away. A few zombies start attacking the soldier. The priest falls to the ground, and he is surrounded by zombies. The zombies start attacking the priest, and the priest tells the guardian deity not to abandon them. Asteros is busy fighting someone in the forest. The person says he hasn't been able to move since the start of the invasion. Under normal circumstances, the system would have prevented them from setting foot on this planet. But thanks to the fact that he is strong enough, he didn't get a penalty. Asteros asks who he is. The person tells Asteros that he is an invader and the leader of the army that will destroy his planet. The person says that he shouldn't feel wrong because a ton of other planets are collapsing, too. Asteros asks if he planted the zombies. The person says yes, they planted them because they're the perfect tool for cleaning up. Asteros asks why he's doing this to them. The person says that he will have to ask higher-ups for the answer. The person tells Asteros that it would be a shame to kill him like this. A strange smoke starts coming out of his hand. Asteros starts screaming and asks what he's doing to him. He tells Asteros that he will give him a chance to be reborn as their loyal soldier. Asteros tells Yerim that he lost everything after that. Asteros tells Yerim that he is going to get stronger and get his revenge, and his goal is not different than theirs. Asteros tells Yerim to take his hand and that he will give him a lot of support. Yerim asks how they can trust him when he is just a puppet for them. Asteros says if he gets stronger, then one day, he will be able to leave this body, and to do that, he must destroy this planet as soon as possible. Iseo asks what will happen to them if this planet is destroyed. Asteros tells them that if they are under his protection, then they will be able to survive. Yerim says that after being safe under his protection, he wants them to help destroy other planets as well. Asteros tells Yerim that the thing they are trying to protect is insignificant, so they make the right choice for the sake of a greater cause and to escape their doom. Asteros smiles and says that together, they can get stronger and get their revenge. Yerim asks if Myung-ho followed him because of that. Asteros says that he was a devoted follower, and thanks to him, he was able to appear in this world so fast. Yerim says alright, and Iseo looks at him in disbelief. Myung-ho starts smiling and says that it is a great choice and that he will now share his power with Yerim. Yerim says that he refuses to abandon this planet. Asteros asks if he has fallen into the system's nonsense. Yerim says that he doesn't know the entire truth, but it seems like it's better than him, at the very least. Asteros says that the system is nothing but a small privilege humans have because they are so weak. Myung-ho says the land of people who've received the blessing of mana collapsed. Yerim asks why he talks too much when they can just fight. Asteros says those pitiful restrictions the system put on him won't be able to do anything to stop him. Asteros starts releasing an insane amount of energy and transforms into a monster. Asteros tells Yerim that he made a wrong choice. Yerim says that they will not know unless they see for sure. Mukchial says that he knows a good person when he sees one. Mukchial tells Yerim that they will fight together. Mukchial tells the Gamers Union to get their weapons ready. Dupal asks if the monster is their head. Dupal tells his subordinates to show the monster who is the real boss. They start firing at Esteros. Esteros asks if they think that the ants can win if they work together. Esteros says that he will crush them all and everything they have. Esteros smashes his foot to the ground and destroys the ground. Yerim, Mukchial, and Isio jump in the air. The soldiers and vehicles start falling down. Rasha orders Wilson to save them. Wilson says it will carry out her command. The spider robots start moving down. They start shooting their webs to save the people. And the vehicles start falling into the magma. Wilson grabs the vehicle with one hand, starts flying, and asks if he is okay. Dupal says that he owes it one. Yerim jumps in the air and starts cursing Esteros. Esteros says that he is just getting started. Esteros moves his hand and says that he will show them divine punishment. The thunder falls from the sky and strikes the soldiers. Dupal looks at the sky and says it is coming. The lightning blast starts moving towards Dupal. The lightning blast strikes Dupal. Dupal thinks that the force of this strike is so powerful. Dupal tells everyone to avoid the attack at all costs. Everyone starts getting hit by the lightning blast. Dupal asks if he can do this much damage with just a little swing of his hand. Esteros starts laughing, and Dupal wonders if he can win this. Esteros tells the ants to feel despair. Yerim activates the skill of analysis and sees a magic circle in the sky. Yerim thinks that his power's been restricted, yet it's still limited to this extent. Yerim says Myungho's power was nothing compared to this. Yerim thinks that he has also gotten stronger than before. Yerim says that he will just follow the same attack that he remembers. Yerim sits down and jumps in the air towards the magic circle. Yerim punches and shoots a strong punch towards the sky. There is a blast in the sky. Esteros thinks that his power decreased in an instant. Yerim arrives back to the ground. The spirit appears again from before. Esteros wonders if Yerim has already mastered that power. Esteros thinks that there's no way that he has that type of talent. Yerim rushes towards Esteros. Yerim tells Esteros that he will end him, and he delivers a strong punch. A soldier says now is their chance to attack. The tanks start shooting at Esteros. Mukchial and Dupal also start attacking, and Mukchial says that forgetting about them will put him in trouble. Isio jumps in the air and says that she will show him the power of the ants. Isio delivers a strong kick to Esteros. Yerim delivers a strong blow to Esteros again. Esteros thinks that he can't recover from the attack. Esteros falls to the ground. Esteros tells Yerim that he accepts his defeat, and he tells Yerim that he is better than him. Yerim says that it is the end for him. Esteros says that they will meet again someday. Esteros tells Yerim that he will wait for him in Seoul. Yerim starts smiling and says that it will be the time for him to die then. Yerim punches Esteros again and kills him. The system notifies Yerim that he has slain the descended Esteros. The contribution to slaying is overwhelming, and as a reward for his achievement, he will gain a special skill. The system notifies Yerim that a special skill called extortion has been created. When defeating a skilled user, he will be able to take a skill from them. Yerim thinks that this is incredible. Yerim thinks that before, if he wanted to learn these skills, he would need to get in these trash's good graces, but with this, that will change. Yerim says that this is good. Rasha hugs Yerim and says that she was scared. Yerim pats her head and says that everyone did well. Rasha says that she was scared that he would be lured into joining the devil. Wilson tells Rasha that Yerim will never do such a thing. Wilson says that it is worried the fact that the monster faced an opponent he couldn't handle. Wilson asks how strong they will be. Yerim says that that's something they can worry about later. Yerim asks if everyone is okay. Mukchial says they are all great. That guy said he was a god, but he wasn't anything big. Yerim tells everyone that since they have come all the way to the south, they will be conquering the provisional government of Jeju Island next. Yerim thinks that when he met the deputy manager of it before, he said that Jeju Island had become the base of the immortal cult. He also said that even the president and other high-ranking officials were linked to the cult. Yerim thinks that Myungho and Esteros have been defeated, so it's definitely going to influence their side. At the same time, Himchin enters the room and asks Yerim if he knows someone from the NIS. Yerim asks if someone is looking for him. Himchin says yes, and he says he's the deputy manager of NIS and he's with an admiral. Yerim is surprised to hear that. Wonwook and the admiral arrive to meet Yerim, and Yerim asks who's next to him. Wonwook says this is Admiral Kim Naksu, and he's in charge of the defense squad of the Marine Corps in Jeju. Yerim activates the skill of analysis and sees that Naksu is a D-rank human and a commanding officer. Naksu tells Yerim that he has heard a lot about him. Yerim shakes his hand and says that he is the leader of the Humanity Union. Wonwook tells Yerim that Jeju Island is an ownerless land now. After the invasion of the Union Army in Jeollado, there was a Republic of Korea Provisional Government Conference at Jeju. The president asks if they are saying that the immortal cult is in danger. A person says if the immortal cult collapses, the holy water won't be distributed. An officer says that they need to send reinforcements. The president shouts at them to send the military units and protect the immortality cult. A person tells the president that something strange is coming out of his head. The president starts losing his life force, and everyone at the table starts screaming to see that it is happening to all of them. Naksu asks what is happening to them. Wonwook brings out his gun and says that this is their opportunity to overturn the rotten ones. Wonwook tells Naksu that he will leave the military in his care. Yerim asks if the president and the government officials are dead. Wonwook tells Yerim that all the people who had this drug from the immortal cult that they called holy water died. Naksu says that it's a relief that he wasn't swayed by temptations. Wonwook tells Yerim that it is thanks to him that those who weren't tricked by the immortal cult were able to restore Jeju. Naksu tells Yerim that Jeju is not in good condition because those government officials, who are crazy about the immortal cult, caused a disaster. Naksu tells Yerim that it is a difficult request, but he would like to move the residents of Jeju to his union. Yerim thinks that if he helps them, then he can easily occupy Jeju. Yerim starts smiling and says that he will take all the residents of Jeju and give them as much support as possible. Naksu is surprised to hear that and says that it is going to cost him a lot of resources. Yerim says it's fine. The lives of people are more important than resources. Naksu tells Yerim that he will also do his best to help because he is an awakener. Wonwook says that he will help him, too. Yerim thinks that he has 2 more awakeners, and he thinks that this is amazing. Yerim says that he welcomes them both to the Union. Wonwook and Naksu tell Yerim that they will do their best. The system notifies Yerim that he can learn their skills of clairvoyance and commanding. Yerim is extremely happy to see that. They easily entered Jeju with the help of Admiral Naksu. Yerim gave everyone the food and transported the survivors without a problem. Half a month passed. Naksu tells the soldiers that the only thing that can save their lives is endless training. The soldiers start running and doing fighting exercises. Naksu tells everyone to keep an eye on the opponent's movements, no matter what happens. The system notifies Yerim that using the commanding skill activates mana to form a strong bond with colleagues. Yerim thinks that he knew it since the first time he saw this skill. Yerim says that he can't believe they're already moving like one body after just a few days. Yerim tells Naksu that he is the best commander. Isio says that she tried to instruct them, too, but she wasn't as good as him. Isio asks where is the deputy manager. Yerim asks if she can't sense him by hearing the clairvoyance skill. Isio asks if he can see him from far away. Yerim says yes, but that is not all. Yerim activates the skill of clairvoyance and sees Muxial fighting the zombies in Seongnam. Yerim says that the gamers are doing well. Yerim tells Isio that he can also hear their conversation. Yerim says with Deputy Manager Han's skill, he is already at the level of a satellite. He heard the reconnaissance unit was doing well. Isio says that she thought the immortal cult hurt everyone from the government, but they didn't. That's a relief. Yerim says because the world isn't just full of evil people. Yerim says there'll be no problem if the moving fortress project progresses well. Isio says that it is an insane plan to carry 10,000 people. Yerim says that it has potential, and it is going well. Isio says even if it does work, it would be dangerous. Isio asks what would happen if the fortress moved the wrong way. Yerim says that someone must operate it, maybe an AI. Isio says there's no way that it is possible. Rasha arrives there and tells Yerim that she finished the first draft of AI. Yerim says that it hasn't been 2 weeks since he ordered her to do it. Rasha says when it comes to robots, nothing is difficult for her. Wilson says it's a piece of cake with the help of the genius assistant Wilson. Rasha hugs Wilson and says that he is the key to their plan. Rasha says it's time to go back to the research laboratory now. The spider robots are working in the laboratory. Rasha tells Wilson that it is time to show the results. Wilson activates the conversion mode. Wilson converts into the box and starts transmission. An image of Wilson appears and says that it is the Fortress AI, Wilson 2. Rasha says that Wilson 2 has amazing functions and potential. Yerim asks about the functions. Rasha grabs his hand and says rather than talking, he should see for himself. Rasha tells Wilson to register the user. Wilson says enforcing the registered user is the top command authority. The system notifies Yerim that he can supervise everything in the city, everything he can think of. Yerim starts smiling and wonders if this is possible. Yerim looks at the city on the screen and asks what it is. Wilson says that he can look anywhere he wants in the city. Yerim asks how. Wilson tells him to think of a place that he wants to see. Yerim closes his eyes and starts thinking about the 3rd Market District. Yerim opens his eyes, and he starts hovering in the air. Yerim asks if this is teleportation, and Wilson says it's totally different. His mind is only taken here for a bit. Wilson asks if he would like to turn off the street light. Yerim looks at the light, and the light turns off. A person asks if there is a blackout. Another one says they have a lot of engineers, so it will be back soon. Yerim starts smiling to see that. Wilson says that he can manage everything using electricity, water, and even the defense facility. Wilson turns on the light. Yerim thinks that this is a crazy function. Yerim says he would like to give it one more try. Wilson says that there's an empty residential area. Wilson tells Yerim that they should go. They instantly arrive at the 11th residential area. Yerim moves his hand, and the defense operation is activated. Wilson tells Yerim that he can manage the city even when he is outside. Yerim says that he will not have to worry about anything if the zombies break in. Wilson says, in addition, even if a fire or accident occurs, the damage will be reduced. Yerim asks if he can also manage the moving fortress once it's completed. Wilson says it's possible that whenever a construction is in progress, it connects to the city network. Wilson tells Yerim that the progress for the moving fortress is currently at 60%. Wilson asks if he would like to check the development field. Yerim says that he definitely wants to see the construction zone. Ma is busy working on the site. Yerim arrives there with Wilson. Yerim says that it is progressing well, and Wilson says it is thanks to him. Yerim asks if it is going to have 8 legs. Wilson says yes, they used ants as a reference to optimize the balance. Yerim uses her magic and tells everyone to do their best. Everyone starts feeling boast in their energy. Ma lifts the leg and says he needs to put a magic stone here. A person brings numerous magic stones. The system notifies that the alloy leg, a C-rank item, was produced. The knowledge of the technician and magic stones were utilized. It is extremely durable. Everyone starts celebrating their success. Yerim says that it is awesome. Meanwhile, in Seoul, Esteros arrives outside the stadium. Esteros tells his faithful servant to open his eyes. The ground starts breaking, and a skeleton appears. The skeleton bows and says this lowly knight meets the mighty man. Esteros starts laughing and says that he can't believe the commander of the kingdom's holy knight is such a lowly man. It is a good joke. The skeleton says that it is too early for him to move around and asks why he calls him. Esteros tells him that there's something he needs to do. The skeleton says that he will do whatever he commands. Esteros shows his memories of Yerim. The skeleton says he's an impressive human, and he can't believe that he's fighting like that against his majesty. Esteros says he is definitely outstanding, and that's why he needs him. Esteros says he will be given the power to avoid the system's constraints. The skeleton says that the loyal vessel is going to be late, and if they make even the slightest mistake, they will lose to the opponent. Esteros says a lot needs to be invested if they want to catch a big fish. Esteros lands on the ground, and he tells the skeleton to destroy their base until the ashes remain. The skeleton says that Caesar will accept the order of his majesty. Caesar says that he must receive an equal reward. Caesar raises his sword in the air. A tornado appears in the stadium. Caesar wears golden armor and says that it is hunting time. Meanwhile, Yerim looks at the report and says that it is serious. Yerim asks Wonwook if the zombies in Seoul are gathering in this area. Wonwook says he's certain after watching their movement for a day. Yerim asks about the numbers, and Wonwook replies that he's guessing there are at least hundreds of thousands of them, or even over 1 million. Yerim wonders if this is Esteros, and he thinks that he needs 1 more week to finish the moving fortress. Wonwook tells Yerim that they have 2 choices. They leave this place or stop them. Yerim says they can't leave this place because it takes too long to rebuild the base once they move. Wonwook says he agree. If it's a trick by the monsters from the start, they will chase after them until the end. Wonwook says they are going to lose a lot of evacuees. Yerim says they can at least defend this place with their defense facilities. Yerim tells Wonwook to ask for support from the Gamers Union. Wonwook says that he will. At the same time, Mukjal enters the room and says there's no need because he has already brought all his men here. Wonwook says it hasn't been half a day since he sent the urgent message, and he arrived quite fast. Mukjal says that he ran her as soon as he heard. Yerim warns Mukjal that there are an estimated 1 million monsters. Mukjal tells him to stop talking like strangers. Yerim says that he will not forget his kindness. Yerim says the Humanity Union will now enter into a state of war, preparing everyone well. Million monsters march and Caesar leads them. After a while, Naxu briefs everyone about the plan. Naxu puts his stick on the map and says the enemy has an approximate number of 1 million. They are building a siege, and they are expecting them to attack soon. Young is shocked to hear that, and Rasha says that is a lot. Yerim says it is true, but they can manage. All other areas except for Seoul have been restored, and their union has also become stronger. Choi says she agrees, and they have 200,000 soldiers. In terms of power, they are developing rapidly. Mukshal says the important thing is the number of casualties. Naksu says they have 3,000 guards, the best in their union. Mukshal says, including his men, it is going to be 4,000, and this will be difficult. Park says all of their soldiers are good. Naksu says they're definitely an elite force, but the problem is that the enemy is also elite. Yerim says they only need to hang on for a week. Rasha says yes, only till the moving fortress is complete. Naksu thinks that it would be possible to fight against the zombies, but powerful mutants are included. Kim says according to their spies, a skeleton commander is leading the army of zombies. Kim says he doesn't think 1,000,000 zombies will stop even if they kill their leader, and they don't know their battle power. Isio says they would have to go through many zombies and mutants to catch the skeleton. An all-out war is inevitable. Naksu says that he has a suggestion, and Yerim tells him to go ahead. Naksu says they have enough weapons and materials, but they need more troops if they want to hold them for a week. Yerim asks how many do they need. Naksu says even if they include the Awakeners, they still need 30,000 more. Naksu says they need to assign as many people as they can. Yerim says they should take in volunteers. Mukshal says if they can break through, everyone will die anyway. It is better to bring everyone. Yerim asks if he wants to gather the people who don't have any battle experience and make them fight against their will. Naksu says that sometimes their own troops are scarier than the enemy, and many problems will arise, so it's better not to have one. Mukshal says they are right, but the problem is the number of volunteers they will get. Park says putting their life on the line isn't easy. Many will try to avoid this. Naksu says he doesn't think it is going to be more than 30,000. Rasha says they are all going to die if they don't help in this situation. Mukshal says that humans are sly beings. He bet they would hide. Choi says they might all try to get underground. Yerim says to leave this to him and to please move on as they have done before with the others. Yerim tells Professor Choi to please gather the people in the central square. After everyone gathers, Yerim tells them that there are around 1,000,000 zombies attacking. Everyone is shocked to hear that. Yerim says they only have 4,000 guards. Even if everyone in the fortress fights, they are hopeless since there are going to be lots of mutants. Everyone says that they need to run away. Yerim tells them that there is no place to run away because the enemy has surrounded them. Everyone is afraid to hear that. Yerim says that their lives are at risk. Everyone is furious at Yerim, and they tell him to take responsibility. Yerim smashes his foot on the ground, and everyone stops talking. Yerim says their parents, siblings, and friends have all disappeared since those monsters appeared. They were all killed. Yerim says they kept running away, and now they have found a way to stick together here in this place. Yerim says they're trying to destroy their one and only safe place and asks where they will go if this place is destroyed. Yerim says even at this moment, their troops are advancing for our sake. Yerim asks if they want to let them march to their deaths, and if they want to lose everyone precious to them right in front of their eyes again. Yerim says that he will fight and kill the enemies until his eyes are closed. A person remembers that his child was killed by the zombies. He shouts and says that now he can take his revenge. He says if they are going to die, then he will join the fight just like the leader. Another one asks how long they are going to rely on their leader. He picks up the hammer and says that he will crush their skulls with this. Everyone picks up the weapons, and they say that they will kill the zombies. Everyone tells Yerim that they will fight together with him. Naksu thinks that everyone became one in such a short amount of time. Naksu thinks that Yerim is a perfect leader. Isio asks Naksu how many people will volunteer now. Naksu says over 100,000, and now it's worth giving a try. Naksu tells Isio that they will go first. Naksu says he is the commander of the second guard team. All the volunteers should come this way. Everyone starts moving supplies to the wall. Young uses his skill to increase the defense of the fortress. Young says they have to stop them. Yerim and Isio are standing on the wall with the soldiers. Yerim thinks that he has done all he could, and now he will leave the rest to luck. Yerim says they are coming. A soldier uses his binoculars and says it is them. Thousands of monsters start running towards the fortress. Yerim tells everyone to prepare for battle. The soldiers shout, "Prepare for battle." Caesar arrives there with his army. Yerim thinks that he is their commander. Caesar says the great man told him to kill everyone until the pile of ashes remained. Caesar orders the monsters to attack and says that it is time for the blood party. The monsters start running towards the fortress. Yerim says to kill them. Dupel says it's time to show off the power of the Monar reinforced main cannon. The cannons start firing at the monsters. There are huge blasts due to the attack. The monsters start screaming. A mutant elephant runs and smashes itself against the wall. The giant snakes start attacking the wall. Jung asks the soldier if he thinks that this will be enough to hold them. Jung activates the skill of construction and grabs the snakes. Jung tells Yerim to go now. Yerim transforms into the magic girl and uses her ability to put the enemy into a state of confusion. Naxu tells the special forces to commence the operation. Icio and the soldiers move down and attack the monsters. A monster is about to attack the soldier. Yerim tells Muddy to help. Muddy appears from behind and protects the soldier. Muddy punches the monster. Yerim activates the skill of analysis and sees that Muddy is a rank C golem. Yerim thinks that Yerim has grown a lot as well, and she's quite something. Yerim activates flight skills and tells the soldiers to fly. A monster is about to eat Yerim, but Yerim tells the monster to freeze. Yerim activates the skill of chilling blast and freezes the monsters. The monster falls to the ground. Yerim says that she is a fully fledged mage now. The snakes appear from behind, and they attack Yerim, but Yerim quickly blocks their attack. Yerim tells Yerim that even if she is an outstanding mage, she shouldn't let her guard down. Yerim asks if he is okay. Yerim says that he is still in one piece. Yerim tells Yerim that they should go and fight. Caesar says that is too bad. Everyone starts throwing stones at the monsters from the wall. A monster tells Caesar that their stronghold is tougher than they thought, and it may be tough for the first corp to continue holding out. Caesar says it is only 1 out of 10. They still have plenty of troops. Caesar orders the corps to start attacking in turns and get rid of the fort's defenses, and after they've been eliminated, use that. Caesar says they are holding out fairly well, but he wonders how long the struggle will last. On the 3rd day of the defense, the monsters are still attacking. The soldiers say that they are all that's protecting the alliance, and they start shooting at the monsters. A monster grabs the soldier with its tongue. A woman throws a pan at the monster and tells them to die. A zombie is climbing the wall. Muxial appears from behind and throws a giant rock at the monster. Muxial says he is tired of them swarming them like this. Yerim cuts the giant snake using his chain. Yerim asks Naxu how much ammo they have. Naxu says they have used 90%, and he doesn't think it's going to be easy to have any more shootouts going forward. Yerim looks down and thinks that they have held out this long due to it being a castle defense. This would have turned out terribly without the fortress. Yerim thinks that the old man is doing repairs, but the walls are being destroyed too quickly. This is going to get dangerous. Yerim says, thankfully, it hasn't gotten worse yet. People's fighting spirit is still alive. Naxu says since additional survivors were added to the construction, the expected completion time was cut down drastically. Yerim says they need to survive just 2 more days. A green monster starts walking towards the fortress. Yerim tells everyone to take down the green monster first. The soldiers start shooting at the monster, but the zombies jump in to protect the green monster. A bullet hits the green monster. There's a huge blast, and the green monster explodes. The green substance falls on the zombies, and they start burning. Yerim tells everyone to take care of the green liquid mutants first. At the same time, there's a huge blast at the wall. Someone reports that the walls of Zone 9 are melting, and they need more workers. Yerim is shocked to hear that Zones 7 and 8 are attacked as well. Yerim thinks that they haven't seen that thing for the past 3 days. Yerim wonders if they are waiting for the walls to weaken, and for them to get exhausted. Jung tells Yerim that they can't hold out anymore, and his mana is depleting. Yerim thinks that regular citizens are inside. If the walls get breached, there's going to be a massacre. Yerim tells all the citizens to retreat underground. The system notifies Yerim that the city management has been activated, and the city's defense facilities will be operated sequentially according to plan. Naxu asks if he is thinking about holding out underground. Yerim says no, if the acid monster melts the ground, they will be stuck with no way out. Naxu says even if it is not the acid monster, it will be hard to last 2 days underground. Yerim thinks about the commander of the zombie army and thinks that if he hits the head, naturally, the arms and legs will shake too. Yerim says this will be difficult, but he needs to take out that monster. Naxu tells everyone they are moving to Plan C, and he tells the guards to retreat to Zone 2. Muxial says if there is a fight, then he wants to join, too. Icio says if they take out the leader, then it will be easy. Dupel says the team members were itching to do it already. Yerim arrives there and tells Yerim that she will fight, too. Yerim thanks her and says that he would make sure to watch her back. They arrive at the main gate. Yerim says that he will keep it short. Yerim opens the door and tells everyone to go and hunt him down. Yerim rushes outside and starts attacking the monsters. Caesar is sitting on the throne. There's another blast on the wall. Caesar thinks that they held out quite well, but this is the end. A monster informs Caesar that they have opened the gates. Caesar says their teamwork was more insignificant than he thought. The monster says that it is not it. They are coming outside directly. Caesar takes a look and asks what this is. Duple and his team start running towards the monsters. Caesar asks if they are going to fight them head-on. The monster says they are no different than bugs. Duple orders everyone to look ahead and keep advancing. Duple activates car modification skills, and blades come out of the tanks. The blades start cutting down the monsters. Duple tells all the units to open formation. They start attacking the monsters from all sides. The monsters start getting cut like vegetables. Yerim also starts attacking the monsters with his army. Yerim strikes the chain and jumps in the air. Yerim swings his chain and cuts the monsters in a single strike. A mutant gorilla starts thumping the chest. Mukshal says that he is too loud. Mukshal crushes the monster under his feet. Isio attacks using her flying kicks. Yerim uses her magic to attack the monsters. The soldiers start fighting the zombies. Caesar thinks that he didn't expect a corp to be overpowered so quickly. A monster tells Caesar that he is going to send all of the corps forward, but Caesar says no. Caesar says there's no need for that. The monster asks why, and Caesar tells him that he will be here soon. The monsters get blown away by the attack. Yerim used his punch to attack. The monster says that he can't believe a human can output this much force. Caesar starts clapping and says that he has considerable power and is beginning to escape the realm of mortals. Caesar says that he is quite desirable. Yerim says that he is sick and tired of them. Caesar says that it would be a waste of his talents to go according to the plan, so he will give him one last act of mercy. Yerim asks what mercy. Caesar says that he was thinking of killing everyone but him. Everyone is shocked to hear that. Caesar says, but that would be a waste, seeing how he had the nerve to crawl here on his own hands and knees. Caesar says that he will give him a chance to spare his precious comrades and awaken, but he will need something in return. Caesar says to accept the seal of contract into their hearts. A soldier asks what about everyone who isn't awakened. Mukshal shows him the finger and asks if he is telling them to abandon their youngsters and become his slaves. Caesar says the price of this contract is fair, and they will treat the awakened as their colleagues. Isio says that he is crazy, they will never accept that. Caesar asks Yerim if his answer is the same. Yerim says that he refuses because they will be nothing more than animals if they accept his proposal. Caesar tells Yerim that he reminds him of himself. Caesar remembers that he was the Knight Commander of the Order of the Holy Empire. Caesar cuts a giant mutant zombie in half. Esteros tells Caesar that his destruction is inevitable. Esteros tells the knights to take his hand, and he will bring them salvation. Caesar asks what about the villagers. Esteros asks if they are as important as his knights. Caesar says that he is a monster, and he orders everyone to prepare for battle. Esteros says that he didn't want to do it, but he had no choice. Esteros turns into a huge monster. Caesar asks what is that. Caesar tells Yerim that as an inhabitant of a once-destroyed world, he will give him a piece of advice. Caesar says fighting only lasts momentarily. Yerim says even if that is the case, humans must keep on struggling to live. Yerim asks if everyone is ready. Himchin says everything hurts, but they should bust that guy's head in. Caesar tells Maggot to take command of the army and kill them all. Caesar says don't leave a single one behind. Maggot says that his order will be fulfilled. Caesar says they should begin the ritual. Caesar traps Yerim in a large black prison. Yerim looks above and sees that he's trapped. Caesar says welcome to his prison. Yerim attacks the prison, but it has no effect. Yerim thinks that it is tremendously hard. Mukshal starts punching the prison, but it has no effect. Yerim magic also fails to work. Yerim thinks that it can even block off sounds. Caesar tells Yerim that nothing can escape his cage. Caesar tells Yerim to look outside. The monsters are ready to attack the soldiers. Caesar says that he is looking forward to seeing how long his comrades will last. Yerim says that he is crazy. Caesar says that he will take this as a compliment. Yerim says that he talks a lot about someone who's going to die soon. Caesar says that he has considerable guts for a human. Caesar tells Yerim that he is curious to see how far that bravery will go. Caesar tells Yerim that many things are possible inside his cage. A horse comes out of the magic circle. Caesar gets on top of the horse. Caesar tells Yerim he will give him a taste of despair. Caesar rushes to attack Yerim. Yerim blocks the sword and thinks that he is powerful. The horse also attacks Yerim using the horn, and Yerim blocks the attack. Caesar tells Yerim that he is doing good. Caesar swings his sword, and Yerim falls to the ground. The horse attacks Yerim using the feet. Yerim evades the attack and jumps backward. Caesar swings his sword, and Yerim blocks the attack. Caesar starts attacking Yerim again and again. Yerim falls to the ground again. Caesar asks if that is the best he can do. Caesar tells Yerim to look outside. The monsters are overpowering the soldiers. Maggot is busy fighting Dupel. Icio is busy dealing with the zombies. Yerim uses fire to burn the zombies. Naxu tells everyone to hold them, even if it is for 1 second more. The soldiers start killing the zombies. Caesar asks Yerim if this is the best he can do. Yerim thinks that he needs to stay calm and escape as fast as possible. Yerim thinks that Caesar uses veteran swordsmanship and overwhelming strength. Yerim thinks that he is so much stronger than he thought. Yerim thinks that, in particular, that thing will be difficult to take care of. They're covering each other's flaws perfectly. Yerim thinks that if this continues, then he will be doomed. Caesar asks if he is going to save everyone. Caesar tells Yerim that we can't protect anyone, and he asks if he is afraid to speak. Yerim says that is impossible. Yerim divides the chain in two and says that he just made a decision. Yerim rushes towards him. Caesar says that he is making a last-ditch effort. Caesar swings his sword, and Yerim avoids the attack. Yerim thinks that he will put some weight behind it and break the horn. Yerim punches and breaks the horn. Caesar starts cursing Yerim. Caesar starts swinging his sword at Yerim. Yerim thinks that if he wraps himself with the king's aura, then he will be able to withstand the damage. Yerim starts punching the horse continuously. The horse falls to the ground, and Yerim tells it to cough more. Yerim asks Caesar how it feels because his friends are getting sent to hell before him. Caesar says that he is just throwing away his life. Yerim says he is still standing. The system notifies Yerim that his stamina is less than 15%, and special attribute speed recovery has been activated. Yerim thinks that he received the special attribute during his fight with Lee. Yerim thinks that this consumes a lot of mana. Yerim recovers and asks Caesar if he is ready to follow his friend. Caesar rushes towards Yerim and says that he will make him his slave. Yerim gathers the energy and punches Caesar. There's a huge blast. The fight continues, and Yerim blocks the sword using the chain. Caesar asks if he thinks that he can win against him. Caesar swings his sword, and Yerim falls to his knee. Caesar says that he lacks experience and technique in everything. Caesar hits Yerim with a kick, and Yerim falls to the ground. Caesar tells Yerim that this is the difference between them. Yerim says there isn't that much of a difference. Caesar looks at his armor and sees that it is damaged. Caesar wonders if Yerim counterattacked in such a short amount of time. Yerim thinks that he is glad that he took out his horse first before Caesar, who is not in full power now. Yerim says it is worth a shot now. Caesar says it is a simple scratch. Caesar tells Yerim that he will show him a level that's above heaven. Caesar jumps towards Yerim and swings his sword. Yerim blocks the attack and thinks that he can see the attack pattern now. Caesar thinks that the gap between them is disappearing. Caesar wonders if Yerim is getting stronger every second. Yerim thinks that he can feel where to attack. Yerim sees an opportunity and punches Caesar in the chest. Caesar says it is no use. Yerim activates a large explosion and strikes Caesar again. Yerim jumps in the air to attack Caesar again. Caesar thinks that the gaps that appear in large attacks are different, so he will end Yerim here. Caesar swings his sword, but Yerim disappears. Caesar thinks that he tricked him. Yerim appears from behind and says this is the difference between them. Yerim punches Caesar, and he crashes into the prison. Caesar thinks that his growth is tremendous, and he tells Yerim that he underestimated him. Caesar grabs his sword, and smoke starts to fall out of his body. Caesar tells Yerim that he didn't think he would use this. A monster appears out of the sword. Yerim asks if they should end this with one shot. Caesar says even if he becomes a corpse, he will make sure to use him well. Caesar swings his sword, and the monster moves to attack Yerim. Yerim says that he made a mistake because he is very confident in one-shot battles. Yerim makes a fist and punches the monster. There's a huge hole in the monster. The prison starts breaking apart. Yerim and Caesar rush to attack each other. The monster grabs Dupel and says that they are finished now. The monster breaks Dupel's arm, and Dupel sees that his left arm is disabled. Mukshal is surrounded by numerous mutant gorillas. The monster tells them that it is useless to struggle and asks if they think that they can stop this large army. Himchin starts crying to see his comrades in trouble. The monster says he will make sure to kill them all slowly. The prison starts breaking. The monster wonders if Caesar is finished already. Caesar falls to the ground and says that he can't believe that he lost. Yerim is standing on top without his shirt. Yerim thinks that he was seriously strong, and he would have lost if not for the special recovery skill. Caesar starts disappearing, and there's a stone on the ground. Yerim grabs the magic stone, and the monster says this is impossible. Yerim shows him the stone and says here is the evidence that their leader lost. Yerim uses the magic stone, and the system notifies him that strengthening is successful. Transmission C is raised to Transmission B, and all of his foundational skills have been strengthened. He can now improve all of the skills up to grade B. Yerim finished upgrading his skills. Yerim suddenly disappears. The monster is surprised to see that. Yerim appears near him and says they should start round 2. Yerim punches and destroys the monster with a single strike. Yerim looks at the monsters and thinks that once the Harbinger of Death died, the monster fell into confusion. Yerim thinks that he needs to lure them, and now is the best time. Yerim tells Naxu that he will distract the monsters and, in the meantime, he should help everyone retreat. Naxu asks if he is going to be okay, and Yerim tells him that it won't be hard for him to escape by himself. Yerim starts releasing his energy and says that he will join them in 2 days once the fortress is completed. Yerim starts killing the zombies. The monsters start attacking Yerim. A larger red monster arrives there with an axe. Yerim swings his chain and cuts the monster in half. Another monster rushes to eat Yerim. Yerim grabs the monster and throws it to the ground. Yerim crushes the monster and asks if that is all they got. The monsters are scared to see that. Yerim asks if they are scared. Yerim tells them to bring it on. The monsters start screaming at Yerim. Naxu sees that all the monsters start attacking Yerim. Isio asks Naxu if they are going to leave Yerim alone. Isio says at least a few of them need to stay behind. Naxu says the captain wants them to retreat safely, and Awakeners are the key to ensuring that happens. Naxu tells everyone that they need to believe in Yerim. Mokshial says that Guy is taking the cool role all for himself. Dupel says he's a guy whose talent knows no end. There's nothing to worry about. Naxu tells everyone to retreat to the fortress immediately. Everyone retreats to the fortress. After 2 days, Yerim is resting on the roof of a building. Yerim looks down at the monsters and says there is no end to them. Mong Mong arrives there carrying a note. Yerim says that he is happy to see it. The note says that the fortress is complete, and he should come back and join them. Yerim starts smiling to see that. The giant fortress starts moving. Yerim is amazed to see that. The monsters start running towards the fortress. Wilson is looking at the zombies in the mobile fortress command and control room. Rasha tells Wilson that it is time to show the fortress's power. Wilson activates the extermination mode. The fortress starts firing missiles at the zombies. A monster starts shrieking. The fortress hits the monster, and the monster is blown away in the air. The giant snake monster starts attacking the legs of the fortress. Wilson activates the incinerator, and the fortress starts attacking the monsters with fire. The giant snake monster starts shrieking in pain. Yerim looks at the fortress and says the investment paid off. After some time, Yerim arrives in the fortress and asks if this is the complete form. Rasha says precisely this is her great masterpiece. Wilson tells them to please decide the fortress's route. Yerim wonders if they should head straight for Seoul or do some internal repairs. The system notifies Yerim that there is a new server quest, the hunt for Asteros. Asteros is currently weak due to a series of failures. Occupying Seoul, where he rests, may greatly weaken him, and now is the time to attack him. Yerim thinks that it makes sense that, as he's lost a powerful subordinate, he must have suffered a lot of damage. Yerim thinks that this is the right time to attack him. Yerim tells Wilson to call executives. In the meeting, Yerim tells everyone that he wants to advance to Seoul. Choi says that they need some internal repairs first. Yerim says that he received a quest that Asteros is weak, and this is the optimal time to attack him. Park says that seeing how he sent an army of zombies, he must have taken some damage, too. Mokshial says that they should do it because young ones are grinding their teeth while waiting to pay him back. The Gamers Union is absolutely in favor. Dupel says that his team is also in favor, and he asks Park if he thinks the same. Park says the stronghold is done, so they should not back down. Naxu says it is finally a chance to get some payback. The team members will be happy. Naxu says Team 2 has no issues. Kim says they should try to gather as much information as possible. Choi says it can't be helped, but she will go and comfort people. Yerim thanked everyone and said they were going to Seoul. Meanwhile, in Seoul, there are a lot of monsters on the ground. Some monsters are flying in the air. A monster looks at the fortress and rushes to attack. Yerim punches the monster and kills it. Yerim says it is time to start the Battle of Seoul. The zombies are roaming in the streets of Seoul. A person says they are starving to death. A woman tells her child to stop crying. Her daughter tells her that she is thirsty. The husband thinks that there's no more food in the apartment. To procure food, they need to go outside. The husband packs his bag and grabs a stick in his hand. He tells his wife that he will be back. She says it seems there are more monsters out there right now. The husband says that they will starve to death like this. He must go out for the kids. He tells her that there's no need to worry because he will come back alive. He opens the door and starts going downstairs. He arrives outside and thinks that he must get enough food for the kids. He hides behind a trash can and thinks that there must be some food left. His foot hits the can of drink. The zombies hear the voice, and they start running towards the man. A monster jumps towards the man. The man hits the monster with his golf club. A giant mutant zombie appears in front of the man. The man starts trembling with fear. The giant mutant zombie attacks the man. The man closes his eyes and thinks that he is going to die. After a while, he opens his eyes and sees that a robot is attacking the giant mutant zombie. The man wonders if that is a robot. A soldier says, "Kill all the monsters." The soldiers start killing the zombies. The man is shocked to see that there are survivors who are not afraid of the zombies. A soldier asks the man if he is all right. The man says he is okay and asks if they are a rescue team from the government. The soldier says they are from the Humanity Union and will soon be able to restore Seoul. The soldier starts testing the microphone and says the rescue team is here, and he tells the survivors to please stick to the balcony or window and wait for help. The person tells the soldier not to use the mic because all the zombies will be here in no time. The soldier says that is exactly why he did that, because it would be better to sweep them all at once. The zombies start running towards the soldiers. The soldiers start killing the zombies. The man is surprised to see that. The soldier says there's nothing special about the zombies in Seoul. A soldier says they will start the rescue now. Wilson activates the excavation mode, and the legs of the fortress start drilling into the ground. Wilson says they will make a temporary settlement here. The people are surprised to see that, and they can't believe their eyes. The soldiers welcome everyone to the Humanity Union, and they say that if they want food, clothes, and household goods, they should come here. The people arrive inside, and they say that this is heaven. Esteros is sitting on the pile of skeletons. Esteros thinks that he is sensing some unusual energy from Seoul. Esteros touches the energy and wonders what this is. Esteros sees the giant fortress and Yerim fighting the monsters. Esteros starts smiling and says Yerim is doing something very interesting. Esteros thinks that he never thought Guangdong would be taken away in less than a day. Esteros thinks that Caesar's failure is painful. The person with horns arrives there and tells Esteros that this looks troublesome. Esteros asks why he's here when he has already quit his job on Earth. The person says that he has no intention of running like a dog after a small piece of meat. He tells Esteros that he is just here to help. Esteros says there must be restrictions. He says there are, but the system can be bypassed because, at this rate, they will be defeated by humans. Esteros asks about his true intentions and asks why he's being so considerate. He tells Esteros that they must succeed in occupying the Earth, or their main faction will be in trouble. Esteros asks what the price of lending his strength will be. He tells Esteros to get rid of Yerim. That'll be enough. Esteros starts smiling and says if it is an order from above, then he will eliminate him. The person starts giving his energy to Esteros. Esteros starts smiling to receive the power. The person asks if it is enough, and he tells Esteros that he will see him later. Esteros thinks that this is a stroke of luck. Naxu tells everyone that the occupation of Gangdong-gu, the first route of entry, is over. First, they will occupy the 11 districts south of the Han River. Then, cross the Han River to the north. Kim comes running and tells Yerim that all the zombies in Seoul are moving towards Yongu here, and they are performing some kind of ritual. Yerim thinks that if it is the movement of that scale, then Esteros is definitely behind it. Naxu asks what he would like to do. Yerim says he doesn't know what they're up to, but it won't do them any good to wait here. Yerim says they should go to Yongu at once. After some time, they arrive at Han River, Seoul. Yerim says Han River's water level seems to have risen considerably. Naxu says he heard it rained heavily in Seoul a few months ago. It's been a while since the organization that controls the water level has gone, probably because it has risen a lot. Kim tells Yerim that he needs to be careful because there are mutants active inside the Han River. Yerim asks if mutants can breathe underwater. Kim says this is his first time seeing one here. Of course, it's not a high-ranking one, but he still has to be careful as it's underwater. Yerim says that he will be careful. Yerim thinks that it's the fastest way to go to Yongu, so he has to cross it anyway. Yerim thinks that he is strong enough to fight them. Yerim tells Wilson to be careful while walking in water. Wilson says they are going in. The fortress starts moving through the river. Some monster is approaching them in the water. Wilson says multiple movements were detected in the Han River. Naxu tells Wilson to activate the system. A mutant fish appears out of the water. Wilson activates extermination mode and starts shooting at the fish. Wilson detects a large monster and activates the cutting mode. A large blade appears from the fortress. Numerous tentacles emerge from the river. The blade starts cutting the tentacles. The large mutant octopus appears out of the water. It starts attacking the leg of the fortress, but its teeth broke. Yerim says it only has a blue magic stone. Yerim tells Wilson to get all the available weapons ready. Rasha enters the room and tells Yerim to wait. Rasha tells him that they made an underwater robot for such a situation. Yerim is surprised to hear that. Rasha says there's no need to waste bullets. Wilson asks if the shark bot is already finished. Rasha says that it is ready to go anytime. Yerim says they should see what it can do. The hangar opens and numerous shark bots appear. The shark bots fall into the river and they start moving towards the monster. The shark bots start biting the monster. After a while, all the monsters are defeated. Yerim is amazed to see that. The shark bots are also carrying magic stones in their mouth. Yerim starts drooling to see that so many mana stones are collected. The fortress arrives at Yeonggu, Seoul. There's a large black shield ahead. Yerim thinks that it looks like a protective shield. Yerim tells Wilson to activate a long-range weapon. The fortress shoots missiles at the black shield. The missiles hit the target, but they had no effect on the shield. Wilson says it is quite strong. They can't break it with a long-range attack. Yerim says they should try breaking it with force. Yerim gathers his team on top of the fortress. Yerim starts gathering his mana. A voice says it is too late, and the shield starts breaking. Esteros is sitting on the throne inside the shield. Muxial asks what that thing is. Esteros says the offerings are already prepared. Yerim says it is Esteros. Esteros asks Yerim if that is his toy and says that it looks interesting. Yerim asks if he will say that after being beaten. Esteros says he didn't expect living at the lowest level to be this unpleasant. Yerim asks what is the lowest level. Esteros says a place with no skills, talent, or special power like mana, just losers, is their planet. Dupel asks who said that. Esteros says the truth is always cruel. Yerim says that for a guy who is about to get beaten up by those losers, he sure talks too much. Esteros says that it is unfortunate since he made a promise. He must kill him now. Yerim asks what promise. Esteros says because of that, all of this was possible. An insane amount of energy starts surrounding Esteros. Esteros says it only lasts for a while, but it has been a while since he used his true form. Esteros transforms into a huge monster. Muxial says that it is big. Esteros tells them to feel despair. The soldiers say that he looks a lot stronger than before. Naxu activates the skill of command and tells them not to be afraid because they trained hard for this day. The soldiers' morale started increasing. Yerim says that it is either death or nothing. Yerim gives Dupel the signal. Dupel tells his men to show that monster a taste of the hammer cannon. The hammer gang points the cannons toward Esteros. Wilson says that it will help them. The fortress also points the missiles at Esteros. Yerim shouts at everyone to fire. Everyone starts shooting at Esteros. Esteros says that he is looking forward to hearing the screams of bugs. Esteros stops the bullets and missiles in the air. Esteros says that he will give them back their gift. Wilson activates the shield and protects the fortress from the attack. Esteros moves his hand towards the fortress. Yerim jumps towards him and says there's no way he would let him destroy it. Esteros says that he saw him. Esteros grabs Yerim, and he's about to crush Yerim with his hand. Yerim says it is too powerful. The fortress protects Yerim from the giant hand. Muxial activates giantization and jumps toward the hand. Muxial grabs a finger and starts pushing it away. Yerim attacks the hand and tells him to stop bothering Yerim. Esteros says that they are struggling with one hand. Esteros attacks using tentacles and tells them to stop this, too. Dupel says that this body will deal with him. Dupel stops one tentacle. Yerim tells Muddy to help her. Muddy appears and grabs the tentacle. The soldiers say that it is time for them to act. The spider robots also start shooting their webs. Everyone starts attacking Esteros. Esteros moves his hand and says they are bothering him, and he tells them to go away. The soldiers are falling down to the ground like flies. Yerim says he can't let this happen. Yerim breaks free. Yerim rushes to attack the hand. Yerim pierced through the hand using a blue flame dragon. Yerim rushes to attack Esteros' eye, but Esteros moves his hands in front of the eye. There's a huge blast, and the hand is severely damaged by the attack. Yerim tells Esteros that this place will be his grave today. Esteros quickly starts healing the wounds. Yerim is shocked to see that he has recovered immediately. Esteros tells Yerim that he will give him a look. Meanwhile, at Ma-Guk National Reconnaissance Bureau, a person asks about the situation in China. A person says the organization called Chendoho, which he reported last time, is rapidly growing, and they are very good. The director asks if there are any powerful awakeners or variants. The person tells him that the territory of China is so big that 2 satellites are not enough. The director says after the incident, 90% of the satellites were out of service. The director tells him not to complain and to do his best with what they are given. A person tells the director to take a look at Korea. He says that he caught a big fish and will put it on the side screen. The screen shows the battle between Asteros and Yerim. The director says it is a high-ranking mutant, and the person says that the fortress is so big. The director looks at Yerim and tells his team to zoom in. Yerim's team is fighting against the giant Asteros. The director thinks that they are much stronger than American Awakeners. The director congratulates Malcolm and says that he found a hero. The director is shocked to see that Asteros can heal itself. Malcolm says he can't believe he's recovered at once after all those Awakeners attacks. The director thinks that if that monster flies to East Asia, then America is also at risk. Malcolm wonders if this is over. Malcolm sees that a light is shining bright on the screen. The system notifies that Asteros' power has been found to be irrational in terms of time. For 2 hours from now, members of the Human Union will be given a special tag. The soldier says that power is overflowing, and the other one says it is incomparable to what it was before. Muxiel says his wounds are healing. Yerim says it is far stronger than her magic. Yerim is emitting an insane amount of energy. Yerim has white hair. Yerim spreads his wings. Isio asks if they are angel wings, and Yerim says yes, that they are the wings of an angel. Yerim says heaven is waiting for their victory. Asteros says he will crush their machine into small pieces. Asteros attacks, but Yerim blocks the attack. Asteros tells Yerim to stop interrupting him. Yerim thinks that the power is overflowing. Wilson thinks that the power is good for energy recovery. The fortress also recovers and brings out a large blade. Wilson activates the hammer mode. Asteros tells everyone to get lost. The soldiers are attacking the tentacles. Duple starts shooting and says that he will never let him reach the fort. Duple tells Wilson that it is time. Wilson attacks with a large sword and cuts Asteros. Asteros starts screaming in pain. Muxiel tells Isio that he will go first. Muxiel attacks Asteros and starts throwing consecutive punches at him. Isio jumps and tells Muxiel to leave the rest to her. Isio starts attacking with her kicks. Asteros starts bleeding. Yerim also attacks, telling Asteros to take this. Yerim rushes towards Asteros and pierces through him. Asteros tells Yerim to stop because there's a huge hole in him. Asteros starts cursing Yerim. Yerim says that he will end him here. The fortress swings the blade again and cuts Asteros. Yerim attacks using ice spikes. Duple says that today's dinner will be a grilled honeycomb. Asteros asks how dare they attack him. Muxiel delivers a strong punch to Asteros. Isio kicks from the other side. Yerim rushes towards Asteros and pierces through him again. Asteros starts screaming. There's a huge blast, and the giant body disappears. Asteros asks why they are doing this to him. Asteros says if he succeeds in taking revenge on his seniors, then they will benefit from it too. Muxiel asks why he's whining like a baby. Asteros says if he ever sees them again, then he will give them the most painful death. There is a large crack in the sky. A mountain appears, and the sky is red. Yerim thinks that it is the same place Choi showed him before. Asteros starts escaping. Yerim rushes to catch him, but someone stops him and says that he can't enter. A girl appears and says that's the level where Asteros' body is sealed, but it is not yet the time. The girl says after unlocking the seal, it won't be too late to approach it. Yerim asks what about her. Asteros says that they are disturbing him till the end. The girl tells Asteros that he is a loser, and he should disappear. The girl seals Asteros. She tells Yerim that it is nice to meet him, and that he has done a great job on this mission. The girl tells Yerim that he is like a rising star. The girl snaps her fingers, and the system notifies Yerim that the quest is complete and the reward is being settled. The girl introduces herself and tells Yerim that she's called System. She tells Yerim that she's watching him for quite a while. She asks Yerim if they should talk for a moment. Yerim asks what does she want to talk about. The system says she wants to talk about the Holy Empire. The system asks Yerim if he knows that she's conquering other planets. She shows Yerim a giant spaceship. A mutant zombie looks at the planet and says kill and play in the name of the Empire. The spaceships start destroying the planet. The mutant zombies start attacking the innocent people. Some monsters start eating the world tree. The monster looks at the destruction of the planet and says that every piece of energy flow of this planet will be absorbed by them. Yerim asks what this is. The system tells him that right now, many planets are destroyed. She's the Dimension Administrator, and she helps such planets. Isio says there are few useful resources here, and the measurement density is low. The system appears out of nowhere in the form of a young girl with green hair, and she has wings on her back. The system says that this strongly limits the power of more powerful beings. If they have such power, they can easily take the Earth. The system explains that to the monsters, mana is like oxygen. Yerim says the bigger the creature, the more mana it will need. Mukshal asks how Asteros came here then. He was very strong, and, based on her words, he could not get to the ground. The system tells him that if they consider all the power of the Holy Empire, then Asteros is not so strong. At best, he is at the Imperial Army officer level. Yerim wonders how strong the Empire is then. Yerim says, roughly speaking, that the Empire cannot send forces that exceed dimensional rank. The system says it is something like that. She says if the Holy Empire sends forces that do not meet the rank of the planet, then she can intervene in this dimension, and that is how she was able to help them in this dimension. Yerim asks how many planets were able to return from the invasion. The system replies that not even a single planet survived, and this is the first time humanity has demonstrated this potential. She says they are the first to achieve such results. Dupal says he understands that she's trying to help them, but it would be great if she helped them before the world turned into a zombie apocalypse. The system says at that moment, her capabilities were limited, so she could not do anything. But she's sorry for the fact that she couldn't restore the balance in time, which the Holy Empire has violated. As an apology, she will share her powers with them, the representative of the United Human Alliance. The system notifies Yerim that the special skill of awakening has been obtained, and now he can use mana to enter the awakening state. Cool down time will be 7 days. The system says this is the skill that she used not so long ago during the battle with Asteros, and she reset the time it took to recover it. She snaps her fingers, and the system notifies Yerim that rewards have been granted. The reward includes a Tower of Babel and a ticket to all broadcasts. Both rewards have been added to his inventory. The inventory appears and brings out the rewards. Using the Tower of Babel, all members of his group can understand all languages. With a world broadcast ticket, one-time use allows him to stream around the whole planet. The broadcast language will be automatically converted for the watcher. The system tells Yerim that this will help his alliance become known to the whole world. And let her tell him another good news. She tells Yerim that the Sacred Empire is too busy eliminating the consequences of these countless wars, since she will be paying more attention to protecting the Earth from this point on. It will be extremely difficult for powerful beings to interfere in the affairs of the Earth. She shows Yerim, the monster that gave his power to Asteros, and says that Balkan is the commander of the Third Corps of the Army of the Holy Empire. He is one of the outstanding fanatics of war and is included in the main echelon of forces of the Empire. Yerim asks what is that. She replies to those who are for war and plot. This group has been widely famous in the Empire in recent years. They are called Invincible March, and they have never suffered defeat. That's why they were able to increase their influence quickly. The system tells Yerim that one defeat can strongly damage their reputation, and if this happens on the lowest ranking planet, such as Earth, then this would be a real nightmare for them. Isio asks if this means that, in the future, they should not expect someone like the Balkan to decide to invade the Earth. The system says yes, but they will be too busy with wars in other dimensions. All they need is to kill the officers of the Holy Empire that remains on Earth. Yerim asks if there is someone else like Asteros on Earth. The system says, to be exact, there are 7 of them, and his goal is to end them. The system tells Yerim that her time is up, and she hopes that he can work with this information. She starts flying towards the sky. Isio says it all came down to the alien invasion of Earth. After the system was gone, the Human Alliance continued to rescue survivors in Sol. Sol became the land of humans again. Yerim thinks that the occupation of Sol is over and it's time to expand the scope of influence. They must tell the whole world about the Alliance. Yerim grabs the ticket, and the system asks if he wants to use a ticket for the global broadcast. Yerim says yes. The system notifies him that the broadcast will be shown to all survivors on this planet. In the USA, broadcasts appear in the sky. In Ethiopia and China, too. Yerim says that he is the leader of the United Human Alliance. An old man gets up and asks if this is the same opponent he was talking about. His subordinate asks if the elder saw this. The old man says there's no need to panic. They will stick to their plan. He says all of Japan is in confusion. They can attract the enemy's attention. The old man tells him not to slow down because he's waiting for his resurrection. The man bows and says the heavenly combat will be reborn. In Japan, a person enters the room and tells the president that it is urgent. The president asks if they managed to catch the monster. He says that the mission to destroy Susano failed. No one returned except a few awakened. The president is shocked to hear that. The president says this is how the history of Japan will end. At the same time, Yerim starts his broadcast. Yerim says that he will show them how they recovered Korea. The president says that they destroyed the giant monster. Yerim says this is just the beginning. Many more battles are ahead, and to overcome them, the whole world must unite. Yerim says this is why he's suggesting creating a world union. The president says they need his help to save Japan and ready the ships now. After the broadcast ends, Yerim takes a sigh of relief. Choi says he did great and asks if he is sure that they will be able to create a world union. Yerim says many countries are in distress. Having assessed the strength of their alliance, they themselves will come to them. Choi asks if he was intentionally silent about the Holy Empire. Yerim asks if she remembers what the system said. Choi says there are still 7 beings like Asteros on Earth, and they may be operating in different countries. Yerim says exactly, and if he would tell them about the Holy Empire at this time. Choi says this could result in some countries voluntarily surrendering. Yerim says that they will know about it someday, but the less they know, the better they will sleep. At Busan Port, there are many ships and a submarine. The president of Japan says there are many monsters here. A soldier says he doesn't think they can pass without attracting attention. The president says it will be fine because he brought the strongest awakened in the country. The cat says this bald guy said she's the strongest awakened in Japan. Sato tells Momo not to call him bald. Sato tells Momo, even if she's God, it is too rude. The president bows and tells Sato that he needs to go to Seoul, and she's the only one he can trust. Sato thinks that she's afraid to fight, but she needs to do this to save Japan. Sato says that she will help. She brings out a stick. A soldier says Sato was a priestess in the cat sanctuary. Thanks to that, she acquired skills related to the cat's divinity. The soldier asks if the cat is what he thinks it is. His friend says yes, and they say Momo is that divine creature. The soldier is shocked to hear that. The soldier says there is another rumor about the fact that this cat is a Nekomata. The soldier asks where that rumor came from. His friend says he doesn't care because the world has been taken over by zombies and monsters, and it would be great if they could get the power of a yakai. The soldier says Sato and Momo unite during the battle. Sato tells Momo that she's ready. Momo enters the body of Sato. 2 cat ears appear on her head. A monster jumps towards Sato to kill her. Sato grabs the monster and kills it. Sato has 2 tails. The tails start killing the zombies. Another monster rushes to attack Sato. It cuts Sato on her face. Sato jumps towards the monster. Sato punches the monster and says this is so fun. The monster gets blown away. Numerous monsters appear from behind. Sato licks her wound and says it will be fun. After some time, Sato is running on the road. Sato cuts the monsters in her path. A jeep is following after Sato. The soldiers say that they can't even catch her at full speed. Iseo and Yerim are busy training with each other. Iseo hears a voice and asks what it is. Yerim says that someone seems to be fighting. Yerim activates the skill of clairvoyance. Yerim sees that someone is running towards them. Yerim says a strange creature is rushing to them at full speed. Sato arrives there in an instant. Sato jumps towards Yerim and says it smells delicious. Iseo tells Yerim to move away. Sato attacks Iseo and tells her not to get in the way. Iseo says her strength is crazy. Iseo starts attacking Sato. Sato jumps back. Sato tells Iseo that she's very annoying. Iseo thinks that she looks like a cat girl. Yerim asks who she is. Sato says she's a messenger from Japan, and she has a very important message for him. Sato says the president asked her to give him this. Sato gives Yerim a letter. Yerim grabs the letter and thinks that he doesn't feel any hostility. Sato licks Yerim on the face. Yerim asks what she's doing. Sato says it looks like time is up. Sato falls to the ground. Yerim is shocked to see that. The cat comes out of Sato. Momo tells Yerim her name and says that she's the talking creature of Sato. Yerim says this is most likely a skill effect. Yerim asks if Sato is alright. Momo tells Sato to wake up. Sato wakes up and asks where she is. Yerim asks how she's. Sato remembers licking Yerim's face and wonders what she has done. Sato tells Yerim that she's sorry. At the same time, the president arrives and says that they are here. Momo tells Yerim that this bald will explain everything to him. Yerim asks who he is. He says that he is the president of Japan. Yerim is shocked to hear that. He bows and tells Yerim to save their country. The soldiers ask what he's doing. The president asks why they are still standing and asks if they don't understand the terrible situation they are in. All the soldiers start bowing, and they tell Yerim to save them. Yerim tells them to stand up. Otherwise, he will not listen to them. Everyone quickly stands back up. Yerim says they should go inside and talk. Yerim sits down with them in the room and asks them to describe the situation in Japan. The president says Japan is a complete mess right now. Everything is filled with marauders calling themselves new people and a countless number of monsters. The most terrible of these is the recently revealed monster known as Susanoo. Momo says he's very scary, even though they couldn't overcome him. Yerim asks them to tell him more about Susanoo. The president tells Sato to please tell them everything she learned in the last battle. Sato says Susanoo is able to control wind, water, and lightning. He first appeared in Kanagawa. In Kanagawa, there's lighting in the sky. The lightning strikes the ground, and a huge monster appears. The army is waiting on the shore to attack. The soldier tells Sato that Susanoo is about to go ashore, and Sato says she got it. A person tells Sato that she's too serious. He says the 3 of the best awakened people are gathered here. They can't lose. A ninja says he should see how long Susanoo can resist his ninjutsu, and he says that he feels sorry for the monster. Susanoo starts walking towards the shore, and the soldier says open fire. Everyone starts shooting at Susanoo. Sato jumps towards Susanoo, and she starts punching him. Susanoo smashes her away using his fingers. The ninja attacks Susanoo from behind using his clones. The lightning blast strikes all the clones. The ninja is shocked to see that all his clones are defeated in an instant. The lightning blast strikes the ninja, and he falls into the sea. A person draws his blade and says that he will avenge Yuma. He jumps towards Susanoo and attacks using the sword. The sword breaks, and Susanoo tells him to get lost. Susanoo smashes his hands together and crushes him. The soldiers are afraid to see that the awakened are lost. The army keeps shooting at Susanoo. Susanoo raises his hand and destroys the army with lightning. Sato gets back up. The soldiers tell her that she must survive. They will save her some time. Sato has tears in her eyes. The lightning blast strikes again, and Sato starts running away. The president says in that battle, they lost almost all the military and awakened. If this continues, then Japan will be destroyed. Yerim says they will help him. The president asks if he needs something in return. Yerim says the primary goal of the Human Alliance is to save as many survivors as possible. They do not ask for anything in return. The president is shocked to hear that and wonders if he doesn't wish anything in return. The president starts crying, and he thanks Yerim. The president promised Yerim that Japan would always be a friend to the World Union. Yerim asks if Susanoo has a dark blue magic stone. Momo says that is right. He was on a different level, and he could destroy a whole country. Yerim thinks that the system told him to weaken the seal of Esterosa. He will need to destroy mutants and zombies all over Korea, and this will reduce its influence. The current number of zombies in Korea is 63%. Yerim thinks that he should leave the fortress and continue his quest. Yerim thinks that this would be a good opportunity to test his new skill awakening. Yerim says he's going to Japan alone because he is strong enough to deal with this alone. The president warns Yerim that this is a monster with a dark blue magic stone. Momo says maybe he will be able to defeat Susanoo because she can't assess Yerim's power. The president thinks that if he had the power he had seen on the live broadcast, then it might have been true. Yerim stands up and says it is time to defeat Susanoo. After some time, Yerim is ready to leave. Isio tells him that it is better to distribute the effort now. Yerim asks if she can handle clearing out the remaining zombies on the Korean peninsula. Isio says to leave it to her. Yerim asks Choi what about her. Yerim thinks that even after they restored Korea, there are still a lot of zombies left. He thinks that most likely, in the quest, Korea means the whole Korean half of the island, including North Korea. Yerim tells Choi that when she's finished with everything, she should check the situation in North Korea. It looks like they will have to get there to complete the quest. Choi says she's interested in what's happening there, so she will tell the recovery team about it. Yerim says that he should go, too. Yerim gets in the jeep and leaves. The president tells Yerim that after reaching Busan, they will go to Susanoo's habitat using a submarine. Yerim asks if he can know about the new people he mentioned earlier. Sato tells him the new people are a group headed by Ryoichi Sakamoto. Momo transforms and says he looks like this. Sato tells Momo not to transform into that unpleasant form. Yerim says he doesn't want to judge by appearance, but he doesn't look harmful at all. Momo says even before the zombie incident, he was sentenced to the death penalty. Sato says the problem is that he is very strongly awakened, and he's also known as a phoenix. Yerim asks if he is a pyrokinetic. Sato says that Sakamoto can turn his entire body into flames. Because of this, he burned all of Hokkaido and became the absolute ruler of this region. The president says he's the worst of all people. Murder, arson, robberies, he wants to get rid of Sakamoto, even more than the zombies. But even when the powers of their 3 awakened, including Sato, they were not able to handle him. Yerim starts smiling to hear that, and he thinks that this would be a great opportunity to try out his new skill retake. Yerim says as soon as they deal with Susanoo, they will take up with these new people. The president thanked Yerim and said that he could do this. After some time, Yerim arrives in Japan, and there's lightning in the sky. The president says he was informed that Susanoo is in this area. Yerim says this could be dangerous, so they should not follow him. Yerim tells Sato to protect the president. Sato says she will. Yerim jumps from the building. The president prays for Yerim, and he tells God to let him save Japan. A person is running on the shore and asks where this monster came from. Susanoo grabs the person. The person starts crying and says that he doesn't want to die. Suddenly, Yerim attacks Susanoo. Susanoo lets go of the person. Yerim grabs the person and moves him safely to the ground. Yerim tells him to run away quickly. The person starts running. Yerim asks Susanoo if he has been waiting for him. Susanoo raises his hand and attacks using lighting. Yerim starts smiling because the lightning has no effect on him. Susanoo grabs a lightning bolt, and he is about to attack Yerim. Yerim uses the skill of clairvoyance. Susanoo attacks Yerim. Yerim thinks that keeping the distance will not work against him. Yerim avoids the attack by flying in the air. Yerim rushes towards Susanoo. Susanoo gathers the lightning on his head. A ball of energy appears on the head. Susanoo attacks Yerim using a blast. Yerim blocks the attack and says that this will not work on him. Susanoo is surprised to see that. They both collide with each other, and there's a huge blast. Yerim tells Susanoo that he will beat him so much that his mother will not recognize his face. Yerim makes a strong punch and strikes Susanoo in the face. Susanoo falls into the sea. The president is surprised to see that he pushed him back with one blow. Susanoo takes off the mask and gets back up. Susanoo tells Yerim that it is not fun with him. Yerim says that he is smarter than he thought. Susanoo starts screaming. Lighting appears from the sky, and Susanoo starts transforming. Sato protects the president using her charm. The president says the appearance of Susanoo has changed. Susanoo transforms into lightning and says the storm is coming. Yerim wonders if this is his true form. Susanoo rushes to attack Yerim. Yerim avoids the attack, but there is a small cut on his face. Yerim thinks that he is fast. Susanoo starts shooting electric blasts everywhere. Yerim gets struck by the lightning. Susanoo rushes towards Yerim and punches him. Yerim falls to the sea. Susanoo creates a ball of electricity and sends it towards the sky. The ball of electricity starts expanding. Sato is shocked to see that. Susanoo drops the ball of electricity on Yerim. There's a huge blast in the sea. All the fish die, and they start floating in the sea. Susanoo starts hovering in the air. The president says Japan's last hope is gone. Susanoo has an evil grin on his face. The president and Sato are afraid to see that. Susanoo tells them that they are finished. Momo tells Sato that they are going to die. Sato tells the president to run now. He starts running and tells Sato to take care of her. Sato tells Momo they need to buy some time so the president can escape. Momo tells Sato that they need to escape, too. Sato brings out her charm and tells Momo that Yerim is lost and they can't escape. Momo says she doesn't like this at all. Momo enters Sato, and they transform into the cat lady. Sato looks at Susanoo, but he disappears. Susanoo appears near her and attacks Sato. Sato gets blown away. Sato falls to the ground. Susanoo steps on Sato, and she starts screaming. The president is shocked to see that. Sato tells him to keep on running. Susanoo says this will be fun. Susanoo turns his attention to the president. Momo grabs his leg, and she tells Susanoo that his opponent is her. Susanoo kicks her again and calls her an insect. Sato grabs the leg even harder. Susanoo says she's strong for an insect. A light starts shining. Yerim grabs the magic wand and activates the magic girl's skill. Yerim activates the electricity resistance and increases his strength. Yerim glares at Susanoo. Susanoo asks what is that. Yerim rushes towards him. Yerim strikes the magic wand on Susanoo's head and says this is his skull crusher. Susanoo is in pain from the attack. Yerim asks Sato if she is okay. Sato asks Yerim if that is a magic wand. Yerim tells Sato to take care of herself. Sato thanks him for saving her. Susanoo starts moving towards Yerim. Susanoo creates a massive ball of energy. There is a huge tidal wave behind Susanoo. Susanoo tells Yerim to die. The tidal wave hits the shore. Yerim remains unharmed by using the magic wand. Susanoo is surprised to see that. Yerim asks if this is all of his power. Yerim rushes towards Susanoo and tells him to grit his teeth harder. Yerim strikes the head. Susanoo also attacks Yerim, but Yerim barely dodges the attack. Yerim hits the head again and breaks the horn. Susanoo starts screaming. Yerim smashes Susanoo to the ground. Yerim rushes towards him again. Yerim hits Susanoo again using the magic wand. Susanoo starts screaming. Yerim grabs Susanoo by the throat and asks if he has prepared a will. Yerim crushes his throat and says he's just like an electric eel. Sato asks if he killed him. Yerim shows her a magic stone and says that he killed Susanoo. The system notifies Yerim that this stone has amazing power. He can increase the transmission level. Yerim starts smiling and says it is very difficult to increase their level. Yerim uses the magic stone to increase his strength. There's a huge surge of energy. The system notifies Yerim that he has gone beyond human limits, and transmission has been upgraded to rank A. The system notifies Yerim that the mana heart is created, the mana recovery rate is doubled, and the mana volume is 3 times increased. The system notifies him that he has been granted a second transcendent trait. Yerim wonders if he has 2 hearts now. The system notifies Yerim that his 5 senses will be increased. At the same time, it starts raining. Yerim can look at the ant from a distance. Yerim wonders what this is. He can even hear the sound of the grass the ant is eating. Yerim starts smiling and says this will be very helpful. The president arrives there and thanks Yerim. Yerim says that thanks to this case scenario, he was able to become stronger. Yerim says it is still too early to thank him. Yerim asks if he will meet the new people if he goes to Hokkaido. The president asks if he wants to go there right now. Yerim says the sooner they get rid of them, the better. Sato says she will show him the way. Meanwhile, there are some people standing outside the building in Hokkaido. A person holding the gun starts kicking someone and asks why he's frozen. The person glares at him. The man sits on the person and asks if he doesn't like something. He points the gun at him and asks if he has something to say. The person starts apologizing. The man grabs his mouth and asks if he sees that building. He tells him to check out the building. The person starts walking towards the building. He enters the building, and he's afraid to see something. The person tells the gang members that there are zombies inside. The monster grabs the person by the neck, and he starts screaming. The gang members point their guns at the building, and they say it is a mutant zombie. They start shooting at the building. They enter the building, and one of them says that they are definitely dead now. There are 2 magic stones on the ground. The person grabs the magic stone and says this mutant killed him before they shot the mutant. He says they are so lucky to get both their stones. He walks outside, and the other hostages start crying. He points his head at them and tells them to shut up. He says if they want to get at least 1 grain of rice, then they should start working. He tells them to find something useful and don't come back empty-handed. A person tells him that some people are here. Yerim and Sato arrive there. He points his gun at them and asks who they are. Yerim tells them to raise their hands, or he will shoot. He shoots at Yerim. Yerim activates 5 senses, and he can clearly see the bullets. Yerim grabs the bullets in his hand. Everyone is shocked to see that. The person tells everyone to shoot. Yerim beats everyone in an instant. He shoots at Yerim again, but Yerim disappears. Yerim rushes towards him. Yerim grabs him by the throat and asks where Sakamoto is. A person points his gun at Yerim and asks if he can live after attacking the new people. Yerim says yes. He is about to shoot Yerim, but Sato appears from behind and starts attacking the new people. Yerim asks if he will answer the question now. He shows Yerim the finger, and Yerim crushes his throat. Yerim throws him away and asks if someone else wants to answer his question. Meanwhile, some people are celebrating, and one of them says they used to be sentenced to death, and now they wear suits like this. Sakamoto tells them to imagine what will happen when they will rule all over Japan. Sakamoto tells them this is their world, eat, drink, and enjoy till they die. Sakamoto raises the glass of wine and says they have a lot of work to do tomorrow. Yerim breaks the wall, enters the room, and asks if the gang is having fun. A person rushes towards Yerim to attack him. Yerim knocks him away easily with one hand. Sakamoto activates the flames. Sakamoto asks Yerim who he is. Yerim tells Sakamoto that he is the Grim Reaper. Akira grabs an axe and starts cursing Yerim. Sakamoto tells him to calm down. Sakamoto asks Yerim who he is. Akira tells Sakamoto that this is a Korean guy who was on the broadcast. Sakamoto thinks that his face looks similar. Sato also arrives there and asks Yerim why he moved without her. Sakamoto asks Sato if they are together. Sato tells Sakamoto that he is the same idiot as he was before. Sato asks what he will do if they are together. Sakamoto is furious to hear that and starts cursing Sato. Sato says that he is acting like she's his girl, and she tells Sakamoto not to curse her again or he will die. Sakamoto asks if she's dating this Korean. Sato tells him that Yerim is much better than him and that he's beautiful, strong, and educated. Yerim tells Sato that it looks like he's in a stained relationship with her. Sato tells Yerim that Sakamoto is constantly annoyed with her and that she will get back at him. Sato orders his men to grab Sato and bring her to him. They grab their weapons and say yes, sir. Sato jumps towards the broken wall and tells them to come here. Sato starts running away, and the gang members start following her. Sakamoto tells Yerim that he will roast him alive. Sakamoto starts burning and says that meat tastes best when it is fried. Yerim says he will break his mouth for calling him a Korean. Sato manages to defeat the new people outside. Everyone is shocked to see that. Sato asks how long they are going to watch her. A person says it is because of her that his guys are in this condition. Sato says they were so weak that they didn't even recover. A person is about to shoot Sato, but the man with the eye patch stops him. A new people member asks what he's waiting for. The man tells them that monster hunting requires caution. He tells them to set up a battle like they did while hunting mutants. Everyone starts surrounding Sato. There is a huge blast. Sato says it looks like they started the fight, so she should finish things here. Sato rushes to attack the man. He blocks the attack using his sword. He swings his sword at Sato, and Sato jumps backward. The gang members say to destroy her. One of them attacks Sato, but she gets down to avoid the attack. He swings at Sato again, but she jumps in the air to avoid the attack. Another one attacks and says he will get her this time. Sato jumps on the axe and says that she can easily dodge this. Sato attacks using her claws and sends him flying. The man with the eye patch swings his sword at Sato. Sato grabs the sword using her claws. Some gang members appear from behind, and they say that they will save him. Sato smacks them both using her tails. Sato says they can have as many rats as they can, but they will never compare with cats. The man starts trembling with fear. Sato kills him and asks who is next. Everyone is afraid to see that. On the other hand, Sakamoto attacks Yerem and says that he will decide on his fate. Yerem grabs his punch and says that he can't even defend himself. Sakamoto tells Yerem that he is a monster. Sakamoto tells Yerem that he will destroy the Koreans. Sakamoto shoots a fire blast from his mouth. Yerem punches him and says he told him not to call him Korean. Sakamoto gets blown away. Sakamoto asks Yerem how dare he. Sakamoto shoots fire from his hands, and he tells Yerem to die. Sakamoto is shocked to see that Yerem is unharmed by the fire. Yerem says this temperature is perfect for a sauna, but it can be a little hotter. Sakamoto asks if he has any skill that can block his fire. Yerem says that he doesn't have anything like that. Sakamoto asks why his fire doesn't work on him. Yerem says he is just weak, and compared to Suzuno, he is just a bug. Sakamoto starts burning with fire and says that he is the strongest in Japan. Yerem says he is just like a frog in the well, and he made a very big mistake. Sakamoto tells Yerem to stop speaking nonsense. Yerem starts electrocuting Sakamoto. Yerem says meat tastes best when it is fried. Sakamoto tells Yerem to please spare him. Yerem asks if he ever spared someone who begged for life. Sakamoto gets burned to ashes. The system notifies Yerem that the skill of flame is acquired. Yerem activates the skill of flame and says it is not bad. Yerem arrives outside after defeating Sakamoto. Sato asks if it is over. Yerem starts smiling and says that he has been dealt with. Sato thanked Yerem and said if it weren't for him, then she would have to ask Sakamoto for help. Sato says nothing that a perverted person asked for would be surprising. Sato says Yerem is her lifesaver. Sato asks Yerem what is his relationship with that woman. Yerem asks what woman. Sato says the one she fought with when they first met. Yerem wonders if she's talking about ICO. Yerem tells her that they are just close colleagues. Sato starts smiling and says that is great. Sato tells Yerem to date her. Yerem says that she is not Sato. When she wakes up, she will be in trouble. Sato says that she is definitely Sato, and right now, she's being completely honest and serious. Sato asks Yerem what is his answer. Yerem apologizes and says that he doesn't have time for a relationship right now. Sato is devastated to hear that. Sato asks Yerem if he doesn't like her. Yerem says no, they haven't known each other long enough to say whether he likes or dislikes her. Yerem thinks that Sato is calm, righteous, and has a surprisingly cute side. Yerem says she's more on the good side. Sato tells Yerem that it is settled then. She tells Yerem to look over there. Yerem sees that there is nothing there. Sato kisses Yerem on the face. Yerem is surprised by that. Sato tells Yerem that he is hers from now on. Momo comes out of Sato. Sato remembers that she kissed Yerem. Sato covers her face and asks what did she do. Yerem tells her that he will forget what just happened. Sato tells Yerem that it is fine. It is not like she is lying because she is being honest. Sato tells Yerem that he doesn't have to forget about the kiss. Sato asks if she can call him Appa from now on. Yerem says yes if that makes her comfortable. Sato tells Yerem that he can just call her Sato. Momo looks at them and starts smiling. After some time, the president starts shouting that they have returned. He shakes Yerem's hand and says that not only did he defeat the new humans, but he also managed to rescue the survivors. He tells Yerem that he doesn't know how to express his gratitude. Yerem says it is only natural for us to help each other in difficult times. The president thinks that he is truly an incredible person. He asks if he could relocate the Japanese survivors to the Human Alliance. Yerem asks if he is talking about all of them. He says if possible, they would like to request that everyone be included because Japan wishes to be integrated into the human alliance. The president thinks that they will have a secure home, abundant food supplies, and even a chance at happiness. He asks Yerem if it is possible. Yerem says there are plenty of ships. They have enough supplies, so there's no need to worry. Yerem asks if they will be happy leaving their homeland behind. He tells Yerem that people's safety, survival, and happiness are more important than just land. Yerem welcomes him to the human alliance. After some time, the ships start their journey. Yerem arrives at the fortress with Japanese survivors. The soldiers start giving everyone the supply rations. Iseo comes running, and she tells Yerem that he came back safely. Iseo asks how Susanoo was. It's a variant of the indigo monostone, so it must have been strong. Iseo says that she heard that he also crushed the new people. Momo tells Sato that they look close, so close that they look more than just colleagues. Sato tells Momo that she has become close to Yerem. Momo says that compared to the years those two have built together, she's still far behind. Momo tells Sato that Iseo is just as beautiful as her, and if she stays passive, then she will steal Yerem in an instant. Sato starts running towards Yerem and says there he is. Sato tells Yerem that she couldn't look around properly last time and asks if he can give her a tour. Iseo says they seem to have gotten quite close. Sato grabs Yerem and says Appa has been so nice to her. Yerem asks if he is truly that nice. Sato asks Yerem if he can spare some time for her. Iseo tells Yerem that headquarters was looking for him. They said they have a report on North Korea. Yerem apologizes to Sato and says that he has to go. He tells Sato that he will give her a tour when he has time. Iseo tells Sato that if she wants a tour, then she can give it to her because she has plenty of time. Sato tells Iseo to please guide her, Unni. Iseo asks if she called her Unni. Sato says that she is 23 years old and 22. And since she was born in July, they are over 300 days apart, so she's definitely an Unni. Iseo is annoyed to hear that. Iseo asks if she has a problem with her and if this is because of their last fight. Sato wonders what she would do. Sato thinks that if what Appa said is true and they're really just close colleagues, then there's no need to worry. Sato asks Iseo what kind of relationship she has with Yerem. Sato asks if it is true that they are just close colleagues. Iseo asks why she's asking that. Sato says that it is because she likes Yerem, and she has already confessed to him. Iseo is shocked to hear that. Sato says that is why she's asking her. She wants to know if Yerem told her the truth. Iseo asks how long they have even known each other, and she has already confessed. Sato says love doesn't need a reason. Momo says this shy person has grown a lot, and she wonders how Iseo will respond. Iseo asks if that is why she picked a fight with her. Sato apologized and said that they seemed too close, so she got the feeling that their relationship wasn't just that of colleagues. Sato asks what her answer is. Iseo asks if she will adjust her attitude based on her response. Sato says it's hard for competitors to become close, after all. Sato tells Iseo that she would like her to answer sincerely because she's being serious right now. Iseo says she will give her an answer, and she tells Sato that it will be hard for them to get close. Iseo thinks that she never considered romance in her life, especially after the world changed like this, and it is still the same for her. But if a peaceful world ever returns, then she would like to be with someone. Iseo says Appa is too precious to give to someone else. Yerem arrives at the United Humanities Intelligence Bureau. Wonwook tells Yerem that they are looking for him. Wonwook tells Yerem that he has suggested that they investigate North Korea with the commander. North Korea is still tightly controlled by Park Seung-won. Yerem asks if he is still alive. Wonwook says he is certain. Seung was a dictator who ruled North Korea for a long time. Yerem thinks that in his nightmares, he has never survived even once. Yerem asks what about the people of North Korea. Wonwook tells Yerem that the zombie crisis has made their exploitation even worse. Compared to Seung and his military officers, the survivors are nothing but skin and bones. They even built a dedicated factory to extract human monostones. The North Korean army kidnaps survivors and takes them to the factory. Then, they brutally torture them to death. They are indeed monsters. Yerem asks where Seung is right now. Wonwook says he's currently staying in a secret bunker in Pyongyang. Wonwook asks Yerem if he is planning on going there alone. Yerem says yes because he shouldn't be left alone for even a minute longer. In North Korea, Seung says they rescue their comrades oppressed by the vile corpses. The soldiers are standing to see something. Yerem is standing behind Seung. Seung turns around and asks who he is. Yerem says he's head of the Human Alliance. Yerem says he has captured and killed innocent people for their own greed, and he has come today to judge him. Seung says his face looks familiar and says that he is the southern traitor. Seung rips off his shirt and says that he walked into a tiger's den. so his life is about to be cut short. Yerim says today he will die, and the suffering North Korean people will be saved. Seung tells his subordinates to witness how the Republic's greatest warrior judges the wicked southern puppet. Everyone starts shouting, "Long live the commander!" Seung tells Yerim to bring it. Yerim punches him, and he is blown away. Seung grabs his face and starts cursing Yerim. Yerim jumps towards him and starts punching him again and again. Yerim grabs Seung by his throat and lifts him up. Seung thinks that this is not possible. He has absorbed so many mana stones. Yerim punches Seung in the air. Seung says this is not possible. Seung gets up and says he's not supposed to lose. Yerim starts walking towards Seung. Seung opens the box, and there are numerous magic stones inside it. Seung picks up the box and starts eating the magic stones. Seung turns red and starts running towards Yerim. Yerim makes a strong punch and says this is not a big deal. Yerim delivers a strong punch to Seung. The soldiers are shocked to see that, and they say that it is a dream. Yerim says that the vile person, Seung, is no more. Yerim tells everyone that he is the supreme commander of North Korea. Yerim asks if they will swear loyalty to him, or if they will seek revenge and die miserably. A soldier asks if they pledge loyalty, and if they will be able to eat their fill. Yerim says of course. Everyone says they pledge their loyalty to him. There is an announcement for the citizens of Pyongyang on the speaker. They inform them that Chairman Comrade Park Seung-won had passed away today due to a sudden illness. However, before his passing, he entrusted all authority over North Korea to Supreme Commander Yerim of the Human Alliance. Won-wook activates the skill of clairvoyance and says just now, the news of Park Seung-won's death was delivered to Pyongyang. This is practically reunification. Choi thinks that she never thought she would live to see reunification. Won-wook says they should move out as well. The fortress starts moving again. Meanwhile, in North Korea, a soldier tells his comrade that this is serious. His chairman comrade has passed away due to a sudden illness. Hak asks if it is true. He replies that rumors have already spread everywhere, and there's more news. He whispers the news in his ear. Hak asks if all the executives who attended the Workers' Party conference in Pyongyang were wiped out. The soldier says yes, it was all the work of that villain, Yerim. Hak says this is the first time he has heard that name. The soldier says they say he's a general from South Korea. Hak thinks that the amount of mana stones the chairman consumed means there's no way he died from a sudden illness. The soldier asks Hak what they should do. Hak says he's the one who wiped out Pyongyang's leadership. They can't just stand by. Hak says he will reach out to Chindowi. The soldiers ask if they will help them. Hak tells him to watch his mouth. They are the ones who manipulate China from the shadows, and each one of them is a monster. The soldier says he will be careful. Hak says anyway, since they have contributed to them for so long, the Chindowi should help them. A person enters the room and asks if they are looking for them. The soldiers asked Elder Zion when he got there. Zion says the elder has spoken, Shin Yerim, of the Human Alliance. He is a terrible seed that will hinder the grand plans of the Chindowi. Hak says that he should be killed immediately then. Zion says General Hak has shown them sincerity. Hak says not at all. They merely provided some small conveniences to the Chindowi. Hak says they grant them more than generous favors. Zion says helping them for just that much is a losing deal. Zion kills Hak in an instant. Hak asks why. Zion says that even if he meets with Yerim, he will also end up dead like those fools. Zion says they were the ones who granted them that power, so naturally, they should be the ones to take it back. Zion tells Hak there is no need to be resentful. Those who once received their grace will be their companions on the way to the afterlife. The other soldier falls to the ground. Zion says they should begin. Some soldiers are guarding the building. Two ninjas appear from behind, and they start choking the soldiers. Zion sets the building on fire. The ninja says they only have one more military base to take care of. Zion says they should move quickly before the adversary arrives. The ninjas bow down to him and say, "Understand." Zion burns down the 9th Corps headquarters. Zion tells everyone that they did a great job, and they should head back. Zion feels a strong presence and asks who he is. Everyone brings out their knives. Yerim arrives there and asks who they are to be wiping out all of North Korea's military bases. Zion is shocked to see Yerim there, and he thinks that he hasn't even occupied Pyongyang for a full day, but he's already making moves. Zion thinks that no wonder the Grand Elder was so wary of him. He's dangerous, so avoiding the battle is the best option. Zion tells his ninjas to drop their weapons. Zion tells Yerim that they are just wanderers. While passing through North Korea, they witnessed the atrocities committed by the soldiers there. Zion says they are torturing and killing people in factories. Zion asks how they could just stand by and watch them extract life stones, so they decide to take action, even with their limited strength. Yerim says in a world like this, it's fortunate that righteous people like him still exist. Yerim activates the skill of analysis and sees that his name is Chio Zion, and he's a human stone consumer. Zion is half human and half insect, and he's a follower of Aberos. Yerim tells Zion that for someone so righteous, he sure has consumed quite a lot of human life stones. Yerim spreads his wings and asks who they are, and who is this Aberos. Zion wonders if Yerim has search-type skills, and he thinks that this got complicated. Zion orders his ninjas to stop Yerim. All the ninjas jump towards Yerim. Zion starts running for his life, and there is a huge blast behind him. Yerim strikes from behind and asks Zion where he's going. Yerim says since he's so desperate to run away, it must mean that he has a lot to hide. Zion thinks that his speed is incredible. Yerim says he has a lot of questions, and he looks like someone who should be able to answer them. Zion tells Yerim that he acts for the sake of humanity, and Chindowi is the same. There's no reason for them to fight. Yerim asks if he is claiming to fight for humanity by devouring their own kind. Zion asks if he can still say that after learning the horrifying truth of this situation. Yerim asks if he is talking about the Galactic Empire pulling the strings behind the scenes. Zion says that he must also be aware of their power. Humanity must grow stronger at an unprecedented rate. Zion says for the greater good, sacrificing the few is inevitable. Yerim says not only does he have a reason to fight, but he has too many. Yerim says that he hates people like them the most. Zion says this is truly unfortunate. Zion thinks that the battle is unavailable and the difference in strength is overwhelming. There's no choice but to stake his life. Zion brings out a tablet and says glory to Chindowi. Zion puts the tablet in his mouth and starts chewing it. Zion starts releasing an insane amount of energy. Zion transforms into a green insect monster. Zion tells Yerim that he has always been curious about his strength, and today, he will get to satisfy that curiosity. Zion tells Yerim to come at him. Yerim says that he is half human and half insect. Zion says it is the great blessing of Aberos. Zion tells Yerim that humans are too weak. Zion thinks that martial arts was his entire life. The zombies attacked their dojo. A giant mutant zombie starts attacking everyone. Zion appears from behind and jumps towards the monster. Zion attacks using the stick. The zombie blocks the attack and punches Zion. Zion falls to the ground and thinks that there is an overwhelming gap between them. The zombie is about to kill him, and Zion thinks that a lifetime of honing martial arts means nothing. An old man jumps between them and stops the attack. He tells Zion to run away quickly. Zion starts running and says that he realized something. Zion tells Yerim that humans are an inferior species. Zion tells Yerim that this body is different because he can tear apart hundreds of mutants, and their Chindowi have protected China with this power. Zion tells Yerim that he is trapped in the shell of a weak human. Yerim asks if he can see the wings on his back, and if he still sees him as a weak human. Yerim rushes towards Zion and punches him. Yerim says that he has seen many idiots turn into bugs just to become stronger. Yerim says that they all have one thing in common. Every single one of them is just a selfish piece of trash. Zion tells Yerim that it is foolish to ignore the fact. Yerim asks if he is ready to die. Zion orders the insects to attack Yerim. Yerim activates the skill of fire and says they are annoying. Yerim starts burning the insects. The insects start falling to the ground. Their blood falls on Yerim. Smoke starts coming out of their blood. Zion tells Yerim that it is a deadly poison strong enough to melt even high-level mutants. It should have dealt serious damage. Yerim wipes it away and says it is so filthy. Zion is shocked to see that Yerim is completely fine. Zion rushes towards Yerim. Zion punches Yerim, but the sting breaks on his arm. Zion says this is not possible. The bees start stinging Yerim, but it has no effect. Zion shoots a liquid from his mouth. Yerim smashes it away with his hand. Yerim rushes towards Zion and punches him in the air. Yerim tells Zion that he will send him flying out of this earth. Zion thinks that he risked his life and took the elixir, but none of his attacks worked on Yerim. Zion thinks that it is exactly the same as last time. Zion thinks that he can't be defeated like this. Zion grabs Yerim and says that he will take him with him to the afterlife. Zion starts swelling his body. There is a huge blast in the air. Only Zion's head remains, but he's shocked to see that Yerim is still unharmed. Zion thinks that even after giving his everything, he still didn't manage to give Yerim a single wound. Zion starts disappearing and thinks that their enemy is strong, but their grand plan is complete, and Lord Aberos will soon descend upon this continent. Yerim thinks that they are exactly the same as those mutant worshippers. Yerim thinks that Aberos must be a similar entity to Asteros. Yerim asks if they want to revive something like that. Meanwhile, a ladybug starts flying toward the old man. The old man says Zion has fallen. He He didn't expect the enemy to move that fast. The old man stands up and says that his growth rate is terrifying and they need to hurry. The old man hits his staff on the ground. Two people arrive there, and they ask if the Grand Elder called. The old man says that the seventh elder has fallen to the adversary. They don't have much time left, and they must act more aggressively. He says that Lord Aberos's descendants need this land to be soaked in deeper despair. The old man orders them to kill everything that moves from now on and be prepared to drench this continent in blood. One of them asked about their allies in the Chindowi. The old man asks if he has gone deaf, and he tells them to kill them all. The subordinates say they understood. The old man says the day of his descent upon this land is near, and Yerim will not be able to reverse this tide. After defeating Zion, rescue operations for North Korean residents have been carried out. Yerim brings them back to the fortress. The soldiers welcome them with supplies. They are surprised to see the delicious food. They quickly start eating the food, and a woman tells them to eat slowly because there's plenty of food. They start crying while eating the food. Yerim asks Choi if the number of North Korean immigrants has already exceeded 70,000. Choi tells him that, at this point, they have rescued almost all the survivors in North Korea. Yerim asks if there's any conflict between people. Choi tells him that the satisfaction of North Korean residents is very high, so it's naturally harmonious. If they give them food, then it will be okay. Yerim thinks that it was originally an impoverished country. Yerim says that is a relief and asks if there's any news about Chindowi. Choi says the reconnaissance unit is moving, but there's nothing yet, and China isn't exactly small, so it'll take some time to find them. There is a knock at the door, and Yerim says to come in. Won-wook tells Yerim that it is urgent. US has sent someone. Won-wook tells Yerim they're an agent from the National Reconnaissance Office and have information about Chindowi. After a while, Malcolm tells Yerim that it is nice to meet him. Malcolm says he is an agent from the US National Reconnaissance Team. Jack also introduces himself, and Yerim says they should go inside. Yerim sits down with them and asks if they have any information about Chindowi. Malcolm says yes, they have been monitoring China through satellites, and in the process, they learned about the existence of Chindowi. Jack says they were looking for skill awakeners. Since China has a large population, observation was a top priority. Yerim says if they are even operating satellites, the US must be in a relatively good situation. Malcolm says they are far behind the Human Federation. Malcolm tells Yerim they are far better than destroyed countries. Yerim asks if they observed him through satellites, too. Jack says yes, they had to find out at least what kind of tendencies powerful awakeners like Yerim have. Jack says he will apologize if he is offended by that. Yerim says that's fine, but he would appreciate it if he were to be careful in the future. Malcolm says they will. Jack tells Yerim that Chindowi is a very secretive and vicious group. It can be said that it was a stroke of luck that they found them. Jack says they will give him all the information that they have gathered. In return, he would have to maintain a friendly relationship with us. Yerim says he will accept the offer. Jack says they will give him the information that they have gathered. Malcolm opens his laptop and tells Yerim that this old man is the leader of Chindowi. He's called the Great Elder among them. Yerim asks where that is. Jack replies to Mount Huangshan in Anhui, China, the headquarters of Chindowi. Malcolm says Yerim took care of one of their elders, and since then, Chindowi has become even more radical. Take a look. There are dead bodies everywhere on the ground. Malcolm says they used to at least pretend to hide the bodies. Jack says it is different now, they're carrying out indiscriminate massacres. Jack says what's even more surprising is that they're killing even those who cooperated with them. Yerim thinks that they are trying to resurrect Aberos. Yerim wonders if they started rushing because they were worried about his intervention. Yerim says, please tell him more about the situation in China. Malcolm and Jack start briefing Yerim. After some time, Yerim gets up and thanks them for the help. Malcolm says he is glad they were helpful. Yerim thinks that he should go to China as soon as possible. Yerim tells Choi that they found out their headquarters is here in Anhui, China. Choi says it's a relief that it's relatively close, and she asks Yerim if he is going alone. Yerim says no, Aberos is likely to be a purple individual, and it will be too much for him to fight alone. Choi asks if he will be stronger than Asteros. Yerim says Chindowi is different. Yerim thinks that it is a group that ruled the country with the largest population in human history. Yerim says that Guy Aberos will be stronger, and he plans to take the shortest route like this. Choi tells Yerim that there is an even shorter and more direct route. Yerim says that it is the sea. They have crossed rivers before, but even though the Yellow Sea is shallow, it's a bit much to walk directly there. Choi says there's no need to worry about that because this fortress can now turn into a ship. After some time, the fortress turns on the lights. Rasha says it's time to show off a new feature, so she activates the navigation mode. The fortress starts transforming into a ship. Yerim asks if it is a UFO. Rasha says that's right. She referenced the design of unidentified flying objects, UFOs. Rasha says it can't fly right now, but it can swim. The fortress starts swimming at an insane speed. Yerim says that this is amazing and asks when she developed this feature. Rasha says when the boss was working hard, she wasn't playing around. Wilson says that's right. The master reinforced the fortress while saving sleep. Wilson says they never thought the lazy master would change this much. Wilson says human emotions are truly great. Rasha covers Wilson's mouth and asks why he is talking nonsense. Wilson says that it always tells the truth. Rasha tells Wilson to be quiet. Yerim thanked Rasha and said that they would be able to save a lot of time, thanks to her. Wilson says if he's going to praise her, then please pat her head, it'll give her the highest satisfaction. Rasha says that she is not a kid. Yerim pats Rasha on the head and says, please keep up the good work in the future. Rasha starts blushing to hear that. Rasha says there will be a battle soon. She has added several features to prepare for that. Rasha tells Yerim that a barrows will be finished, too. Yerim says that is quite exciting. The fortress arrives near the mainland China. Yerim starts smiling and says it is starting. The old man is sitting on the rock. His body has turned red, and he says that Yerim is one step late. Yerim is standing on the fortress. Some insects start flying towards the fortress. Yerim tells everyone to prepare for battle because the enemy is coming. The soldiers tell everyone to go inside. Dupal asks how insects can be so big. Yerim tells Naxu that he will try to stop them as much as possible, so please take command. Yerim brings out the chain and spreads his wings. Yerim starts flying towards the locusts. Yerim activates the skill of flame and attacks locusts with fire. Yerim says that he will sweep them all. Yerim starts a tornado of flames. Yerim starts burning his way through the swarm of locusts. A soldier says there are too many bugs. Naxu activates the skill of command and says shield units block the front line. Rear units concentrate firepower. The soldiers say move in formation. The soldiers pick up the firearms and shields. Rasha tells Wilson that it is time to show off the new feature. Wilson activates the defense force field. The machine guns come out of the fortress. Naxu orders everyone to shoot down the guys who break through the force field before they reach the base. The machine guns start shooting at locusts. Some locusts land on the shield, and they start destroying the shield. The shield is destroyed, and Naxu orders everyone to start concentrated bombardment. A soldier shoots at them and tells them to die. Another soldier starts cutting them with his sword. Himchun kills a locust with his bat and says home run. Dupal and Muxial also start killing the locusts. Yerim and Isio also start attacking the locusts. Sato transforms and starts killing locusts. Locusts grab a soldier and start flying. Yerim attacks locusts and saves the soldier. The soldier says that he can't swim. The soldier falls into the sea. The shark bots start saving the fallen soldiers. Wilson tells Rasha that if they delay any longer, then they will be completely taken over. Rasha says not yet. She thinks that when they're stuck to the force field as much as possible, she will attack. Locusts arrive near the shield. Rasha gets up and says now is the time. Wilson activates 1 million volts. There is a strong lightning blast. The locusts are burned to the crisp. Yerim says a good job, Rasha. Yerim looks back and sees that another swarm of locusts is flying towards them. Yerim grabs his chain and says that's quite a welcoming greeting. After some time, the fortress arrives at the shore. Himchun falls to the ground and says that the landing was a mess. Yerim asks Naxu about the damage. Naxu replied that about 30 of their members had been injured. Naxu says the base is also heavily damaged. They have to dock here for a while to repair it. Yerim says he has to go to Anhui province as soon as possible. Please take care of the base's restoration and the casualties. Naxu says to leave it to him, but take the members with him when he leaves. Yerim says he doesn't know how dangerous it will be, so it's better to move with a small elite team. They need fast runners like Muxial, Isio, and Sato. Naxu says understood. After a while, Yerim moves towards the city. Isio says Shanghai is a huge city, but it's strangely quiet. Yerim says the locust swarm must have swept through and massacred the survivors. Sato says it's the first time she has seen bugs transformed, and she asks if it is related to a barrows. Yerim says it probably seems to be a characteristic of Chindowi, and all sorts of bugs might appear. Isio says bugs are awful. Yerim activates the skill of clairvoyance. Yerim sees that there are bugs inside the building. Yerim tells Isio and Sato to stay back. The building falls to the ground, and locusts fly towards Yerim and his team. Yerim activates the skill of flame. Yerim attacks locusts with his chain of flames. Yerim asks where all these bugs came from on Earth. Isio asks if he doesn't feel something stirring from the ground. Yerim smashes his chain on the ground. The ground is destroyed, and numerous skeletons are present. Some bugs are crawling on the skeletons. Isio says those things are eating corpses and turning into locusts. Isio asks how many people died, considering the number of bugs. Sato says the ground is completely rotten, too, to the point where no other living thing can survive. Sato says if these bugs continue to breed, then the earth will become a land where humans cannot live. Isio says they're truly the worst creatures. Someone appears from behind and says they are great creatures. Everyone is surprised to hear that. Yerim activates his analytical skills and sees that he is a great elder. The old man tells Yerim that it is nice to see him. The old man says he wanted to see them in person at least once. He asks how their masterpiece is. Isio asks if he is senile. The old man asks what is their reason for hating him. Sato asks if he is seriously asking them that after killing so many people. The old man says a person is a being who thinks for themselves, speaks a language, and has a personality. He says that in that sense, they don't harm people, and they can see for themselves. The old man taps his foot on the ground and smashes it to pieces. He says, "Awaken your intelligence, great loyal insect race." 2 large locusts appear in front of him. The old man asks what was his name when he was human. The locust says his name was Yan. The old man asks what kind of person was he. The locust replies that he is a public security police officer with a daughter and a son. He was a bit violent, but he didn't cross the line. The old man says that his appearance has only changed. He thinks, speaks a language, and has a personality. The old man says the essence remains the same, so he is not dead. Yerim asks if he thinks that it is okay to feed people to bugs. The old man asks the locust if he regrets becoming Lord Aberos's servant. The locust says they don't regret becoming his servants. The old man says the people involved are satisfied with the result, and that should be enough. Isio asks how dare he say that, and says that he must have brainwashed them. Sato says it seems like at least thousands of people died here. Sato asks why there are only 2 loyal insects he's talking about. Sato says that even if what they say is true, he killed thousands and only saved 2, and he's acting like he did something great. Sato tells him to stop with the sophistry. The old man asks if those are the only memories of the citizens here. The locust remembers when they were attacked. He says they have all the memories of 9,321 Shanghai citizens. The old man tells them that the personalities and memories of Shanghai citizens are all shared among the loyal insects. The old man says that it is called a hive mind, and it is all thanks to the authority of the great Lord Aberos. They gather the collected souls in one place to form a huge consciousness, a hive mind. The huge consciousness is passed on to many loyal insects, giving them a new life. The old man says their souls are alive with intact egos, so in fact, no one is dead. Yerim asks if it is okay to feed people to bugs because it's a good thing. The old man tells Yerim that he shouldn't misunderstand because he didn't come here to persuade them. The old man says he just wanted to see his face in person before the day he came to Mount Huangshan. The Chinese people like heroes. Isio says he came here risking his neck for such a reason. The old man asks who is risking his life. Yerim, Isio, and Sato prepare to fight. Yerim thinks that they should take him out here. The old man raises his hand. The locusts start flying towards Yerim and his team. Isio kicks the locust away. The locust attacks Isio with his sting. Isio dodges the attack. Sato attacks the locust and bites his arm off. Sato spits out the arm and says that it smells like sewer. The locust starts regenerating the arm. The arm regenerates in an instant. Sato says that he is a nuisance. Yerim rushes to attack the old man. Yerim thinks that he will finish this in one go. Yerim activates the skill of fire and pierce through the old man. Yerim thinks that this is too easy. Yerim thinks that a guy who's supposed to be the great elder is weaker than Zion. The old man tells Yerim that it is a futile act and that this is just his clone. The clone falls to the ground. The clone asks Yerim if he knows why he decided to follow Lord Aberos. Yerim says that he is not that curious. The old man asks if magic stones are infinite resources and says the number of high-level magic stones is limited. The clone melts and says the limit is clear. The disaster that struck the Earth was an unwinnable war from the start. That's why they decided to accept their power. Even if he had added up all the magic stones on Earth, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the real monsters of the Empire. He tells Yerim to come over to Mount Huangshan, and that he better come as soon as possible because many victims are still being created. Yerim activates the skill of fire and burns the clone. Isio and Sato also defeated the locusts. Yerim says that they should go to Mount Huangshan. The old man starts bleeding from his mouth. He wipes the blood from his mouth. A voice asks if the game is over. The old man thanks Aberos for listening to the lowly old man's request. He says now, without a shred of regret, he can offer his wretched body and soul. Aberos says they will all enjoy glory with him forever. There is lighting in the sky. The old man looks up and says his choice was not wrong. He says thanks to Aberos, many Chinese people have achieved eternal life. There's no need to fear hunger and terror anymore. He says they will overcome the current reality with the loyal insect race's body and spirit. They are one and all. He thinks that he was not wrong, but he chose the justice he thought was right. The lightning strikes the old man. 2 large wings came out from his back. The old man transforms into a huge monster. The green breath starts spreading everywhere. A rabbit is scared to see that. The rabbit inhales the green gas and transforms into a monster. Some bugs start crawling on a dead tiger. Aberos says that his time has come to an end. The old man's subordinates are shocked to see his power. One of them says this vast Mount Huangshan has been completely transformed. A voice tells them to come to the top. One of them says they should go up quickly. They start climbing the mountains. They see a monster on top of the mountains. One of them asks, "What is that?" The monster starts running towards the ninja. The monster starts eating the ninja. They ask why his creation is attacking them. They bring out their knives and say that they should save their friend first. More legs appear out of the monster, and the legs pierce through the ninjas. They fall to the ground, and the monster starts eating the head of their friend. A ninja asks what kind of rabbit is that. An old man is smoking a pipe there. A monster jumps towards the ninja. The bald man also jumps on the monster. There is a huge blast on the ground. The bald man gets up, and the monster is crushed under his weight. The ninjas bow in front of him, and they thank the first elder. The elder grabs the monster by the ears and thinks that a mere beast has become this sturdy. Someone starts shouting and asking for help. The ninja tells the elder that something is wrong. His creations are attacking them. The elder says it might be a test. If they can't even climb this mountain path, they don't deserve to see him. Even if they fail, it's not a problem because the souls of the people eaten by the creatures are still intact, and eternal life is guaranteed. A ninja looks at his dead friend and thinks that it is better to give up than climb. A ninja tells the elder that they are not worthy enough to see him yet. They will wait below. The elder says he can see why he gave them this test. He didn't know there were still followers who lacked faith. The elder grabs the ninjas by their necks and crushes their necks. He says they don't deserve even a shred of his grace. The elder thinks that the time has come to see him in person. The elder jumps towards the mountains. The trees in the forest start attacking him with their branches. The elder strikes using his palm. The elder says that he will see the Great One soon. After some time, the elder reaches the top of the mountain. Aberos is waiting for him there. The elder bows down to the ground and says that he meets the Great One. Aberos tells him that he is the best warrior of Chindowi. The elder says he flatters him, and not only him but also the other elders will come up soon. Aberos says no one has passed, but he has. The elder is surprised to hear that no one else passed. He wonders if all elders failed. The elder says this is not possible. Aberos says the result was predetermined from the start because it was a test that no one else but he should pass. The elder starts floating in the air, and Aberos tells him to look down. The trees are absorbing the energy of ninjas. A locust comes out from the tree. There's an army of locusts in the mountains. The elder thinks that so many loyal soldiers are being created by killing thousands. Aberos says this is his kingdom, a precious foundation for the seeds of great conquest. There are enough soldiers. Now, all he needs is a commander to protect his kingdom from the mongrels. Aberos says he will concentrate the power extracted from the other elders on him. The elder thinks that all the elders will enjoy eternal life. The elder says this will be his honor. The elder starts absorbing the energy of other elders. The elder starts transforming into a monster. There's a huge eye on his stomach. Aberos tells his brave soldiers that a commander to lead them has been born. The locusts start celebrating. Aberos says now all preparations are complete. Yerem arrives near the mountains, and Iseo asks if that is Mount Huangshan. Yerem activates the skill of clairvoyance. Aberos tells Yerem that it is nice to see him. Aberos starts releasing the green gas. Sato says this green gas is dangerous to inhale. Yerem starts protecting them from the gas. Yerem thinks that this is creepy. Yerem wonders if this is the power of the pure purple variant. Aberos says they should end the greetings here. The locusts start running towards Yerem. The elder arrives there and asks if he came here with only 3 people. Iseo says that he is not the only one with allies. An army appears from behind, and Dupal, Muxial, and Naxu are leading the charge. Naxu says all members of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd guard teams have come in response to the commander's request for support. Muxial says it is the perfect day for catching bugs. The soldiers and the locusts face each other. Aberos says quite a crowd has gathered. Yerim asks Aberos where he's looking when his opponent is standing in front of him. Aberos starts releasing the green gas. Aberos transforms into a huge monster. Naxu asks if he can freely change his form. Aberos says decisions are made by the strong. Aberos starts moving towards the soldiers. A soldier says that a monster is coming. Dupel tells his team to shoot. Everyone starts shooting at the monster. Aberos says that it tickles. Yerim uses his awakening skill to spread his wings. Mukchiol activates giantization. Aberos rushes to attack Mukchiol, but Yerim punches Aberos and saves him. Aberos gets pushed back by the attack. Yerim says that he warned him that his opponent was him. Aberos tells Yerim that if he wants to die first, then he will not stop him. Aberos tells the first elder that their numbers are significant. Aberos asks if he can hold them off. The first elder tells Aberos not to worry about it. Yerim says that he will leave the troops to them. Isio says she got it, and Sato tells Yerim to take care of himself. The first elder starts beating himself. He says it is war, blood will spill like rivers. The locusts start getting stronger by inhaling the green gas. The first elder says this planet is theirs. Rip out the guts of all the inferior species and drink them down. The locusts are on the move. A soldier tells everyone to raise their shields. Locusts start attacking the shields. A soldier says to use every strength they have. Some locusts start flying in the air. Naxu tells everyone to fire the net guns. The soldiers start shooting the net at the locusts. The locusts are trapped in the net. The soldier swings his axe and tells the locust to die. The soldiers start killing the locusts easily. Some soldiers carrying the shield say that they are being pushed back. Naxu shoots a gun in the air. There's a fire signal in the sky. Himchin tells his team that it is time to play. Locusts are shocked to see that they are being attacked from all sides. Himchin and his team start killing the locusts. Himchin kills a locust and says that this feels so good. Naxu tells everyone to charge. The soldiers say to kill all the insects. A soldier carrying the shield thinks that he should release his mana now. The locust attacks, and his arm gets stuck in the shield. A soldier swings his axe from behind and kills the locust. A soldier says they are fast but not that strong, and another one says they got scared for nothing. The first elder thinks that they're freshly made, so their movements are too predictable. To think he would fall for such a pathetic coordinated attack. Normally, it would take time to share memories and experiences. He says that he will pass down what they lack the most, not just any experience, but that of battle-hardened elders. The first elder starts sharing his strength with the locusts. A soldier swings his axe, but the locust blocks the attack. A locust punches the soldier. Another locust kicks the soldier. A soldier says that something is different about them. On the other hand, Yerim and Aberos are busy fighting. Yerim swings his chain at Aberos. Aberos rolls himself to avoid getting hit. Aberos falls to the ground. Yerim rushes to attack Aberos again. Some locusts appear out of nowhere to protect Aberos. Yerim kills them in an instant and says get out of the way. Yerim is surprised to see that Aberos is gone. Aberos is hiding in the tree. Aberos attacks Yerim from behind and pierces through his body. Yerim swings his chain, and Aberos gets pushed back. Aberos asks Yerim if he likes playing hide and seek. Aberos hides on the tree again. Yerim attacks the tree and thinks that it is camouflage. Yerim activates the skill of fire and says that he should see if he can keep hiding when his whole house burns down. Isio jumps towards the locust to punch him. Locust blocks her attack. Isio thinks that this is martial arts, and the locust tries to punch her. Isio breaks his neck with an elbow strike. The locust falls to the ground. Another one attacks Isio, but she moves out of the way. Isio grabs his arm and punches him in the stomach. The locust gets blown away. Isio looks around and sees that their soldiers are struggling against the locusts. Isio thinks that the situation is looking bad. There's a fire signal in the sky. A soldier says this is an order to gather. They need to head that way. Isio tells everyone to group up with her. They start running towards the signal. A swarm of locusts encounters them on the way. Isio kills them all with a single kick. The soldiers are shocked to see their captain's power. Isio tells everyone to hurry. Naxu and Sato are busy fighting the locusts. Isio arrives there and asks about the situation. Naxu says the situation is not very good. In an instant, their troops took massive damage. Sato says their movements have gotten even craftier, and regular troops will not be able to handle them. Isio looks at the bodies of the dead soldiers on the ground. Mukchiol and Dupel start killing locusts. Naxu says they can hold out to some extent. Sato says they should help them, too. Naxu tells her to look over there. Numerous locusts start coming out of the trees. The first elder tells them to push them harder. These inferior species can't hold out forever. He says to make it clear to them that this is their kingdom. Naxu says their forces keep getting reinforced. They need to address the root of the problem. Naxu brings out the gun and says they will draw their attention to the front lines and, in the meantime, take down that command entity. Isio tells Sato that they should do it. Sato says to leave it to her. A soldier tells everyone to charge. The first elder says they still have the guts to squirm. Isio and Sato rush towards the first elder. The first elder creates a shield. Isio and Sato deliver a strong punch. The first elder lands on the ground and says that he was wondering why humans suddenly popped up. It turns out it was just a petty distraction. He asks if the two of them can take him on. Isio asks if his brain turns to mush when he becomes a monster. The first elder says, as expected of inferior species, they have no eye for this, and they will regret it. The first elder prepares to attack and says that he may not look like it, but he is a physical fighter. Isio says the same goes for them. Yerim is burning the forest to the ground. There's a huge blast. Yerim tells Aberos that he is hiding like a sneaky rat. Aberos tells Yerim that their inferior kind is dying like flies. Yerim says that he can say the same for him. Aberos says even if he dies, they will create him a new body. Unlike inferior species, who are done once they die, they are in a whole different league. Aberos says that he seemed to care about your subordinates a lot. His chest hurts just thinking about it. Yerim starts shouting and cursing him. Yerim starts attacking the tree with his chain and tells him to come out. Aberos thinks that Yerim should go ahead and waste his strength. This time, he will cut his head off in one go. Yerim starts losing his stamina. Aberos says he thinks he would lose his cool and freak out over the sacrifice of mere grunts. Aberos says that is why he's an inferior species. Aberos appears from behind and says it is time to finish this. Yerim activates the skill of clairvoyance. Yerim glares at Aberos and says he found him. Yerim grabs Aberos and pushes him to the ground. Aberos starts screaming. Yerim thinks that the camouflage is tricky, which is why he tricked him into coming out. Yerim thinks that he needs to attack now. Yerim starts punching Aberos again and again. Aberos thinks that he is taking a beating in his most vulnerable form and, of all places, the head. Aberos thinks that this is dangerous, and at this rate, he will lose one of his forms. Yerim punches Aberos, and he is blown away. Yerim notices that Aberos has started releasing green gas. The system notifies Yerim that it is a remarkable achievement. He has completely destroyed one of Aberos' bodies. He will receive an achievement reward upon eliminating all of his bodies. The remaining bodies are 4. Yerim thinks that each form contains 1 life. Yerim wonders what this last form is. Aberos transforms and asks how dare he destroy the body that he had for hundreds of years. Aberos tells Yerim that he will not die a peaceful death. Yerim says that he will. Yerim rushes to attack Aberos. Yerim delivers a strong punch to his face. Aberos is shaken by the attack. Aberos asks Yerim where he is. Yerim says that he is right above his head. Yerim delivers a strong punch from above again. Aberos thinks that his exoskeleton is in danger. Yerim says it looks like it can't transform if it takes a hit to the head. Yerim says even in that wart-like form earlier, it kept getting smashed. Yerim tells Aberos that he is too slow and pathetic. Yerim starts attacking the body of Aberos. Aberos asks if he thinks that an attack like that would work on him. Yerim kicks Aberos, but he rolls his body. Aberos asks if he thinks that a mortal could pierce his ultimate armor. Yerim says they will find out once he tries. Yerim kicks the exoskeleton again. The armor stats are cracking. Yerim says hitting the same spot repeatedly seems to be doing some damage. Aberos transforms again, and he tells Yerim that he will show him what real speed looks like. Aberos attacks Yerim again and says that this form's speed is unmatched. Yerim starts dodging the attack. Aberos thinks that he will be victorious with just 1 graze. Aberos shoots a strong attack towards Yerim. Yerim gets hit by the attack. Aberos says that he put up quite a fight for an inferior species, but that's all. Now it is time to die. Yerim starts feeling a shock in his body. Yerim starts shaking with great speed. Yerim rushes towards Aberos and punches him. Aberos wonders how a lowly inferior species from the bottom dimension could possibly deceive his senses. Yerim delivers a strong punch, and Aberos gets crushed to the ground. The system notifies Yerim that 3 forms remain. Suddenly, Yerim starts bleeding severely from the mouth. The system notifies Yerim that he has been poisoned by a powerful venom. If left untreated, then he may lose his life. Yerim thinks that his condition is not good. Aberos asks Yerim how he likes his special venom. Yerim says it's barely a tickle. Aberos tells Yerim that it is only the beginning, but he will take him down before that happens. Yerim says that he will beat him before that. Yerim thinks that if he can get that magic stone, then he can recover his body. Yerim tells Aberos that he only has 3 lives left. Aberos tells Yerim that he only has 1 life left. Aberos rushes towards Yerim and says that he will take that 1 life from him. Yerim grabs his chain, but he feels immense pain in his body. Aberos bites Yerim on the leg. Aberos starts pulling Yerim towards him. Yerim thinks that it is a trapdoor spider. Aberos tells Yerim that his blood tastes very good. Yerim punches Aberos and tells him to die. Aberos says that he will suck every last drop of his blood. Yerim starts cursing Aberos. Yerim smashes his head against Aberos. Meanwhile, Sato is busy dodging the attacks from the First Elder. Sato gets hit by the attack. Isio is worried about her. Isio starts running towards the First Elder. They start exchanging blows with each other. Isio thinks that she is being pushed back. The First Elder says she's not bad. If this had happened before she received the blessing, then he might have lost. He attacks Isio and says that things are different now. Isio starts shaking. The First Elder tells Isio to die. Sato kicks the attack away and saves Isio. He tells them that no matter how much they resist, it is all useless. He prepares to attack and says that he will kill them. Isio and Sato are worried about that. The First Elder suddenly notices something, and he starts sweating. He wonders what this overwhelming fear is. The locusts also freeze with fear. Muxiol says that these insects are panicking. The First Elder thinks that the only one who could share emotions this strong is him. He wonders if Aberos felt this much fear from a mere inferior species. Aberos arrives there and starts begging for help. Yerim is punching Aberos again and again. The First Elder orders the insects to protect Aberos. The soldiers block their path and ask where they are going. Isio and Sato jump towards the First Elder. Yerim thinks that now it's down to just one of its remaining bodies. They just need to destroy this one. Yerim punches Aberos. A magic portal opens near them. Yerim wonders what that is. Someone comes out of the portal. A monster appears out of the portal. Yerim asks who he is. He replies that he's Balkan, commander of the Galactic Empire's 3rd Legion. Yerim is surprised to hear that and wonders if he's the one the system warned him about. Balkan tells Yerim that it is nice to meet him. Aberos asks why the Balkan would come to a lower dimension like this. Balkan tells Aberos that he looks utterly pathetic, to think he would die so miserably to a mere creature of this lowest dimension. Balkan says that because of him, the grand plan has been distorted. Aberos tells Balkan that he hasn't lost yet. Balkan tells him to shut up. Yerim activates the skill of prediction. Balkan easily destroys Aberos. Yerim says that this is insane. The First Elder is also shocked to see that Aberos was taken down with a single gesture. Aberos' head falls to the ground. Balkan says the fate of the defeated is nothing but death. Balkan crushes his head under his feet. The locusts start falling to the ground. The First Elder also starts melting. The system notifies Yerim that a marvelous achievement has been unlocked. He has annihilated all 5 of Aberos' physical forms. Achievement reward granted, special skill, restoration acquired. Once a day, he can fully restore his physical condition. Yerim thinks that he needs to use it right now. Yerim activates restoration and recovers himself. Yerim thinks that this is great. Yerim looks at Balkan and wonders if he can take that monster who obliterated Aberos in 1 hit. Balkan says he looks like he got himself a pretty decent skill. Suppose it makes sense because he took down an officer in this lowest dimension, after all. Yerim thinks that if he wants to increase his odds by even 1%, then he absolutely needs that magic stone. Yerim orders the inventory to get that magic stone. Yerim says a 3rd Legion commander shouldn't be in an idle position. Yerim asks if he doesn't have anything better to do. Balkan asks if the system didn't tell him and says that this body is extremely busy. Inventory grabs the magic stone. Balkan glares at the inventory. Balkan grabs the inventory and says that this is a cute trick. Yerim thinks that sneaking it out is too much to ask. Balkan tells Yerim to take it because he wasn't planning on taking it in the first place. Yerim asks why he's giving it to him. Balkan says it was a fight that was already over. He just finished it off. Balkan says it was his fight, and the reward should go to him, too. Balkan says he doesn't feel like bothering with such a boring fight. Balkan starts unleashing his strength. The soldiers are scared to see that. Isio says that her body would not move. Muxiol asks who is that insane monster. Balkan says the audience should get ready to watch. Balkan tells everyone to kneel. The soldiers start kneeling on the ground. Maxu, Isio, Sato, and Dupal also start kneeling. Balkan says that they are very decent. Balkan raises his hand, and they start kneeling more. Yerim grabs the magic stone and uses it to enhance his strength. Yerim thinks that the pressure eased up a bit. Yerim thinks that he might be able to take him on. Balkan says they should see what he is made of. Balkan tells Yerim to bring it. Yerim rushes towards him and tells him to die. There is a huge blast. The soldiers say at this rate, the monster will go down in one shot. Yerim punches Balkan in the face, but he doesn't flinch. Balkan starts smiling at Yerim. Yerim thinks that this can't be possible. Balkan grabs the punch and asks Yerim if that is all. Balkan says he landed a hit on him, so he will return the favor. Balkan flicks Yerim on the head and says here's the gift. Yerim gets blown away. Yerim hits a tree and stops. Yerim asks how he's supposed to beat a monster like that. Balkan arrives near Yerim. Yerim thinks that his body is not moving. Balkan tells Yerim that struggling will not do him any good because his body has already been consumed by his power. Yerim says they will find out when they fight. Yerim gets back on his feet, and Balkan is surprised to see that. Yerim tells Balkan to come at him. Balkan asks if he is not afraid. Yerim says that it will not change anything. Balkan starts laughing. He tells Yerim that he is a true warrior. It's been a while since his blood last boiled like this. Balkan rushes to attack Yerim. Yerim thinks that this is not good. At the same time, a voice asks what is going on. Balkan gets tied up by the chains. The system arrives there to save Yerim. Balkan says that it is a shame. The system tells Balkan to freeze. Balkan says the word of command is a troublesome ability. The system rips off the Balkan's arm. The system says to track Balkan. A portal opens, and Balkan says that he is going. Balkan tells Yerim that it was fun, and he will see him later. The portal disappears. Yerim says she said last time that high-ranking beings like him wouldn't be able to interfere with Earth easily. Yerim asks what is happening right now. The system stares at Yerim. Yerim asks why she's acting like this. The system says that his growth rate is steep, and he's starting to break free from the limits of mortality. Yerim says that he consumed a lot of monostones. The system says that is not the reason she said that. The very limit of his soul is very high. The system says that even if those humans were given the same monostones, they couldn't achieve the same results as him. Yerim says he thought skill awakeners would be similar, though maybe not general awakeners. She tells Yerim that this is the lowest dimension. There's a limit to how many beings here can elevate their rank. With talent, one might reach B rank. If they're truly exceptional, a rank. But it's nearly impossible to reach S rank in a human body, no matter how many monostones they have. Yerim asks if that means his comrades cannot break free from this limit and reach S rank. The system says that it depends on each individual's potential. She says so many humans in this lowest dimension have such a high potential for awakening. Yerim says there's a chance, and that's enough as long as it's not 0. Yerim thinks that there are only 7 purple monostones on Earth. Even if he gave it his all, he couldn't affect him in the slightest. Yerim thinks that even if he consumes all the monostones on the planet, he barely stands a chance against him. Yerim thinks that he understands why the traitors betrayed humanity. The system asks if he is thinking about Balkan. Yerim says yes and says if they take care of the Galactic Empire's officers like this, it saves Earth. But if Balkan, that monster, arrives, he doesn't think there will be any hope. The system says they need to have a deeper conversation. The system touches Yerim and takes him to the space. Yerim asks what this place is. The system tells him that these are the dimensions currently at war with the Galactic Empire. The system tells Yerim that the power of the Galactic Empire is immense, but because of that, they are constantly at war. Even within the Empire, anti-war factions hold significant influence. Despite that, the reason they can continue waging countless wars is because they have never once been defeated. Yerim says surely, she must have helped other places besides Earth. Yerim asks if she's saying they've never won a single time. There must be places stronger than Earth. The system says that just being a higher dimension doesn't guarantee victory. The Empire simply sends more troops in response. She says that overcoming an invasion is fundamentally extremely difficult. The system says that as an administrator, all she can offer is a possibility. In the end, overcoming it depends on the talents and will of each dimension's inhabitants. Yerim thinks that whether it's Earth or another planet, they're all fighting desperately. Yerim says, come to think of it, Aberos was once a guardian deity on another planet before he fell into corruption. Yerim asks why she's telling him all of this. She replies that if they could defeat them just once, the anti-war faction within the Empire would gain immense power. Naturally, the pro-war faction would also be significantly weakened. Yerim asks if she's saying that way could be stopped. The system says there's a possibility if that defeat happens in the lowest ranked dimension. Even more so, she says that is probably why Balkan came here. If everything had gone according to their calculations, the Earth wouldn't have been able to eliminate that officer. Yerim thinks that is why he is so angry because he's with the pro-war faction. Yerim says there are still 6 more officers left on Earth. Yerim asks if taking down just one will be that significant. The system says the difference between something having potential and not having it is enormous. Earth is a dimension where the possibility of overcoming exists, and that's why it's important. Yerim thinks that it means that guys like Balkan will keep on coming. Yerim says if the system had been even a little late, he would have fallen to him. She says there's a saying on Earth that with great power comes great responsibility. She explains that Balkan is a powerful being who should only be active in the highest dimensions. The more he directly intervenes in lower dimensions, the greater the restrictions he faces. The system says he didn't need to move personally just to kill him. There were many ways to avoid severe restrictions, such as sending subordinates or strengthening officers, for example. And yet, he came himself, which might mean Balkan desires him. Yerim thinks that he is excessively relaxed. Yerim thinks that maybe he never intended to kill him in the first place. The system tells Yerim that his worth is much higher than he thinks. To be precise, it has increased because he hunted an officer. Yerim says he might try to kill him next time. The system says she will do her best to stop that, but blocking him completely will be difficult. Yerim asks if he will be able to defeat him if he consumes the mana stones of the remaining 6 officers. The system says no matter how special his soul is, that's impossible. She asks Yerim if he has ever considered becoming a mercenary. Yerim is surprised to hear that. After some time, Yerim returns. Sato asks where he has been. Yerim says he had a little chat with the system and received some rewards, too. Yerim says that he will tell them later. Yerim looks at the skull of a Barrows. Yerim grabs the skull and says a lot has happened. Yerim says they have won against the variant with the purple mana stone today. Yerim says today is the historic moment when humanity finally stretches its wings. Everyone starts celebrating. Everyone is having the food at night. Yerim is standing near the fire. Yerim remembers that the system told him that as compensation for the incident with Balkan, she would enhance one of his skills. Yerim thinks that from now on, he can use various skills alongside the tyrant's physique. Isio asks what he's thinking about so deeply, and if there's something on his mind. Yerim says it is a dilemma. The system asked if he would consider becoming a mercenary. Isio says that's random and asks if someone at his level even needs to do that. Yerim says he's talking about a dimensional mercenary. They're asking if he would like to travel beyond Earth. Isio says Earth is already a mess, and this isn't just a casual trip. It's dimensional travel. Isio says it sounds like a massive time sink. Yerim says they're not asking him to go immediately. They said he would have time to prepare. Isio says since there's some great beings, she guessed solving that wouldn't be an issue. Isio asks if he is going to accept. Yerim says that he is considering it. Yerim asks the system if he should take this mercenary job, and if it will give him the strength to face Balkan. The system says that depends on the missions he takes, but at the very least, it's possible. At the very least, he will not be as powerless as he is today. Yerim takes a deep breath. At the same time, there's a commotion. Jack and Malcolm are running towards Yerim. They tell Yerim to help them. Yerim asks what is happening. Malcolm says the entire United States has been devastated by zombies. Yerim is surprised to hear that. Yerim asks if the place was devastated by zombies, and if there were a lot of them. Jack says the zombies they mentioned are not ordinary zombies. Jack asks if he knows about enhanced zombies. Yerim asks if they are talking about mutants with mana stones. Jack says no, these are entirely different entities. Take a look. Jack shows Yerim the pictures of these zombies. Yerim says they don't have mana stones, and their appearance is unusual for regular zombies. Malcolm says these creatures have undergone extreme growth in specific areas, whether it's strength, mobility, stealth, or defense. For example, Jack says that instead of having infection ability, these creatures are far stronger than normal zombies and are more threatening. Yerim asks if they only appeared in America. Malcolm says yes, more precisely, they first emerged in this region, including New York and the northeastern United States. Malcolm says this is the current situation in New York. This is a video they secured that shows how the enhanced zombies are created. Yerim says that at this level, the chances are high that a powerful mutant will be involved. Yerim asks if they have discovered any information. Jack says they thought the same, so they used every means possible to investigate the northeastern region. Unfortunately, we couldn't find the source. Malcolm says nothing shows up on satellite images, and anyone they send to gather information never returns. Malcolm says they even resorted to bombings. But the red substance starts attacking the planes. The bombing had no effect at all, and the results were disastrous. Malcolm says that for months, their best option was simply to hold off the invasion, but their forces kept growing. Jack shows Yerim that this is the current state of America. Yerim asks if half of their territory has been taken over. Jack says it happened in half a day. An overwhelming number of enhanced zombies poured in, and they lost contact with almost all frontline units. Yerim thinks that it happened right after a Barrows was taken down. Malcolm says since there were no major movements before, they planned to eliminate them gradually. But they were complacent. They had been preparing all along. Jack says please, help them. So many survivors are trapped there. Malcolm says if this continues, America will have no future. Yerim says that he will help them because this is what their alliance stands for. They thank Yerim. Yerim asks if he can take the Mana Stone from the mutant in return. Jack says of course, but they have not seen one. Malcolm says they are not even sure if a mutant is responsible for this. Malcolm says that even if he doesn't get the Mana Stone, they will compensate him another way, and he will not be disappointed. Yerim thinks that finding the mutant is the priority. Even if there's a high-ranking one, it shouldn't be a problem, and this is a good chance to test multiple things. Yerim says judging by their expansion speed, they don't have much time. Malcolm says that there are over 10 areas requesting urgent aid right now. Yerim says the fortress needs repair, and they can't just leave newly reclaimed China unattended, so he will go. Malcolm says they will provide real-time updates on the survivors' locations. He tells Yerim to wear this device in his ear. It will connect him to them directly. Yerim wears the device and says that he is heading out. Yerim spreads his wings. Yerim starts flying towards America. Jack says that he is faster than a fighter jet. Meanwhile, the monsters are flying in America. The army is busy fighting with the monsters. A monster bites the neck of the soldier. The monsters start getting the upper hand. A soldier tells his captain that there are too many enemies and they are running out of ammo. He asks if there's any contact with the headquarters. The soldier replies that the other units are in the same situation and don't have the capacity to send reinforcements. At the same time, someone arrives there and starts attacking the monsters. He thinks that they can't hold out much longer. The monsters start advancing towards them. Suddenly, there's a huge blast. A person asks what is that? Yerim lands on the ground. The soldier asks who he is. Yerim says that he is the reinforcement of the human alliance. Yerim says there are many wounded here. Yerim activates the medical skill, and the system notifies him that the effect of the tyrant's physique is taking hold, and a powerful vitality is surging. A soldier says that he is completely healed. Yerim informs the captain that the southern area has been cleared, and he can head there and regroup with the other units. Yerim starts flying and says that he will go now. The captain says he thought he was dead just moments ago. Jack asks Malcolm if it has been 3 hours since that person arrived in America. Malcolm says yes. Jack says they've already taken care of 9 out of 10 locations. Malcolm says that it seems Yerim has become much stronger than they ever imagined. Yerim says that Michigan has also been secured, and he asks if there are any locations left. Malcolm says no, the remaining ones are within their capability to handle. Yerim asks if he can hunt the mutant now. Malcolm asks if he has found it. Yerim says that he is standing in front of him. Yerim crashes into the mutant. Numerous monsters start coming out of the red substance. Yerim attacks the monsters. Yerim thinks that if there's a mastermind, it must be connected to this cursed land. Yerim picks up the red substance and thinks that they are still watching him. Yerim activates the skill of clairvoyance. Yerim starts searching for the monster. Yerim finds out the monster in a distant building. Yerim asks if he is the culprit. Yerim says that he found a variant. Jack asks if there is a variant. Yerim says yes, but it is far from here. Jack asks what kind of variant it is. Yerim says it looks like a jellyfish. Its size is about 10 meters, and a unique point is that the brain on its head is quite large, and the magic stone is navy blue. Jack tells Yerim to take care of the variant. Meanwhile, at Griffith Observatory, Los Angeles, there's a temporary presidential office. There's a knock at the door. A person comes in and says that they found the source of the incident. The president asks about the source. He says it's a variant estimated to be an Indigo-class entity, and Yerim is moving to subjugate it. The president says there's no way their side would have found something they haven't been able to find for months. The person says Yerim found it instantly, and looking at the movement path, the destination is estimated to be Detroit City. The president says that the Land of Demons would have the largest distribution in New York. The person says they speculate that the variant, considering that, hid itself in an unexpected place. The president says that seeing it try to hide itself so much, its combat power might not be that high. The person says they will find out soon. They can see Yerim advancing towards the monster on a big screen. Yerim arrives outside the building. He wonders if the variant escaped because he can't feel its energy. Yerim activates the skill of clairvoyance and sees that the monster is hiding underground. Yerim rushes towards the monster and says that even if it runs, it is still in the palm of his hand. Yerim activates the skill of wood construction. A wooden hand starts following the monster. Yerim is about to flick the monster. The monster attacks the hand using an energy blast. There's a huge blast. The monster comes out of the ground. Yerim thinks that the attack power is less than Suzanu's. Yerim says it's not bad. Yerim grabs the monster using the wooden hand. Yerim asks if there is all of its strength. The monster tries to fight back, but it has no effect on Yerim. Yerim thinks that it is weaker than Suzanu. Yerim crushes the monster with the wooden hand. The magic stone falls to the ground. The president asks if the indigo entity died so easily. The person tells him that they just received word from all Eastern fronts. All the enhanced zombies have collapsed. The president says that they couldn't solve it for months, but it took Yerim half a day. The president says just recently, he thought that if they tried, they could protect the sovereignty of their beloved nation. The president asks if their heroes can ever catch up to Yerim. The director says that the gap has widened too much, and magic stones are limited. The president says that, in the end, the Human Federation will inevitably sweep up most of the higher-grade magic stones. The director says yes, the Human Federation can move anywhere in the world at any time through their mobile fortresses. On the other hand, they are still busy dealing with their own country's issues. The president thinks that the best they can do here is probably conduct joint operations with the Human Federation and distribute the magic stones, and even then, it will be difficult to obtain the higher-grade magic stones. The director asks if he is worried about something. The president says that he is afraid to see the power of Yerim. If someone has that much power, that means one individual effectively holds absolute power. The director says if a villain had such power, it would have been truly terrible. The president asks if Yerim is trustworthy. The director says that looking at his actions so far, he thinks, at the very least, he's not a villain. The president says that since he has come to sit in this position, all sorts of trivial thoughts have come to mind. He says, please consider it his worries. The director tells the president that Yerim is coming to see him. The president says that it is time to welcome the hero. Yerim says that America is definitely different. There are still intact cities. Yerim lands on the ground. The president says it's an honor to meet their American hero in person. Yerim thanked the president, and the president hugged him. He tells Yerim to please come inside. They arrived inside the office, and Yerim thanked him for his hospitality. The president says they are the ones who should be thankful. Thanks to him, countless soldiers and heroes have had their lives saved. The president asks if he managed to capture the indigo entity, and Yerim says that is right. The president says he should have the magic stone, and in addition to that, they have considered a compensation plan. The president asked how they would give 20% of the magic stones they get from the US to Yerim and his military for the next 3 years. Yerim asks if that is possible because magic stones are also a necessary resource for their military. The president says it is nothing compared to what he has done for them. The president says the United States wants to have an active cooperative relationship with the Human Federation in the future because they also want to reclaim the land of humanity. He says the Federation will continue to seek out battlefields in the future. The US military wants to join that journey. Experience is a resource that money can't buy. Yerim says it is not bad and asks if he would like to discuss how they will cooperate. After a while, they shake hands, and the president says that Yerim has remarkable negotiation skills for his age. Yerim says that he is also impressed by his skills. The president asked if he had thought about what would happen after overcoming this crisis. Yerim says that he is too busy thinking about tomorrow. Yerim says that he hopes that the time will come soon so he can travel safely. The president says that he hopes that Yerim will fulfill his wishes. A voice asks if he thinks that Yerim will be able to do that. A girl says even his beloved homeland will eventually lick the soles of that awakened one's shoes. She says it is fine to ask for that human's help if that's the kind of pathetic future they want. The president wonders what that noise is.